Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Songjian remained alone in the meeting room. Standing by the window, he overlooked everything in the City of Hope, feeling an unreal sensation. Just then, Songjian suddenly heard a distant dragon's roar. Looking up, he saw a dark speck rapidly approaching the City of Hope. Soon, a giant black dragon about 10 meters in length appeared in the skies above the City of Hope, slowly descending onto the square inches front of the City Lord Mansion. Huh, the black dragon's level has risen so much? Songjian's eyes brightened. Previously, the black dragon was only over level 60, and its size wasn't as massive as now. Somehow, the black dragon's level had reached 80. Although it was still far from Gulu, the stone creature, the black dragon's size was now comparable. Why is this guy here all of a sudden when it's always guarding the dragon head's strange tree? Songjian wondered as he stepped out onto the balcony of the City Lord Mansion and leaped forward, his steel wings unfolding behind him as he flew towards the square. Approaching the black dragon, he stroked its lowered head, and a strange thought suddenly occurred to him. Have you come here to have me join you at the Dragon God altar to receive the Dragon God's blessing, to gain the honor of the Dragon clan and let you inherit the power of the Black Dragon bloodline, achieving a promotion? A puzzled expression crossed Songjian's face. Chapter 1283, Dragon Bone Plane. Although the Black Dragon could not speak, it was able to communicate its thoughts to Songjian through a kind of mental transmission because it was his war pet. This was a special way of connection between war pets and their masters, but Songjian rarely received such complex information from his pets. It was mostly simple emotions like eat, hungry, fight, rest, angry. Then, another large stream of information emerged in Songjian's mind. This time, it was the more detailed information on the Dragon Clan's promotion. The Dragon God altar was located deep within the Dragon Bone Plain, a place known only to the Dragon Clan. Pure-blooded members of the Dragon Clan only visited this place twice in their lifetime, once when they were promoted from Lord to Commander level and needed to accept the Dragon God's blessing at the Dragon God altar to unlock the power of their bloodline and inherit their bloodline traits. The other time was when a member of the Dragon Clan was about to die. They must return to the Dragon Bone Plain to die in this unique graveyard of their kin. Are you sure I can go with you? Songjian revealed a puzzled look on his face. After all, since the Black Dragon was his war pet, he had even been the object of hostility from the Dragon Clan. An ancient red dragon had even burst into the City of Hope, almost leveling it to the ground. The Dragon Clan was extremely averse to becoming war pets and mounts for others. The Black Dragon glanced at Songjian and let out a light hum, nodding slightly. It then tugged at Songjian's clothes, gesturing for him to climb onto its back. Sigh, alright, I'll go with you then. Songjian nodded, swung onto the back of the Black Dragon, and with a roar of the dragon and a gust of wind, the Black Dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The gamers in the City of Hope, seeing Songjian ride away on the Black Dragon, showed envious expressions in their eyes. Everyone dreamed of having a powerful flying mount, and the Black Dragon was the ultimate kind. Riding the Black Dragon in the sky was indeed much more comfortable than using wings or practicing the sword flight art, and the Black Dragon's speed was not a bit slower than that of sword flight art. Before long, Songjian could no longer see the City of Hope. Songjian didn't know where the Dragon Bone Plain was, so he rode on the Black Dragon's back, letting it take him soaring through the sky. At first, Songjian remembered some landmarks on the ground, but as the Black Dragon flew above the clouds, Songjian completely lost his sense of direction. After flying for at least a day and a night, the Black Dragon slowly descended. They arrived in a mountainous forest and randomly found a cave. Songjian lit a bundle of repellent sachets and threw it into the cave. In a short amount of time, a thick sulfuric medicinal smell from the sachets spread from the cave, emitting dark yellow smoke. These were repellent sachets crafted by players with pharmacology knowledge. By lighting them up, they produced a strong, pungent odor that drove the surrounding poisonous insects away. Adventurers in the wilderness would always carry a few such sachets. Soon, what seemed to be an abandoned cave teemed with poisonous insects scurrying out as the smoke slowly cleared. After ensuring no more insects emerged, Songjian brought the Black Dragon into the pet space and entered the cave himself. He didn't know how much longer it would be to the Dragon Bone Plain, but at this point, Songjian was at least 800 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Just as Songjian had settled down, he suddenly heard a roar from deep in the mountain forest, as if some monsters were fighting. Songjian turned over, and it seemed that this forest had not yet been trodden by players. There were many powerful monsters, but due to the black dragon's aura, the monsters near the cave had all fled. The roar continued for most of the night before slowly stopping. From the sound of it, it seemed like two strong monsters were battling. Song Jian could smell a faint scent of blood in the air and felt occasional tremors from the mountain. As the sky lightened, Song Jian sat up and summoned the black dragon to continue on their journey. It was not until the black dragon rose into the air that Song Jian saw a giant python with a single horn, stretching 100 feet long and lying in the mountain forest surrounded by signs of the nocturnal battle. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and he immediately used the Eye of Insight. The giant python turned out to be a level 120 commander-level boss, likely the main combatant of last night's battle. Sadly, it seemed to have been defeated, leaving only its body behind. It won't be long before this carcass is gnawed down to a pile of bones. Song Jian thought to himself. The body of a formidable boss creature had a great attraction to other monsters. Consuming its flesh and blood could enhance the aptitude and advancement chances of weaker monsters. However, this horned python was the spoils of another boss creature, and other monsters dared not approach until the victor's scent had faded away. The black dragon quickly flew back into the clouds and headed in a particular direction. After almost a week of flight, the black dragon finally descended from the clouds. As it continued to soar in the sky, Song Jian knew that they were approaching the dragon bone plain. At that moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a vast shadow engulf him and the black dragon. Initially thinking it was just a large cloud, when Song Jian looked up, he was shocked to discover a giant dragon overhead, its size dwarfing the black dragon by dozens of times. The giant dragon floated above him like a small island, its posture graceful, its speed deceptively fast, and in no time it had flown to the front of the black dragon. Song Jian watched the giant dragon in awe, and he also sensed that its power was beyond his perception range. Despite its massive size, Song Jian could not feel its presence at all. This kind of situation only happened when one's perception was completely overwhelmed. Yet Song Jian could sense the aura of death emanating from this giant dragon. It must be a dying dragon that had come to the dragon bone plain in advance to find its final resting place, sensing its impending death. It was known that even dragons in their dying throes could live for another decade or even several, fully capable of finding their last resting place and grave during this time. Soon, Song Jian saw a vast plain ahead, with pale skeletal fossils standing erect across the landscape. The remains of colossal beasts were scattered across the entire wasteland. Are these all the bones of giant dragons? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. Even the nails of these colossal beasts were bigger than his entire body. However, the black dragon simply glanced at him and transmitted a piece of information. These are not the bones of giant dragons, but the remains of poachers who sought to enter the dragon bone plain and take the relics of dead dragons. Song Jian was startled but quickly realized that every part of a dragon was valuable, and the dragon bone plain was their ultimate habitat. Whereas it was rare to find dragon carcasses elsewhere, here they were relatively easy to find. If one found a dragon, even consuming some of its flesh and blood could bring immense benefits to the monsters. Clearly, the plain had its own defensive forces, leading those colossal beasts to failure, and some of them even stayed forever, their remains fossilized as a warning to others who might try to poach on the plain. Roar. An angry roar suddenly exploded next to Song Jian's ear. Where there had been nothing but empty air, a translucent phantom suddenly materialized. This phantom looked like a dragon, blocking the black dragon's path. This is Dragon Soul. Song Jian exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the dragon soul ahead as his body involuntarily began to tremble. Chapter 1284, The Cave. Faced with his immense dragon soul, Song Jian instinctively felt fear. It was the natural intimidation from a higher order being toward a lower level one, emanating from deep within the cells. Had Song Jian not been particularly strong, he probably would have been forced to his knees, incapable of standing before the dragon soul. Roar. The black dragon let out a roar towards the dragon soul. The dragon soul glanced at the black dragon with its crimson eyes and then inspected Song Jian carefully. Song Jian could feel the rage emanating from the dragon soul. That emotion surged towards Song Jian like a tidal wave. Had it been an ordinary person in his place, just the tide-like rage would have thrown their sea of consciousness into disarray, and in severe cases, it might have directly shattered their mind, turning them into a vegetable. But Song Jian's immortal body continued to function like a sea dike, resisting the emotional assault of the dragon soul. Although he could withstand it, Song Jian was not at ease. It felt as though a red-hot iron rod was being continuously stirred in his head, causing throbbing pain, and his complexion turned ugly. At that moment, the black dragon also let out an angry hiss. Its wings spread wide, and as it opened its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, a sizzling dragon breath began to gather at its throat. The dragon soul glanced at the black dragon, and its furious emotion began to subside. Shortly after, the dragon soul also started to slowly dissipate, and the pressure on Song Jian gradually vanished. Song Jian knew that the Dragon Bone Plain probably harbored many such dragon souls, acting in a guardian-like role. It was precisely because of their presence that so many colossal beast carcasses littered the Dragon Bone Wasteland. The Black Dragon continued to carry Song Jian forward. In this place, they could no longer fly as high as before. Flying too high would bring about an intense oppression. Although there was no hint of enchantment power, Song Jian felt there was a subtle similarity between the pressure in the skies and that of sealing enchantments. The further they went into the Dragon Bone Wasteland, the more desolate it felt, and the temperature kept dropping. In some places, one could even see frost congealed on the bones of the giant beasts. Among these cold wastelands roamed ghostly figures of roughly the same size as humans. These were poachers who had intruded into the Dragon Bone Wasteland and were killed by its guardians. Unable to find peace in death, their souls were doomed to wander the wilds. Over time, they would lose their senses and become bloodthirsty monsters, turning into a different kind of protector for the Dragon Bone Wasteland. How much farther to the Dragon God Altar? Song Jian couldn't help but ask. They had already flown hundreds of kilometers over the Dragon Bone Plain, an area vast and daunting. Roar. The Black Dragon responded with a roar. Song Jian could only feel an emotion akin to "we're almost there," but couldn't get a specific distance from it. If only you could transform into a human. Song Jian patted the Black Dragon's head and muttered to himself. I remember that the Dragon Clan all have the ability to change shape. I wonder if you'll have that ability once you advance. Having raised a Black Dragon as a battle pet, Song Jian had deliberately collected a lot of information about the Dragon Clan. After reaching adulthood, members of the Dragon Clan would possess the ability to transform into other races. Typically, they could freely switch between their true dragon form, a human form, and an elf form. Moreover, the transformed human and elf forms would possess the respective racial talents of those forms. Even if one were to use a detection spell, they couldn't sense any anomaly in the body. Only spells that could probe into the soul could reveal those dragons who had changed into humans or elves. Therefore, many dragons, after reaching adulthood, would transform into humans or elves to gain experience and expand their knowledge in the world of humans or among the elf race. Many historical books and folk songs have records of such occurrences. The temperature was dropping lower and lower. Not knowing how long he had flown, snowflakes suddenly began to flutter down from the sky, and the wind grew fierce. The Dragon Bone Wasteland before Song Jian instantly became an expanse of white. At that moment, Song Jian noticed that the Black Dragon had slowed its flight speed and began to descend towards the ground. Have we arrived at the Dragon God Altar? Song Jian thought with delight. Although he had been sitting on the Black Dragon's back, which didn't consume much energy, the monotonous and dull scenery had sapped his spirits. Soon, the Black Dragon landed at the foot of the range of undulating mountains. The Black Dragon held its head high, looking towards the mountains, excitement flickering in its dark gold vertical eye. It seems the Dragon God Altar must be within these mountains. Song Jian mused to himself, tightening the windbreaker around him. He stepped forward, following behind the Black Dragon, making his way towards the snow-covered mountains. After nearly a day's trek, the snow had stopped. The man and the dragon arrived at the foot of a mountain peak, where a huge cave loomed before Song Jian. The cave was hundreds of meters tall. Standing before this cave, the Black Dragon and Song Jian felt insignificant. Song Jian looked ahead, the dark maw of the cave yawned like a ferocious beast ready to swallow him whole, stirring a sense of foreboding in his heart. Is this where the Dragon God Altar is located? Song Jian patted the Black Dragon's foreleg and asked aloud. The Black Dragon didn't speak but simply nodded slightly, stepping towards the cave. After a few steps, it looked back at Song Jian, signaling for him to follow, and conveyed a message to him. You must receive the Dragon God's blessing with me at the Dragon God Altar. Otherwise, the pact of our war alliance will be dissolved. This message was clear and precise, unlike the vague messages the Black Dragon had sent before, almost as if there was an added system prompt. Song Jian took a deep breath and stepped forward, following behind the Black Dragon. He hadn't come all this way with the Black Dragon just to dissolve their battle pact. If I can receive the Dragon God's blessing, that scene of being hunted by the Dragon Clan won't happen again, right? Song Jian thought to himself. In the game, it was impossible to force a dragon to become a battle pet or a mount. If a dragon was coerced, the person who coerced it would be endlessly hunted by the Dragon Clan. Song Jian had previously encountered such a situation, but the pursuit was called off due to the Black Dragon's acknowledgement. Yet, the dragon mark on Song Jian's body never faded, indicating that he had not yet gotten the true recognition of the Dragon Clan. Both the dragon and man entered the dark cave together. A faint dark gold radiance shone from the eyes of the Black Dragon, allowing it to see perfectly in the darkness, while Song Jian, who already possessed dark vision, could see everything clearly around him. even without opening his vertical eye. Young tribesman, I can feel the boiling bloodline power within you. Is this human the battle companion you've found? Are you sure you want to undertake the Dragon Clan's trial together with him? A grand voice echoed in the ears of the Black Dragon and Songjian, causing Songjian to jump inwardly, looking nervously around. Chapter 1285, Dragon God Alter Roar. The Black Dragon let out a roar as a response, but a somewhat puzzled expression appeared on Songjian's face. The Dragon Clan trial. Wasn't it supposed to be the Dragon God's blessing? How did it become the Dragon Clan trial? Songjian looked at the Black Dragon in disbelief. With such dense eyebrows and big eyes, even you have learned to lie and deceive. Huff. The hot breath of the Black Dragon left 2 trails of frost-like marks in the air. The temperature inside the cave was much lower than outside. Ordinary people coming here would probably freeze into ice pops in no time. Following your will, young clansman, may you successfully pass the trial and become a true member of the Dragon Clan, receiving the blessing of the Dragon God. The grand voice gradually dissipated as if it had never been there. The Black Dragon gestured for Songjian to continue walking forward. The spacious cave was eerily quiet, and after not much longer, Songjian saw a huge dragon skeleton lying across the cave. This skeleton, similar to the previous giant beast carcasses, was particularly large, but the one before him was clearly much more complete, and one could tell that it had been a giant dragon of about 80 or 90 meters long when alive. Moreover, the surface of the skeleton in front of him emitted obvious strong magical fluctuations. Such a skeleton could be used as an excellent magical material, whereas the fossils of those giant beast skeletons encountered earlier were utterly useless. This must be the real graveyard of the Dragon Clan. Sadly, I can't take all these dragon bones with me. Songjian glanced at the dragon remains, feeling a tinge of regret. As he walked deeper into the cave, more complete skeletons appeared, and some had even weathered into bone powder, creating a thick layer on the ground. Songjian wandered with keen interest, looking around, when suddenly, an object that looked like a miniature sun, radiating intense light, appeared in front of him. That is. Songjian's emotions surged. He couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the object, a greedy look appearing in his eyes, almost unable to restrain the impulse to rush towards it. Dragon crystal? It's actually a complete dragon crystal. Overwhelmed with excitement, Songjian saw that within the skull of a huge dragon carcass, the object emitting the intense glow, roughly the size of a soccer ball, was a dragon crystal, formed only by the roar of a dragon. It contained the essence of the entire dragon, and the legendary dragon strength potion had to be made using dragon crystal as the main ingredient. The dragon strength potion, the only legendary quality alchemical potion Songjian had heard of. Not only could it enhance the physical attributes of the user, but it also had a certain chance of bestowing the dragon bloodline, which could be recognized by the Dragon Clan. This meant that by consuming a bottle of the dragon strength potion, one could potentially become a true humanoid giant dragon, reaping many benefits. This legendary potion's formula was passed among nobility and was hard to obtain. With Songjian's current strength and status, he could acquire the formula if willing to pay a certain price, but producing such a potion was 100 or even 1,000 times harder than obtaining the formula. It is known that only adult dragons have a certain chance to form a dragon crystal upon death, and not every dragon leaves behind a dragon crystal. In the history of the game, a king of a nation once sent out thousands of warriors to slay dragons in order to obtain the dragon strength potion. After killing 3 dragons, they finally obtained the dragon crystal and created the dragon strength potion. However, not only did his nation not prosper from his consumption of the dragon strength potion, but it also enraged the Dragon Clan. As a result, his nation was leveled by the retaliation of a dozen ancient giant dragons, turning it into a hell on earth, and the king himself was turned into charcoal by the dragon breath, with not even his soul escaping. After that, no one dared to brazenly hunt the giant dragons for dragon crystals any longer. The dragon crystal before me is ownerless, casually laying on the ground. Even if I obtain it, I won't be branded with the Dragon Slayer's mark, nor will it provoke the hatred of the Dragon Clan. Songjian's thoughts raced through his mind, and he couldn't help but veer his steps towards the dragon crystal. Just then, the black dragon lifted its foot and lightly touched his shoulder, almost knocking him over. Songjian staggered, struggling to steady himself. Looking at the black dragon's dark gold vertical eye, Songjian suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Damn it, what is this place? I actually dared to covet the dragon crystal, truly courting death. Songjian chided himself inwardly. Indeed, greed is the original sin. I was blinded by greed. If I really dared to take that dragon crystal, I probably wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. This was, after all, the final resting place of the Dragon Clan. If it were any ordinary day, let alone entering, one wouldn't even get close without probably being killed by the Dragon Soul Guard. And yet, he had the audacity to fantasize about acquiring a dragon crystal that appeared in the tomb. Utterly courting death. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Song Jian followed behind the black dragon with proper deference, no longer daring to even glance at the dragon crystal. His previous greed had wreaked havoc, so his immortal body had not been activated. If it weren't for the black dragon reminding him, Song Jian might well have done something irreversible. Thus, a man and a dragon continued forward in the dark cave. Along the way, Song Jian saw at least dozens of the dragon clan's skeletons and discovered 3 or 4 dragon crystals. Some of these dragon crystals were about the size of a soccer ball, others only the size of a fist. Regardless of their size, their essence remained unchanged. With greed no longer blinding him, Song Jian could now regard these dragon crystals normally, and taking a closer look, he realized that they were simply high-quality energy entities. If left exposed to the elements, the energy within these dragon crystals would completely disperse over a few decades, or even 100 years, eventually vanishing into thin air. As Song Jian lamented what seemed like a waste, the black dragon ahead suddenly came to a halt. Song Jian looked up and saw a massive cliff before him, as if it had been cleaved vertically with a sword. At the end of the cave was an endless abyss, and even with his vertical eye open, Song Jian could not see what lay beneath. In the midst of the abyss stood a pillar-like mountain, with a winding stairway snaking up from where the black dragon was standing, all the way to the top of the pillar. At the top of the pillar was a majestic palace that, from a distance, seemed to float above the infinite abyss. Is that where the dragon god altar resides? Song Jian gazed at the palace ahead, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face as he mused to himself. Chapter 1286, Giant Dragon Sacrifice. Song Jian saw that, on the stone stairs leading to the palace at the top of the pillar, there roamed densely packed ghosts that had mutated. These ghosts had the appearance of humans and elves, but their hands had mutated into something reminiscent of beast claws. Moreover, the originally handsome faces of the elven ghosts had morphed into monstrous visages, with only their long, pointed ears remaining, preserving a hint of their elven features. These ghosts hunched their backs and wandered aimlessly on the stone stairs, looking utterly lost and without a clue of what to do. Song Jian opened his vertical eye between his brows, using his eye of insight skill, and realized these ghosts were all around level 100 elite monsters, equivalent to each possessing the strength of an elite boss. Song Jian looked at the black dragon, who was a mere 80-some levels, and although it was 1 rank higher than these monsters, they had nearly 20 levels on him, besides which there were just too many of them. Are we supposed to fight our way up there? Song Jian asked, pointing at the ghosts on the stairs with a relaxed expression. No wonder you wanted me to come. Without me, you would probably have a hard time reaching the dragon god altar. The black dragon let out a roar towards Song Jian and slowly lay down. What's up? You don't expect me to go up there and battle these ghosts all by myself, do you? Song Jian suddenly felt uneasy. Just then, a deep voice rang in Song Jian's ear. As a battle companion, you must gain the dragon clan's recognition. Strong power is the prerequisite for respect. These wanderers were once despicable thieves. After being killed, their spirits could not be liberated, condemned to wander endlessly here. They will kill all living beings that approach them, plundering their flesh and blood. You must kill them all to ascend the dragon god altar and have the dragon clan acknowledge you as a battle partner. Before ascending the dragon god altar, the black dragon must conserve its strength. It will not participate in the battle, and you alone must accomplish all this. Am I to kill all these ghosts by myself? Song Jian was stunned. Although this wasn't too difficult a task for him, glancing at the black dragon lying beside him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being used. With that thought, Song Jian snorted coldly, summoned his sky-breaking sword, and slowly walked towards the stone stairs. Perhaps sensing the surging vitality within Song Jian, the vicious-looking ghost wanderers all became excited, squeezing hoarse roars from their throats as they slowly gathered in front of the stone stairs. Maybe because they were bound by something, the ghosts couldn't leave the stairs and could only crowd at the bottom, their scarlet eyes full of greedy stares, fixated on Song Jian's figure. Boom. Suddenly, dark red flames erupted from Song Jian's body. The red lotus karma fire was released, enveloping him. Clad in a cloak of fire, Song Jian felt only warmth without any sensation of burning. The ghosts that approached him, on the other hand, displayed looks of terror on their faces, screaming and fleeing from his flames, seemingly afraid of the fire surrounding him. If these were other monsters, I might have to exert some effort, but with ghost-type monsters. Song Jian's lips curled into a cold smile, and he muttered to himself. I am their natural predator. Song Jian took steps up the stone stairs, swinging his sky-breaking sword casually at the ghost wanderers. These monsters, higher in level than Song Jian, dared not fight back, scattering away from his direction. The black dragon stood up in astonishment, staring at Song Jian, as if he had never seen Song Jian in such a state. In fact, Song Jian had never truly mastered the Red Lotus Karma Fire before, it was all produced through the Thousand Swords art. But as time passed, Song Jian discovered that he seemed to be able to produce the Red Lotus Karma Fire without using the Thousand Swords art. Splat! The sky-breaking sword ruthlessly struck down on a Ghost Wanderer. Originally, the strike would have caused it a few thousand points of damage at most, but now, tainted with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, the Ghost Wanderer was burned to ashes. After a piercing scream, only a puddle of ash-gray powder was left on the ground. Instant kill. An elite-level boss that was more than a dozen levels higher than Song Jian had no power to resist and was killed with a single sword strike. If other players knew this, they would probably be so surprised that their jaws would drop. At this moment, the Black Dragon was looking at Song Jian with a face full of shock. It had been too long since it separated from Song Jian, and its understanding of Song Jian's strength was still at the level when they first entered the highly poisonous swamp. It had not expected that Song Jian's power would have increased so rapidly within just a few months. The Ghost Wanderers scrambled towards the top of the stone pillar, while Song Jian turned into the pursuer. Holding the sky-breaking sword, he climbed upwards, step by step. At that moment, the Black Dragon also stepped onto the staircase. It had already realized that these Ghost Wanderers on the stairs were simply incapable of causing Song Jian any trouble. Inside the Dragon God Hall, several human-shaped giant dragons resembling human sacrifices looked at Song Jian's figure emerging in the air, exchanging glances with each other and seeing the helplessness in their eyes. Sigh, this is the most boring trial I've ever seen. Why not just let them come in? Those Ghost Wanderers took us so long to collect. A woman with fiery red hair, resting her chin on her hand, stared at the slightly distorted image in the air and sighed. What identity does this human have to possess such formidable power? A middle-aged man with two horns on his head, who maintained some of the giant dragon's features even in human form, roared loudly. His strength is not that impressive, it's just that those flames are too powerful against the ghosts, it's practically cheating. Another white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, his dark gold vertical eye emitting a frightening shine. I suspect he knew the content of the trial in advance. That's impossible. Another man with purple hair, dressed in battle armor, stood up and spoke loudly. The content of the trial is different every time, how could he possibly know in advance? Unless someone here disclosed it. But even this black dragon preparing for promotion couldn't know the content of the trial. How could a human possibly know? It's just a coincidence, there's no need for mutual suspicion. The red-haired woman also stood up and said. This little fellow's promotion can proceed normally, but for this human, I think we must increase the difficulty of the trial for him. Let him know that becoming a battle partner of the Dragon Clan is not so easy. Agreed. 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 Several of the giant dragon priests looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces as they echoed in agreement. But, this would violate the rules of the Dragon Clan's trials. The white-haired elder with a hesitant look in his eyes uttered. The ultimate outcome of the Dragon Clan's trial is to advance the younger generation. We have already agreed to let this junior advance, we just want to test his battle partner a bit more. This does not contradict the Dragon Clan's trials. The red-haired woman said with a smile emerging on her face. The Dragon Clan elder was silent for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes, saying nothing more. Chapter 1287, Envy. Song Jian had forced all the monsters to the top of the stone pillar, while he and the black dragon ascended the winding staircase step by step. Is this the Dragon Clan's trial? Isn't it too simple? Said Song Jian, smiling at the black dragon at his side. His words were transmitted exactly to the ears of the giant dragons performing rituals in the Dragon God Hall. Even the previously hesitant elder now closed his eyes and remained silent, internally agreeing to the idea of teaching the young human a lesson. The black dragon looked up at the top of the stone pillar, where a dense mass of ghostly spirits wandered in front of the Dragon God Hall. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. It knew that even with its strength, it couldn't possibly fight so many elite-level bosses at the same time. These ghostly monsters were immensely attracted to the flesh and blood of living beings. Even though they were all scared into huddling together by Song Jian's Red Lotus Karma Fire, their eyes, when looking at Song Jian and the Black Dragon, were still filled with greed, wishing to pounce and devour their flesh and blood right away. So, I just need to safely escort you to the Dragon God Hall, and then the trial is complete? When Song Jian and the Black Dragon stepped onto the last stone step and stood at the top of the pillar in front of the Dragon God Hall, Song Jian couldn't help but ask. At that moment, the same grand voice resonated across the entire pillar once again. Descendant of the Black Dragon lineage, you have passed the Dragon Clan's trial. You may enter the Dragon God Hall, ascend the Dragon God altar, and receive the Dragon God's blessing. Upon hearing this voice, a look of surprise crossed the Black Dragon's eyes. It knew that reaching the top of the pillar was only the first step, more brutal fighting awaited. The reason it had Songjian escort it was to conserve its strength and energy for the combat in front of the Dragon God Hall. How could it have passed the trial just by arriving at the top? The Black Dragon was confused. This was significantly different from the heritage information it received from its bloodline. However, not having to fight was good news for it. After glancing at Songjian, the Black Dragon took steps toward the Dragon God Hall, and soon, its massive body disappeared within the doors of the hall. Songjian glanced at the dense crowd of ghostly monsters on both sides of the Dragon God Hall and suddenly felt a bit redundant. Twirling his sword, he began walking towards these monsters. Since there's nothing else to do, why not take all of you out and boost my level a bit? Songjian muttered to himself. Though these ghostly monsters could not provide as much experience and purple crystals as the ones in Zenmo Temple, they were still about level 100 elite bosses. It wasn't easy to find so many gathered together. A mosquito is still meat, no matter how small. Taking out so many level 100 elite bosses would at least help him gain another level. Thousand Swords Art. With a single thought from Songjian, countless spirit swords floated up, forming a vast karmic fire red lotus sword formation in front of the Dragon God Hall. A strong suction emanated from the sword formation, and the ghostly monsters screamed as their bodies were twisted and pulled towards it. Watching those ghostly wanderers turn to dust within the karmic fire red lotus sword formation, a satisfied smile appeared on Songjian's face. Indeed, the karmic fire was extremely effective against ghostly spirits. Level 100 elite bosses were like powerless children in the red lotus sword array. A touch of the karmic fire was all it took to burn them to ashes, making it all too convenient. A few giant dragon officiants quietly watched the slightly distorted scene in the air. Seeing Songjian eliminate all the ghostly wanderers with just one move, the ashes of their deaths filling the sky, each one's face showed a grave expression. This human is stronger than we imagined. I sense in him a trace of that powerful profession, faint but pure. After thousands of years, the mighty professionals of the human race, long forgotten, are about to emerge once again. It seems the world is about to undergo earth-shattering changes. The 10 professions, to other races, are 10 disasters. What should we do now? Should we continue the trial we discussed earlier? Just when several giant dragon priests were silent and hesitant, heavy footsteps echoed in the hall. The elder with a head full of white hair waved his right hand, and the image in the air vanished in an instant. In a short while, the black dragon slowly appeared in front of the few individuals. Seeing these human-like giant dragon priests, a trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the black dragon. It could feel the powerful giant dragon chi emanating from these individuals, but it didn't know why these giant dragons maintained human form. The black dragon lowered its head, paying a dragon clan's respect to the several giant dragon priests. Kondu, this is your clansman. Its advancement will be overseen by you, the woman with fire-red long hair spoke indifferently before falling silent again. The man with a pair of giant dragon horns on his head had a mischievous smile appear on his face. He beckoned to the black dragon and said, "Follow me, I will take you to the Dragon God altar to receive the Dragon God's blessing. As for whether you will gain the favor of the Dragon God and what kind of innate skills you might obtain, it's all up to your luck now, little fellow." Roar. With a roar, the man with the giant dragon horns began to transform, and in a short while, an even more massive black dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. "Follow me," the black dragon priest said in the language of dragons, leading the way into the interior of the Dragon God Hall. Soon, the figures of the 2 black dragons disappeared within the Dragon God Hall, while the other black dragons used Dragon Clan magic to once again display the outside of the temple. By this time, Songjian was already sitting cross-legged outside the spacious temple. There wasn't a single ghost wandering around, and the entire plaza outside the temple was clean, with only a hint of scorching air lingering in the atmosphere. Songjian, feeling the surging power in his body, endeavored to calm it down. At this moment, his level had risen to about 88 level 61%. Because the level had increased too quickly, none of his skills had reached full level, so the skill points had to be saved once more. Looking at Songjian's figure, the previous Dragon Clan priest with purple hair and wearing armor revealed a burning desire in his eyes. "I really want to fight him. Although he has not yet fully grown, he is already a strong warrior." The giant dragon muttered to itself. "You, a giant dragon from the legendary realm, actually want to bully a human youth who hasn't even reached the 3rd tier of combat power, where's your shame?" The red-haired girl next to him revealed a mocking expression and scoffed. I'm afraid by the time he reaches the legendary realm, I won't be able to beat him." The man with purple hair had a simple smile, scratched his head, and then, looking towards the depths of the temple, he said softly, "What a lucky little fellow to become combat partners with him. I'm envious." Chapter 1288, The Giant Dragon's Trial. Songjian, bored to death, sat on the plaza in front of the Dragon God Hall, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything, yet the air around him was rippling with strong waves of energy, one after another, spreading out like tides continually. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a fluctuation from within the shattered divine realm, and a thought flashed through his mind, bringing everything within the realm instantly to his consciousness. So the sacred spirit temple has been successfully constructed. Let's see, what use is this building that cost 25 points of divine power to build? Song Jian mumbled to himself. The sacred spirit temple within the divine country looked like an Athenian temple, with walls and columns depicting scenes of war. All kinds of warriors fighting bloodily, their most thrilling moments turned into reliefs on the surfaces of the walls and pillars. These reliefs were filled with vigorous vitality, giving Song Jian the impression that the warriors on them could walk out at any moment. It wasn't until Song Jian inspected the attributes of the sacred spirit temple that he realized, to his surprise, that cultivating beings within required the sacrifice of souls. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the more powerful the Holy Spirit warriors created. Song Jian felt that the temple could refuse souls too weak to be accepted, giving off a temperamental vibe. It will only accept the souls of Lord-level boss monsters above level 80? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. And that's just to cultivate the lowest class common or Holy Spirit warriors? What's more, there's a limit to their number, and to increase the quantity of Holy Spirit warriors, the level of the sacred spirit temple has to be raised continuously? Song Jian shook his head, realizing from this building that constructions within the divine country were definitely enormous devourers of divine power. Until he could generate divine power on his own, these buildings could only be maintained at a lower level. With Song Jian's current strength, even if he could create Holy Spirit warriors, they wouldn't be of much help to him. Song Jian shook his head again and withdrew his consciousness from the divine country. The monsters he was currently facing were mostly above level 80, but Lord-level bosses and above were not so easy to encounter. No need to be able to cultivate them, just need to casually kill some of the Lord-level bosses I encounter while fighting monsters in the future, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian felt a slight disappointment toward the sacred spirit temple within the divine country. At that moment, he heard footsteps from inside the Dragon God Hall and couldn't help looking toward the open doors of the hall. Soon, several human figures, each with a distinct appearance, and a little girl around 13 or 14 years old with smooth black hair, walked out from the Dragon God Hall. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and tensed instinctively. The figures before him looked human, but he could feel the formidable aura radiating from their bodies. Most importantly, he could sense their ancient souls, which were millennium-old giant dragons. Legendary realm at least, they must be giant dragons from the legendary realm. Song Jian scanned the group, judging their strength. Two of them have unclear strength, just like that town girl I met before. Their power has definitely surpassed the legendary realm, a whole new level. I'm no match for them now. Human, are you the combat partner chosen by Kamada? A woman with fiery red hair asked with a smile as she stepped forward. Kamada? If you mean the black dragon that just went inside, then I suppose that's me. Song Jian said, staring at the woman opposite him. The woman was brimming with an overpowering aura of flames. Song Jian couldn't help but back up 2 steps without getting closer. With his current strength, he could briefly stay in molten lava of thousands of degrees, but facing this woman, he couldn't endure the high temperature radiating from her. Kamada possesses enviable potential and has progressed very successfully. She has earned the favor of the dragon god. The woman said warmly to Song Jian. As her combat partner, I have a little test for you. If you can pass, we will give you a gift. Would you like to accept this challenge? Song Jian glanced at the black-haired girl next to them. He could feel the connection between the black-haired girl and himself. So a mature black dragon can transform into a human form after advancing. It's just that this human form still seems a bit underage. Song Jian thought to himself. Feeling Song Jian's gaze, the black dragon Kamada snorted haughtily and turned her head away. May I know the content of the trial and what kind of gift I will receive? Song Jian asked. For you, this trial is not difficult. In the Dragon Bone Wasteland, there is an evil necromancer who is stealing the remains of giant dragons to create undead creatures. We hope that you can find and kill him, while also liberating the souls of the giant dragons trapped within the skeletons. System, you have received the trial task, the Giant Dragon's Test. System, the Giant Dragon's Test, task difficulty, unknown, task content, find the evil necromancer Mengzala within the Dragon Bone Wasteland, defeat and kill him, obtain his head, and present it to the giant dragon priestess, the flame giant dragon Yali Fu. Task reward, the giant dragon's gift, level increase by 2. After Yali Fu had told all the task details to Song Jian, a new task unexpectedly appeared in Song Jian's taskbar. Level increase by 2? Song Jian's eyes lit up. At his current level, a 2-level increase was a very generous task reward. Moreover, there was an unknown reward, the giant dragon's gift, which was worth anticipating. Without hesitation, Song Jian accepted the task. Kamata, take your battle companion and go seek out the necromancer. I wish you success. The flame giant dragon Yali Fu said with a smile, caressing the black hair of the little girl. Humphrey, he's so weak. What if the necromancer kills him? Kamata, the black dragon, rubbed her nose, expressing her concern. Song Jian. Giggle, Kamata, don't you know the strength of the battle companion you chose? Quickly take him to find the necromancer and complete the task. You desire that gift too, don't you? Let him give it to you afterward. Yali Fu laughed. Kamata thought for a moment, nodded slightly, jumped into the air, and while her figure rose midair, she transformed into the shape of a black dragon, then called out to Song Jian, follow me closely, I know you can perform sword flight. From the massive body of the black dragon, a juvenile girl's voice emerged, which felt rather incongruous. Song Jian shook his head, summoned his flying sword, stepped onto it, and flew up into the air, closely following behind the black dragon. Why do I get the feeling that she's become harder to deal with after her advancement? Song Jian mused to himself, I never expected her to be a female dragon, this is really... Chapter 1289, Intimacy. Song Jian followed Black Dragon, leaving the vast cave and flying towards the depths of the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Along the way, Song Jian saw a number of Soul State monsters wandering around, some huge skeletons on the ground. These monsters were all above level 80 common monsters, which would make a good leveling ground for ordinary players who reached level 80. These monsters gathered in small groups around certain skeletons and did not appear in large swarms, so a pair of players could deal with them. If one could have some equipment that restrained ghost-type classes, even a single person could enjoy farming here. At that moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a figure behind a skeleton, who teleported directly to the shadow of another pile of bones some 7 or 8 meters away from him. Is this a player? Song Jian stood on his flying sword, looking at the figure on the ground with some surprise. Clearly, the other party had not noticed Song Jian and was carefully searching every inch of ground around the skeleton while avoiding the nearby translucent soul monsters. After observing for a while, Song Jian slightly smiled and thought, it seems to be a treasure hunter, venturing into a high-level monster area that hasn't been explored by players yet. There were many players like this in the game, utilizing their professional skills to venture into high-level monster areas to search for wild materials. Although dangerous, it often yielded substantial rewards. In high-level monster areas where players haven't set foot, there were abundant resources such as ores and herbs, and with some luck, one might even come across some wild treasure chests. These players would also record the locations of the bosses they encountered, make maps, and then sell them to others once they were strong enough to enter the area, earning a hefty profit. These players were generally agile professionals, possessing at least 1 or 2 stealth abilities and skills to lower their presence to avoid drawing the attention of monsters. Song Jian looked closely at the player and realized this player was only level 58. In the Dragon Bone Wasteland, any ordinary monster would likely be too much for him to handle. At that time, the player seemed to have found something and was carefully digging behind a large skeleton. To be able to dodge the Dragon Soul Guards and enter here, this guy does have some skills. Song Jian thought to himself. After watching for a moment, Song Jian did not pay much attention and continued to follow Black Dragon deeper into the Dragon Bone Wasteland. At that moment, Tang Li, who was digging up a piece of dragon bone grass on the ground, looked up at the sky, feeling as if someone was watching him. This is the Dragon Bone Wasteland, a level 80 monster area. How could there be someone else here besides me? Tang Li looked around carefully, but apart from a few ghost-type monsters, he found nothing else. Glancing at the worn pocket watch hanging around his neck, Tang Li shook his head. He had less than half an hour left in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. If he stayed longer, the probability of being discovered by the surrounding monsters would greatly increase, and he had to take advantage of the remaining time to leave the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Looking at his inventory, Tang Li's face revealed a smile. In less than 2 hours, he had gathered 3 dragon bone grasses and 2 skeletal ores. These were high-quality materials that could sell for a good price. Just then, Tang Li suddenly noticed the ground under the shadow of a pile of bones not far away begin to stir, as if something was burrowing up from underground. Before long, a skeleton whose body was as white and pristine as jade crawled out from underground. It twisted its head, producing a click-clack sound of bones rubbing together. After looking around, it picked up a worn bone knife and staggered southwestward. Tang Li's eyes revealed a puzzled look. He had been adventuring in the Dragon Bone Wasteland for over half a month and had never seen a monster like these skeleton soldiers. It was well known that only ghostly creatures roam the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Skeleton-like monsters simply should not exist here since there was no force of death for them to thrive on. Now that Tang Li had suddenly discovered a skeleton soldier, his sharp instincts as a shadow hunter told him this matter was definitely not simple. Glancing at the time on his pocket watch and then looking up at the skeleton soldier about to disappear from his field of view, Tang Li gritted his teeth and started using Shadow Shuffle, closely following the skeleton soldier. Song Jian followed the black dragon to a series of rolling hills that looked even more desolate. Not even a stretch of greenery could be seen, just withered weeds and hillocks 3 to 5 meters tall. Even small animals such as foxes would occasionally appear among these hills. The black dragon descended from the sky, transforming into the black-haired girl she had been before, lifting her head with her little nose twitching as if sniffing out some scent. The black dragon blindly advanced, eyes half closed, relying entirely on her sense of smell, paying no mind to Song Jian behind her. Watching the girl ahead running swiftly with her head held high, guided by her nose, Song Jian couldn't help but chuckle, feeling as though he was following a hunting dog chasing after its prey. At that moment, the black dragon Komata suddenly stopped, turned her head, and stared at Song Jian with her dark golden vertical pupils emitting a dangerous look. Song Jian paused, a drop of cold sweat trickling down. Could this guy actually hear what I was thinking? Just as Song Jian began to feel uneasy, the black dragon Komata snorted coldly, rolled her eyes at Song Jian, and continued running forward, head held high and nostrils flaring. Song Jian opened the Battle Pet interface to check Black Dragon's attributes after her advancement, but found the interface was blurred, as if a layer of mist was blocking it. Across the mists of the interface, there were small words, intimacy level is 45. When intimacy reaches 60, the Battle Pet's attribute interface will be displayed. Hiss, how did the intimacy level drop so low, wasn't it over 80 before? Song Jian couldn't help but gasp. He knew that if a Battle Pet's intimacy level falls below 30, it could betray him at any moment. For some reason, his intimacy with the Black Dragon had plummeted to 45, which wasn't far from 30. He had to be careful. With that in mind, Song Jian took out a jug of jade liquid wine, offering it to the Black Dragon with a smile. Tired from running? Take a break and have a drink to rest. As he spoke, Song Jian uncorked the jug, and immediately, a rich fragrance of wine wafted out. Chapter 1290, Major Event. The Black Dragon glanced at Song Jian and, disdainful of his attentive actions, turned her head with a light huff and continued to walk forward. But soon, her pace slowed down, her nostrils flaring repeatedly as her breathing quickened considerably. A moment later, the Black Dragon Komata's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked softly. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? Song Jian smiled, knowing that jade liquid wine was a delicacy that even the elders of the Imperial Sword sect couldn't resist. To use it to improve the intimacy with a combat pet was indeed a bit wasteful. Nevertheless, Song Jian didn't mind. He handed Komata a jug of jade liquid wine that held a caddy and chuckled. This is jade liquid wine, not something you can drink every day. Want to try? After a moment of hesitation, Komata took the jug, even murmured a thank you in such a soft voice that Song Jian might not have heard it had his hearing not been exceptional. Komata took a small sip, her eyes lighting up instantly. With a gulping sound, she downed a whole caddy of jade liquid wine in one go. After finishing, her cheeks were merely tinged with red. She handed the empty jug back to Song Jian, then looked at him expectantly. It's so good! Komata exclaimed, her face full of anticipation as she looked at Song Jian. Song Jian checked the combat pet interface and saw that his affection with the Black Dragon had jumped directly from 45 to 60 points, a full 15-point increase. Shaking his head with a smile, Song Jian fished out 3 more jugs of jade liquid wine from his bag and passed them to the Black Dragon Komata, cautioning. Drink slowly, don't get drunk. A look of joy spread across Komata's face as she hugged all 3 jugs of jade liquid wine to her chest and chuckled to herself with a silly grin. Gulping. Unable to wait, Komata downed another jug and said with a beaming smile. Really delicious. Song Jian shook his head and continued walking. Before long, he felt a thud from behind. Turning his head, he saw a huge black dragon sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, with 3 empty jugs rolling by its feet. Song Jian was taken aback. 4 caddies of jade liquid wine knocked her out? How is she supposed to accompany me on my mission now? Looking at the sleeping black dragon, which wouldn't wake up for several hours, Song Jian sighed and returned her to the pet space. By the time, his intimacy with the black dragon had reached 80 points, which was the limit that could be enhanced with external objects. Song Jian thought with some regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have given her so much. Just as he was thinking this, Song Jian suddenly saw a shadowy figure appearing ahead, a giant skeletal monster struggling to clamber out of a hill. The creature appeared to be a colossal beast's skeletal fossil, but within its skull burned a green flame. The entire skeleton fossil monster stood about 5 or 6 meters tall, and when it crawled out from the earth, it left a large hole behind which emitted a faint force of death. However, that force quickly dissipated. Hidden behind a hill, Song Jian gazed at the monster that had suddenly appeared. Level 89 undead creature, elite level boss, skeletal giant. Song Jian frowned slightly, knowing that this place was supposed to be the dragon clan's graveyard, where the powerful dragons absolutely refused to become undead creatures after death. They believed that being resurrected as an undead was a desecration of life, which is why the force of death had difficulty gathering in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Of course, there were a few dragons who refused to accept their natural demise and would perform a sacrificial ritual before death to transform themselves into a death witch, but such beings were rare. Once discovered, they would face relentless persecution from the dragon clan until they were exterminated. The more powerful the living being prior to death, the more difficult it is to become an undead afterward. If there are no unexpected factors, such a massive creature should not be able to turn into an undead. Speculated Song Jian internally. The image of the necromancer he was tasked with killing naturally came to mind, and he concluded that the appearance of such an undead creature must be that necromancer's doing. With this thought, Song Jian quietly followed behind the skeletal giant, hoping it would lead him to the necromancer. The black dragon had collapsed, unable to assist in the search for the necromancer. This was Song Jian's own doing. The presence of the skeletal giant before him conveniently filled the void left by the black dragon. Quickly, Song Jian followed the skeletal giant into the midst of the hills. Aside from the giant, he saw more and more skeletal creatures converging toward this area. It seemed that the necromancer knew his location was compromised and was gathering the undead scattered throughout the Dragon Bone Wasteland to form an undead army. Song Jian shook his head. If the necromancer had continued to hide in the Dragon Bone Wasteland, the dragon clan probably wouldn't have bothered to pursue it, at most sending low-level characters like Song Jian to hunt it down. But now, daring to cause such a commotion, did it think the Dragon Soul Guard's blades had become so dull they couldn't cut it anymore? Looking out across the hills, thousands of undead creatures of various sizes were scattered all over. Tang Li, too, was trembling with excitement. He crouched behind a hill and peeked out carefully. This is a big event, definitely a big event. It might even be an epic or legendary level quest. If I could trigger it, I'd be made, absolutely rolling in it. Ha ha ha. Tang Li's face was full of excited laughter. In games where monsters gather, such events are often linked to quest lines, and those quests that can influence the direction of the game, like an abyss invasion task, would bring generous rewards. Just completing a few quest-related tasks could make one extremely wealthy. However, such quests are elusive and not always obtainable. Players who encounter hints of such quests often try to engage, to see if they can trigger related plot quests. Tang Li was no different. Normally in the Dragon Bone Wasteland, you wouldn't see undead creatures gathering like this. With his sharp adventurer's instincts, he sensed that something was amiss and inched closer, hoping to trigger a relevant quest. Meanwhile, on another front, Song Jian stood at the top of a hill, looking forward. The dense mass of undead creatures gave him quite a shock. He hadn't expected so many undead to be hidden in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Those Dragon Soul Guards are practically negligent, allowing so many undead creatures to appear in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Song Jian shook his head, remembering the Dragon Soul Guard he had met upon entering the Dragon Valley Wilderness, and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1291, Necromancer. Just as Song Jian lamented that the Dragon Soul Guard seemed somewhat irresponsive, a sudden violent explosion erupted from within a hill surrounded by undead creatures. Boom! Dirt flew in all directions, and with a massive explosion, the hill that stood 5 to 6 meters tall shattered apart, sending chunks of rock flying dozens of meters. Some were moving so fast they smashed the skeletons of several creatures to pieces. The hill was leveled, revealing a layer upon layer of massive structures hidden beneath it. The first to emerge was a huge statue, entirely carved from obsidian. This stone is a low-grade forging material, a kind of additive, not very expensive. But a statue of 5 to 6 meters tall like the one before him, carved from a single piece of obsidian, would cost at least 10 million doomsday coins. After all, such a complete piece of obsidian is very rare. The statue depicted a figure in a black cloak, its right hand holding a scythe almost as tall as the figure itself. The cloak obscured the face and body, with only the right hand exposed. That hand, devoid of any flesh, was entirely skeletal. It was easy to imagine that beneath the black cloak, the body and face would also resemble a frightful skeleton. Is this the Death God? The first thing that came to Song Jian's mind upon seeing the statue was the legendary Death God. Necromancers are followers of the Death God, which makes sense. Song Jian smiled faintly, his interest in the necromancer growing. Soon, the altar beneath the statue also slowly came into view. It seemed to be one with the statue but was actually carved from two separate pieces of obsidian. On the altar were placed limbs and viscera of creatures, whose blood had not dried up yet, dripping slowly down the altar, staining the entire black structure a dark red, which appeared quite bloody. Smelling the scent of blood and flesh, the surrounding undead creatures began to grow restless, growling lowly and surging forward without stop. But those closest to the statue and altar seemed terrified of something and retreated backward in fear. Soon, chaos erupted among the undead as those wanting to press forward and those wishing to fall back collided with each other. Some, with a more violent temperament, even began to fight amongst themselves. It was at this moment that an angry roar came from beneath the statue. "Silence, you fools!" A gaunt man wearing a black mage's robe and holding a bone wand appeared at the altar below the statue. His eyes were blood red, his cheeks seemingly devoid of flesh, and the skin so shriveled it clung tightly to the bones, presenting a ghastly appearance. However, inside him, the force of death surged tumultuously like the tides, wave after wave spreading outward, making him seem like a gigantic source of energy radiation. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This person before him must be the necromancer required for his mission. This necromancer's strength is somewhat higher than expected. Song Jian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the necromancer as he released the Eye of Insight to check his attributes. A level 120 necromancer with king-level boss power, and, it looks like he just broke through and can't yet fully control the powerful forces he now possesses, which is why his aura is leaking. Song Jian thought to himself. This was probably the first king-level boss that Song Jian had to face. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand before this necromancer. However, Song Jian, a player who hadn't even reached the third tier of combat power, faced such a powerful enemy without a hint of fear, instead feeling somewhat eager to try. The appearance of the necromancer had calmed the already restless undead creatures. Even Tang Li from afar had entered into stealth mode, not daring to reveal a trace of his presence, for fear of being noticed by the necromancer. With his current strength, even if the necromancer stood still and allowed him to attack, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the opponent's defenses. For a moment, Tang Li felt timid and began to regret his decision. Such a terrifying guy, I definitely couldn't be his match. Rashly getting involved in this event, I might die a very miserable and ugly death. Tang Li thought to himself, already harboring thoughts of sneaking away. Story missions are precious, but one's own life is even more important. Triggering a story mission that one simply couldn't complete would result in nothing but a certain death. Just then, Tang Li inadvertently saw Song Jian standing on a hilltop without any cover, and his expression immediately showed shock. Is he an NPC or a player? How can he just stand so openly on a hilltop? Is he insane? Tang Li exclaimed in surprise. He, yet another fool seeking death has come. The necromancer also spotted Song Jian, turned his head, and his blood-red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty color. On his withered cheeks, a smile appeared. The right hand holding the bone wand lifted slightly, pointing gently in the direction of Song Jian and whispered. Kill him, and bring me his body. For a necromancer, the body of a strong fighter is the best material to work with. It could sense the aura of a strong fighter emanating from Song Jian, but that aura also told it that Song Jian's strength was only a little over level 80, not yet at the third tier of combat power. Such a body could at least be grafted into a skeleton warrior, and if luck serves, maybe even a skeleton knight, The necromancer thought to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly all the skeletal creatures in the hill surged to life, rushing toward Song Jian. Thousands of creatures, each at least level 80 and even the weakest of bone quality being of elite level, together formed a veritable monster army. Not to mention Song Jian, a player who had not yet reached the third tier of combat prowess. Even a warrior in the legendary realm would find such a situation troublesome and difficult. Tang Li from a distance had already widened his eyes in fear. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. Putting himself in the same situation, he didn't think that Song Jian could escape from so many creatures hunting him down. Song Jian snorted coldly, and with a thought, a pair of wings about 5 to 6 meters long appeared behind him. The red and black wings fluttered gently, immediately lifting Song Jian into the air. At that moment, 2 bone dragons, each about 30 meters long, roared as they crushed several skeletal creatures beneath them. Flapping their bony wings, they also rose into the air, flying towards Song Jian. In their fierce maws, a thick green undead dragon flame was rapidly forming, aimed at Song Jian who was already airborne. Chapter 1292, Pursuit among these undead monsters, only these 2 bone dragons could fly. Song Jian looked at the 2 bone dragons, a strange smile on his face, as if he had seen something particularly amusing. This is the Dragon Bone Wasteland, the Dragon Clan's final resting place, and you dare to turn the Dragon Clan's skeletons into undead creatures? You're simply courting death. Song Jian thought to himself. He even felt the urge to pull out a camera to capture this scene. If the giant dragons serving as priests in the Divine Dragon Temple found out about this, they probably wouldn't need Song Jian to lift a finger. they would come flying over in a furious rage and scatter the soul of this necromancer so that it couldn't even be reincarnated. Whoosh whoosh. Two balls of thick green dragon breath flew towards Songjian, tracing a green streak through the air and filling it with a faint corrosive smell. Songjian fluttered his wings and easily dodged the two attacks. The breath of a bone dragon was quite different from that of a true giant dragon. The former was like a gas bomb, while the true giant dragon's breath was like a flamethrower, chasing you relentlessly, no matter how you tried to dodge. Both the power and the psychological pressure it exerted were many times greater than that of a bone dragon's breath. With a flap of his wings, Songjian charged at the two bone dragons at an incredible speed. His sky-breaking sword struck fiercely onto the body of a bone dragon, but the sword met strong resistance and penetrated less than an inch into the bone, which was harder than metal. He, to engage in close combat with a bone dragon, I admire your courage. The necromancer watching from a distance chuckled as he saw Songjian charge towards the bone dragons. Although they're just over 100 years old, after my refinement, their bodies are even more robust than those of 1,000-year-old giant dragons. How could your sword possibly cleave through their bodies? Songjian and the two bone dragons tangled in the sky. He discovered that aside from the instinctual long-range attack of their poisonous dragon breath, these bone dragons seemed incapable of casting any other dragon magic. They relied solely on their robust bodies to fight with Songjian. Without those dragon spells, you two bone dragons aren't much stronger than those large lizards apart from the ability to fly. Songjian thought to himself. In reality, true bone dragons would learn unique necromantic spells as their strength and rank increased, like the aging barrier and death ray, for instance. If any flesh and blood creatures dared to get close to them, within just a few minutes, their flesh would wither and they would turn into a pile of bones. These two bone dragons in front of him were still immature members of the dragon clan with undeveloped strengths. Turning them into undead creatures did not allow them to inherit the unique talents of the dragon clan. They could only rely on their strong bodies to fight. Their true combat strength was, in fact, not much different from the skeletal behemoths on the ground. After gauging the capabilities of the two bone dragons, Songjian lost the patience to tangle with them any further. With a thought, he executed the thousand swords art. The scorching red lotus karma fire illuminated half the sky, its terrifying fiery aura causing the necromancer standing beneath the statue to show a look of horror on his face. How can there be such a terrifying sense of threat? What kind of fire is this? The necromancer couldn't help but take 2 steps back, the sensation of facing a natural enemy causing him to tremble all over, the thought of retreating already surfacing in his mind. Red lotus karma fire is the natural enemy of all undead creatures, suppressing them inherently by its rank, and this gap cannot simply be bridged by numbers. The two bone dragons also felt an instinctive fear, and their previously fierce momentum immediately weakened. After floating in the air for a moment, they began to retreat slowly. Although controlled by the necromancer, their bodies instinctively moved backward. The skeleton behemoths on the ground, originally eager to tear Songjian to shreds, now lay prostrate one by one, some even starting to burrow into the hillside. From a distance, Tang Li couldn't help but rub his eyes at the sight before him. The strength of the other party was inscrutable to him, the level was skeletal, with no specific numbers visible, but judging from the previous battle with the two bone dragons, it seemed that the other party's strength wasn't much higher than his. However, he hadn't expected that everything before had been like an illusion. It was only when the other party truly revealed their strength that Tang Li abruptly realized that all he was now seeing seemed like an illusion as well. Inside the Dragon God Hall, several dragon priests stared at the slightly distorted light screen in the air, anger surfacing on each of their faces. Damn it, we thought it was just a little bug, but we didn't expect it to be so audacious, daring to sacrilege the dragon's corpse. I want to tear it into 1,000,000 pieces, rip out its soul, and roast it in dragon breath for 10,000 years. The angry roar of the dragon priests shook the entire Dragon God Hall with a thunderous rumble. A muscular man in armor even stood up, unable to wait to kill this necromancer. Tatanum, what are you about to do? The elder with white hair stared at the standing dragon priest and asked aloud. Elder, I want to obliterate this bastard who has desecrated the corpses of the dragon clan. Tatanum bellowed loudly. Sit down. The dragon priest elder said angrily, this guy has been in the dragon bone wasteland for over 100 years. He has managed to survive this long under the surveillance of the Dragon Soul Guard. He is not that easy to find. This time, because of that human's arrival, this filthy and hateful creature has revealed himself. If any of you were to go now, he would surely shrink back, as he has done before, and we would not be able to find a trace of him. Be patient, let's see how Kamata's battle companion deals with it. Perhaps, he will surprise us. At this moment, on the Dragon Bone Wasteland, countless spirit swords, burning with dark red flames, fell onto the skeleton behemoths on the ground like torrential rain. Explosions echoed everywhere. The two bone dragons in the sky were surrounded and relentlessly slashed by over a dozen spirit swords. The red lotus karma fire, along with the slashes of the spirit swords, began to spread on them. Dark red flames started to gnaw and burn their bones. The two bone dragons could no longer focus on attacking Song Jian, rolling and screeching wildly in the air trying to extinguish the flames that clung to them, but the fire did not die out, instead slowly spreading across their bodies. The necromancer glared fiercely at Song Jian for a few moments, then turned and walked towards the large hole beneath the statued altar. Soon, his figure disappeared into the layers of underground structures. Song Jian's gaze remained fixed on the necromancer. Seeing him flee into the underground complex, Song Jian didn't hesitate and leaped toward the huge opening, flying in. Chapter 1293 Phoenix Song Jian passed through a screen of light that rippled like water waves and truly entered the underground structure that the necromancer had spent over 100 years building. At that moment, the entire underground structure resembled an upside-down funnel, narrow at the top and immensely huge at the bottom. Following a spiral staircase, Song Jian entered the whole subterranean architectural area. Meanwhile, Tangli on the ground suddenly discovered that numerous skeletal behemoths had been reduced to ashes, yet many skeletal behemoths were still clinging to their last breath under the searing of those dark red flames, entering a near-death state. Excited, Tangli drew out 2 daggers and pounced on the nearest skeletal behemoth. PFFT. The silver flash of the daggers easily pierced the defense of the skeletal behemoth, stabbing into the green flames burning within its skull. This was the undead flame sustaining the skeletal behemoth's existence. If the skeletal behemoth were intact, Tangli, with his strength, could never have harmed the flame. But now, the skeletal behemoth, in its death throes, could no longer maintain its defenses. Tangli, without expending much effort, thrust directly into it. The supposedly weak undead flame burst forth with a PFFT as the strike landed, dispersing into countless tiny sparkles, spilling out from the head of the skeletal behemoth. The previously raised head of the skeletal behemoth fell silently, and with the loss of its sustaining force, its body collapsed with a thunderous crash into a pile of bones. A pale golden treasure chest shimmered amongst the pile of bones, and Tangli discovered his experience points had shot up by about 5%. Although it's a critically wounded monster, these monsters are more than 20 levels above me. Just the cross-level experience is enough for me to level up several times. Tangli exclaimed excitedly, having never before encountered such good fortune, with monsters 20 levels above him, nearly dead, for him to kill. Tangli didn't bother to pick up the pale golden treasure chest and immediately lunged at another monster that was in a near-death state. Song Jian had eradicated hundreds of undead creatures in one swoop, obtaining experience that filled a large portion of his experience bar. Although he had not yet reached full level, he was only about 6 to 7% away from leveling up. The funnel-shaped underground complex was connected by a sturdy stone staircase, with massive palaces built here. The surrounding rock walls were embedded with lanterns that emitted a pale green light. Song Jian even saw soul shadows, semi-transparent and writhing in anguish within the lanterns. The lanterns burned with the spirits of living creatures. Along the way, Song Jian didn't encounter a single monster. This allowed him to relax his guard slightly, although he did not know where the necromancer had fled. But this was its lair, and as long as he followed the stone stairway down, he would surely find its trace. At this time, the necromancer was at the very bottom of a vast space, the distance from the surface unknown. A huge purple-black flame hung like a black sun at the top of the last level, and within it, one could faintly see the virtual shadow of a phoenix hidden. One could see that the phoenix seemed to be in a deep sleep, its clear chirps, like whisperings, constantly emanated from the mini-sun. The whole flame expanded and contracted with the phoenix's cries, as if it had its own life. The necromancer knelt on the ground, and before him lay a massive pentagram. From the center of this pentagram, strands of purple-black light were constantly being drawn out, merging into the miniature sun above him. O great Thanos, you are my only faith. I am willing to offer everything I have to you, to let you become the sole ruler. The necromancer kneeled before the pentagram, whispering his prayers, and with each word, the purple-black light within the pentagram grew increasingly dazzling. Within the flames, the phoenix feasted on the purple-black light from the pentagram. Accompanied by the necromancer's prayers, the murmuring of his incantations began ringing around the ears of the phoenix, which, initially in slumber, became agitated and its body started to tremble slightly. Boom. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sun above suddenly burst apart, and a giant purple-black phoenix slowly floated in midair, glaring at the necromancer kneeling on the ground, its eyes filled with anger. Song Jian descended the stone staircase slowly and suddenly heard a roar from below. At the same time, a hot, corrosive wave of heat erupted from below. Before Song Jian could recover from his surprise, the sudden blast of hot air vanished, leaving only the scorching temperature in the air, confirming that all he experienced was no illusion. This smell. Song Jian frowned deeply, and although the corrosive scent in the air was dissipating quickly, he had inadvertently inhaled a breath of it, instantly feeling a searing irritation in his respiratory tract. At the same time, a powerful presence arose from below, growing stronger and stronger, making Song Jian feel as though a giant beast were awakening from its slumber. Just then, Song Jian saw the quest in his taskbar was inexplicably marked as completed. Did the necromancer die? Song Jian's face showed utter surprise. After all, that necromancer possessed the strength of a king-level boss. Although the undead creatures he had summoned were annihilated by Song Jian in the hundreds with a single move, to a necromancer, as long as the materials were sufficient, he could create as many undead creatures as he wished, so such a loss would hardly damage his own strength. But now, such a formidable necromancer had suddenly died, leaving Song Jian feeling not only surprised but also somewhat fearful. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jian turned and fled, quickly ascending the stone staircase toward the surface. Deep underground, where the depth from the surface was unknown, a majestic man with purple-black hair, dressed in opulent purple-black robes, stood fuming at the bottom level. Before him was a charred shadow that had already seeped into the floor. "You insignificant fool, how dare you!" A string of curses spewed from the mouth of the majestic man, and the overwhelming aura emanating from him stirred more wildly, causing the ground and rock walls around him to develop cracks. These fissures gleamed with a dark red light, as if rivers of magma were about to flow out of them. At that moment, he suddenly looked up as if sensing something, and with a sharp cry, the man's shape, like a black flame, flew up into the air. Chapter 1294, Chaotic Sword Chi. Song Jian sensed a mass of energy rapidly approaching beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a streak of dark purple flame soaring into the sky, quickly lunging towards him. With a slight frown, Song Jian snorted coldly and spread his chaotic heavenly wings behind him. His figure, like lightning, dashed towards the exit overhead, which seemed no larger than the mouth of a bowl. Just as Song Jian flew out of the underground structure, a handsome man dressed in a long purple-black robe followed suit. The evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan flew into midair and stared at the death god statue at the cave entrance for a long time. His face took on an increasingly stern expression. "Humphrey, a mere death god worthy of worship?" Nuo Stan scoffed with a cold laugh, lifting his right hand as a mass of dark purple-black flame ignited fiercely in his palm. Afterward, Nuo Stan directly threw the ball of dark purple-black flame towards the statue at the cave's entrance. In an instant, the statue, made from highly fire-resistant obsidian, melted within mere seconds, eventually turning into a pool of magma that flowed down the stone stairs towards the underground complex. Song Jian could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the man before him, the same aura that had radiated from the girl in the town earlier, understanding that he was no match for this man. "My mission is already accomplished. Although it wasn't by my own hand, that necromancer is indeed dead," Song Jian thought to himself, already contemplating retreat. At this moment, Tang Li's face was filled with shock. Although his level and power were not high, as a player brave enough to venture into the wastelands of Dragon Lake, keen eyesight was essential. He could see that Song Jian was very wary of the man, and the man's strike had instilled real fear into Tang Li. That kind of flame, if it burned on me, would probably turn me directly into ash. Tang Li thought to himself, looking at the few skeletal giants on the brink of death. His figure, however, began to slowly fade as he moved towards a low hill behind him. All of the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan's attention was now on Song Jian. After his sleep was disturbed by the necromancer, his first act upon waking was to finish off the annoying necromancer, then he turned his attention to the second creature he saw. "Human, you have disturbed the slumber of the great Nuo Stan," Nuo Stan said, looking down at Song Jian with disdain, and spoke loudly. "To appease my fury, offer your body and soul, and I might consider forgiving your transgression." As soon as Nuo Stan's words ended, Song Jian swung his sky-breaking sword fiercely at him. Opening heaven. A humming sound reverberated across the hills, and in an instant, Song Jian's sword chi value was drained completely. His face was devoid of any color. Meanwhile, a giant axe rapidly materialized in the sky, different from before. Today the handle of the axe bore a hand tightly gripping it. The hand appeared somewhat translucent, with nothing but emptiness at the wrist. The moment the hand grasping the axe appeared, Song Jian seemed to suffer a backlash, unable to help spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale, and his legs lost their strength, causing him to kneel directly onto the ground. Spirit points and vitality points were drained by about a third. Song Jian was startled yet filled with anticipation. He had never given up cultivating the Chaos Sword Cannon, and with the improvement of his level, he had made some progress with his technique. In the past, to execute the opening heaven style, he needed to first perform the Thousand Swords art, using the sword formation to evolve smoothly into the sword chi sky axe. If he usually executed the opening heaven style directly, its power often fell short compared to the sword chi sky axe within the Thousand Swords art. But now, under the pressure of the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan, Song Jian executed that move directly, and with all his might at that. Although the opening heaven style had undergone further changes, these were changes that the current Song Jian could not control for the time being, causing him to suffer backlash from this technique. A strand of chaos sword chi, following the execution of the opening heaven style, slowly circulated through the meridians within Song Jian's body. As this chaos sword chi moved, his meridians began to fracture and break apart segment by segment. It felt as though a stream of magma was flowing inside him, not cultivation but more akin to a form of torture. Yet this strand of chaos sword chi was not something he could end whenever he wished, he could only clench his teeth and endure until it dissipated. Boom! As the giant axe appeared in the sky, peals of thunder resounded, and the scornful look in evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan's eyes turned serious. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix burning with purple-black flame slowly emerged, its wings outspread as it let out a crisp cry. Evil phoenix breaking the sky. With a fierce shout, Nuo Stan not only didn't retreat but advanced, soaring into the sky and throwing a punch at the giant axe above. The fiery energy in the sky, brilliant and splendid like the phoenix's feathers, dyed half of the heavens a dark purple. A colossal phoenix charged towards the giant axe in the sky with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed through the area for several kilometers around, with gusts of wind sweeping through the sky and the ground trembling incessantly. Hills crumbled entirely, and large chunks of hard rock were ground into fine sand by the overwhelming energy in the air. Tang Li only felt a tremendous force coming his way, and then everything went dark. He knew nothing more as his body, like a leaf, was swept away by the fierce wind, blowing him dozens of miles away. At this moment, Song Jian's face was etched with shock. It was the first time he had ever seen someone daring to clash head-on with the opening heaven style. In no time at all, the threat level of the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan had rapidly escalated several notches in his mind. With the end of this clash, the strand of chaos sword chi within Song Jian's body also began to slowly dissipate. After the chaos sword chi faded, Song Jian's powerful recovery abilities kicked in. His previously severed meridians started to gradually heal, the backlash disappeared, and his strength returned to his body. Oddly, his sword chi, which had been depleted, suddenly filled up again after the chaos sword chi had circulated for a moment. It seemed that even just a strand of this chaos sword chi, transcending thousands of points of his sword chi in quality, could instantaneously restore the sword chi that had been exhausted. Song Jian struggled to his feet and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that my body's strength is not enough to contain that strand of chaos sword chi, otherwise. The chaos sword chi was highly condensed and would only appear when Song Jian executed the opening heaven style. It manifested as but a mere strand each time. If Song Jian could capture this strand of chaos sword chi and nurture it within his body, he would only possibly have the chance to replace all the sword chi in his body with chaos sword chi in the future. By then, any ordinary sword move executed by Song Jian would be 10 times, 100 times more powerful than before. The power of chaos sword chi was incomparable to that of ordinary sword chi, otherwise, the chaos sword cannon would not possibly be the ancient sword sect's treasured legacy. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky, his right fist soaked in blood, dripping down drop by drop. The blood upon touching the ground ignited into clusters of purple-black flames. Human, I didn't expect you would be able to wound me. The evil fire phoenix licked the wound on his right hand, a nefarious smile spreading across his face. Chapter 1295, Demonic Fire Burning Sky Array. Song Jian's face showed a horrified expression. He knew that the opening heaven style, in a sense, was even more powerful than the karmic fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. However, the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan boldly faced it head-on, not only breaking the move but also sustaining only some insignificant minor injuries. Such strength was definitely not something the current Song Jian could contend with. This is the Dragon Bone Wasteland, aren't you afraid the Dragon Clan will come after you? Song Jian shouted loudly. Dragon Bone Wasteland? A look of surprise and hesitation flashed across the face of the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan. Clearly, even he did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan. After a moment, a cunning smile appeared on Nuo Stan's face as he slowly walked towards Song Jian while saying, I only need one punch to kill you now, your body and soul will burn to ash in my flames. Then, who will know of my existence? Nuo Stan raised his blood-soaked right fist, wrapped entirely in dark purple flames. A punch, aimed squarely at Song Jian. It appeared to be just a punch, but it covered a radius of several hundred meters around Song Jian. Song Jian stood motionless, feeling that no matter how he dodged or tried to escape, he couldn't avoid this punch. Even if he could teleport instantly and flee 1,000 miles away, The moment he reappeared, the fist would follow, smashing into him. Karmic Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Left with no choice, Song Jian had to bear the faint pain in his meridians and used his ultimate sword technique in an attempt to withstand the attack. Countless spirit swords appeared around Song Jian's body, pouring down like a torrential rain, flying towards Nuo Stan. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous booming sounds exploded around Nuo Stan's body. His punch landed solidly on the countless spirit swords. The first spirit sword he struck shattered instantly, turning into numerous glittering fragments that dissipated in the air. Then the second, the third, the 10th. Under the barrage of spirit swords, the might of Nuo Stan's punch gradually weakened. After destroying dozens of spirit swords, the power of Nuo Stan's punch was completely diminished, and the remaining spirit swords chopped fiercely into his body. Boom. Beyond the physical attack of the spirit swords, the Red Lotus Karma Fire also collided brutally with the evil fire on Nuo Stan's body. The two distinctly different types of fire met, like oil and water, instantly igniting the most intense confrontation, a situation that could only be resolved when one side was completely extinguished. Nuo Stan's body trembled slightly, his heart filled with shock. This human before him, though physically weak, controlled a flame that was not weaker than the Purple Emperor's demonic fire on his body. For a moment, they fought equally matched. By then, countless spirit swords had already begun to condense into lotus leaves, starting to evolve into the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. A trace of the formation's power began to spread around Nuo Stan. Ha ha, human, do you think these little tricks are enough to contend with me? It's simply courting death. The evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan looked at the evolving Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Demonic fire burning sky destroys all beings. Nuo Stan bellowed, and pieces of dark gold feathers floated around him, each feather like a flame, emitting dazzling light. Song Jian's eyes narrowed. Did the opponent also understand the way of formations? These dark purple fire feathers looked so similar to his own spirit swords, didn't they? Boom. Countless feathers began to spin slowly, forming a vast expanse of dark purple flames centered around Nuo Stan. These flames, with their extremely high temperatures capable of melting gold and iron, swept towards Song Jian's Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation like an unstoppable prairie fire. The power of the two formations collided and wore each other down amidst the hills. Half of the sky turned a dark purple, the other half a dark red, and the ground itself started to melt under the searing heat of the twin flames. Seeing that Song Jian's Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation could match his own demonic fire burning sky array in ferocity, a hint of surprise flashed in Nuo Stan's eyes. At that moment, Song Jian's mind stirred, and the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation accelerated its evolutionary process as a dazzling long sword, about 30 feet in length, began to condense in the air. At this time, Nuo Stan's attention was fully captured by the Karmic Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation, and he failed to notice the long sword forming above his head. A moment later, a sense of alarm surged within Nuo Stan's heart as a flash of white light caught the corner of his eye. Looking up, he saw a 30-foot-long sword descending upon him with the speed of thunder, too fast to cover his ears. How could this be? A look of surprise appeared in Nuo Stan's eyes. He couldn't believe his opponent still had the strength to launch a sneak attack. Now was not the time for lament. The Red Lotus sword was already less than 10 meters from Nuo Stan by the time he looked up. Boom. Nuo Stan's entire body transformed into a mass of flames and condensed into the shape of a phoenix. The Red Lotus sword cleaved through the fiery phoenix's phantom, splitting the blaze into two halves. Shame, he discovered it. Song Jian clenched his fist, feeling a bit of regret. With the edge of the Red Lotus sword enhanced by the sky-breaking sword, if Nuo Stan had been unguarded, maybe that one strike could have killed him instantly or, at the very least, seriously wounded him. Ha ha, well played, well played. The phantom of the fiery phoenix slowly merged together again, and a figure gradually materialized from within the fiery phantom. By now, Nuo Stan's dark purple robe had vanished, and he wore only a purple pair of trousers with a dark gold belt around his waist. His upper body was bare. A faint sword scar ran from his left shoulder to his right flank, and purplish red blood oozed from the wound, exuding a scorching aura. Although Nuo Stan was smiling, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into reality. Even the air around him began to twist, and little stones on the ground shook before slowly floating up and then turning into ashes that scattered in the wind. Song Jian's heart skipped a beat. His opponent's intent to kill had become an urgent priority. It seemed that he had indeed enraged Nuo Stan. However, having come this far in battle, Song Jian naturally wouldn't shrink back. Although his opponent was powerful, Song Jian also had the strength to fight back. With this thought, Song Jian gritted his teeth, extended his left hand, and pressed down hard toward the void, loudly commanding. Sword G palm imprint, crush. In an instant, The karmic fire red lotus sword formation that had been battling the demonic fire burning sky array abruptly dispersed. Spirit swords flew out, quickly rising into the air, and rapidly coalesced into a palm stretching over 30 feet, pressing down mercilessly upon the surging demonic fire burning sky array and Neo-Stan. Chapter 1296, Strengthening under the sword chi palm imprint. The demonic fire rapidly shrank into a ball and was directly suppressed by a palm, while the figure of the evil fire phoenix Neo-Stan was also pressed down by the palm imprint. With that strike, even if he doesn't die, he'll still suffer serious injuries. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, staring at the sword chi palm imprint, with the sky-breaking sword still firmly gripped in his hand. The power of the evil fire phoenix was too formidable, far beyond what Song Jian could handle at the moment. He might be able to suppress his opponent temporarily, but it was not possible to keep him suppressed continuously. The strike just now, starting from the evolution of the karmic fire red lotus sword, actually had some traces of a sneak attack, taking advantage of the fact that the evil fire phoenix did not understand the Thousand Swords Art's evolutionary formations. If it were to happen again, it likely wouldn't be so easy to suppress the evil fire phoenix. The same move won't have the same effect the next time we meet. Song Jian had already felt the surging and formidable energy beneath the sword chi palm imprint. This strike apparently didn't have any effect on the evil fire phoenix. Instead, it made him even angrier. Screech! A piercing phoenix cry resounded. Underneath the sword chi palm imprint, the dark purple flames suddenly started burning, spewing out unstoppably from around the palm imprint and through the gaps between the fingers, growing more and more intense. In just a few seconds, cracks began to appear on the surface of the sword chi palm imprint. Within those cracks, dark purple magma-like energy material was constantly flowing. In no time at all, the entire sword chi palm imprint started to dissolve rapidly. Before long, the palm imprint had completely melted into the purple flames. With the sound of a sharp phoenix cry, after dissolving the sword chi palm imprint, the dark purple flames burned even more fiercely. Flecks of dark purple, flaming feathers, over a foot long, flew out from the flames, densely fluttering in the sky. Song Jian couldn't help but step back twice. The evil fire phoenix Neo-Stan had clearly taken the full brunt of the sword chi palm imprint's strike head-on, so why was it completely unharmed and seemed even more formidable than before? While Song Jian was puzzled, the phoenix feathers burning in the sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. The feathers began to converge with each other, and in no time, a giant phoenix appeared before Song Jian. This phoenix, with its wings spread, was hundreds of meters long, its body enshrouded in blazing purple flames, radiating a formidable aura. This is... Song Jian's face showed great surprise. He suddenly sensed something familiar. This is somewhat similar to the process of casting the sacred lion demon binding seal, only, the material for crafting the formation has been completely replaced by those flaming phoenix feathers. Song Jian certainly didn't believe they were real phoenix feathers, but rather energy bodies with high integrity, resembling phoenix feathers in shape. But Neo-Stan's technique displayed his extraordinary foundation in the art of formations. Even Song Jian currently couldn't abandon the formation materials completely to substitute with the spirit sword to form the sacred lion demon binding seal. In an instant, many thoughts whirled in Song Jian's mind. Flashes of inspiration collided and burst forth, and as for constructing formations with the spirit sword, Song Jian seemed to have grasped a trace of direction. Boom! A thunderous roar interrupted Song Jian's contemplation, as the phoenix above him kept amassing the fire elements around him, forming a gigantic fireball over 10 meters in diameter in the sky. Damn it, I can't believe I got distracted in the middle of a fight, that's practically courting death. Song Jian took a deep breath, concentrating all his sword chi into the sky-breaking sword in his hand. With a fierce slash forward, Song Jian muttered softly. Sword chi stone tower, suppress the demon and evil spirits. Hundreds of spirit swords appeared around him, which, under Song Jian's control, swiftly flew towards the sky. At that moment, a sword chi stone tower over 10 meters tall had already taken shape in the air. Just as the sword chi stone tower was ready to crush down on the evil fire phoenix, more than 100 spirit swords suddenly flew to the surrounds of the tower, beginning to plunge into it continuously. With every spirit sword inserted, the aura of the sword chi stone tower became more solid. Once all of the 100+ spirit swords were embedded in the tower, the originally 10-meter tall tower suddenly soared to over 30 meters in height, and its presence became even more imposing and solidified. Clearly, the sword chi stone tower had been enhanced by Song Jian. In the distance, the evil fire phoenix's eyes were filled with rage. It controlled the evil fire phoenix spirit formation to condense a fireball over 10 meters in diameter, initially aiming to wipe out Song Jian with a single strike, but the towering 30-meter high stone tower in the sky quickly captured its attention. What is this thing? Nuo-stan clenched his teeth in frustration. This human seemed so frail he could be crushed single-handedly, yet he kept pulling out all these tricks. One moment a long sword, the next a palm imprint, and now a tower, which was just infuriatingly endless. The previous karmic fire red lotus sword had only caused him some slight injuries, but the sword chi palm imprint had truly made him spit out blood. Had it not been for his innate ability Immortal Phoenix kicking in, he might have suffered severe injuries from that attack. Seeing the suddenly expanded sword chi stone tower, a surge of excitement filled Song Jian's heart. Although he was not yet capable of using spirit swords as materials to construct a formation, he could still use them as supplementary materials to enhance the power of an existing formation. This step was a world apart from being utterly clueless before. Even the idea of using spirit swords as materials to build formations was starting to take shape in Song Jian's mind. With some time, he believed he could fully achieve the construction of formations using spirit swords. Song Jian's sword chi value had recovered 1/5, which is why he could only summon a bit more than 100 spirit swords. Moreover, the time taken to summon the spirit swords left him without any chance to dodge the massive fireball. As he watched the sword chi stone tower swell to over 30 meters, a smile crept onto Song Jian's face. The dark purple fireball was less than 10 meters away from him, traveling so fast that he had absolutely no time to dodge. With a mere thought, Song Jian's figure vanished from the spot, and in the instant he disappeared, the fireball smashed ferociously into the ground where he had previously stood, like a meteor crashing down, producing a thunderous roar that could be heard dozens of miles away. Inside the Dragon God Hall, the monitoring screen began to distort violently. Bang! As intense energy fluctuations interfered with the monitoring magic, several giant dragon priests looked at each other in disbelief. They could not fathom why the pursuit of a single necromancer from the legendary realm had led to the emergence of an evil fire phoenix, whose power had surpassed the legendary realm and was nearing the demigod realm. "Yalifu, you should go," said an aged giant dragon priest, opening his dark gold vertical pupils to glance at the fire giant dragon Yalifu. "The strength of this evil fire phoenix has reached the peak of the legendary realm, and it has even touched the domain of the demigod. Only you are capable of surely defeating it." Chapter 1297 shattered the massive fireball, with a diameter of over 10 meters, smashed down like a falling star where Song Jian had been standing. The horrific wave of fire spread rapidly, melting the soil and hills within hundreds of meters into a magma-like flow that streamed everywhere. Tang Li watched dumbstruck from a distance, gulping down a healing potion, while thinking with trepidation. With such might, it's akin to a natural disaster. Not to mention facing it head-on, just the aftermath could instant kill me. It was at this moment that Tang Li finally felt a sliver of fear. After all, he had been in the Dragon Bone Wasteland for over half a month and had encountered the Dragon Soul Guard several times, but each time he managed to escape unscathed. Over time, a sense of arrogance had inevitably crept into his heart. However, the scene before him now sobered him up completely, making him realize his own insignificance. Thankfully, he was a few kilometers away from where the fireball exploded. Otherwise, with his strength, he might not have been able to escape at all. As the aftermath of the fireball slowly dissipated, the evil fire phoenix Nuo-stan sensed carefully and noticed that Song Jian's presence seemed to have vanished. A cold smile formed on his lips, and with a beckon of his hand, the hovering phoenix transformed into countless dark purple feathers that flew towards him. In no time, these feathers merged into Nuo-stan's body. Nuo-stan displayed a disdainful smile and turned to leave. Just then, he suddenly sensed something amiss and spun around, his gaze shooting towards the sky. How can this be?" Nuo-stan's face showed shock. "That insignificant human was clearly killed by me. Why hasn't his skill dissipated? Could it be that human has not?" At this moment, the sword chi stone tower above Nuo-stan's head had changed from an illusion to a solid form. The ancient tower emanated a sense of time-worn antiquity, with fierce sword chi swirling around it as if protecting it. Shortly after, Song Jian's figure slowly reappeared in the same spot, standing on the glass-like ground, and he couldn't help but show an expression of shock on his face. Truly terrifying. This strike has melted the soil within hundreds of miles into a crystal-like substance similar to glass. Song Jian muttered to himself. The temperature was much higher than that of his Red Lotus Karma fire, many times over. If he hadn't taken refuge in the Shattered Divine Realm, he might have had to trigger the passive skill. Enemy of Death God, which he hadn't used for a long time. The moment Song Jian appeared, the speed at which the sword chi stone tower consolidated quickened exponentially. In just 2 seconds, the sword chi stone tower fell towards the evil fire phoenix with an unstoppable momentum. After Song Jian entered the Shattered Divine Realm, the sword chi stone tower didn't immediately collapse, but its rate of consolidation was clearly affected, which is why it hadn't fallen for so long. You're really still alive. The rage in the evil Fire Phoenix's eyes flared up once again, and with a spread of his arms, countless dark purple fiery feathers flew out from within him again. This time, the number of feathers was double that of before. However, the Sword Chi Stone Tower had already begun to fall, and he no longer had the time to consolidate these feathers into a formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The evil Fire Phoenix controlled the feathers, sending them towards the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Countless feathers clashed against the Sword Chi Stone Tower, attempting to weaken its formidable might with their sheer numbers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sparks burst upon the surface of the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Each evil flame phoenix feather was as powerful as a rocket grenade. Such a secret trove of feathers could even blast a big hole in the walls of the City of Hope, but against the Sword Chi Stone Tower, they failed miserably and didn't even penetrate the Sword Chi defense on its surface. Fury intensified in the eyes of the evil Fire Phoenix. He had not expected his evil Fire Phoenix feathers to be utterly ineffective against the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Damn this human. Nuo Stan cursed under his breath, and with a forceful stomp, he shot up like an arrow towards the Sword Chi Stone Tower in the sky. Evil Phoenix breaking the sky. A stern shout, and Nuo Stan unleashed his signature move once more. Song Jian's brows furrowed instantly. This punch was powerful enough to break through the opening heaven style. Although the Sword Chi Stone Tower had been strengthened by him, whether it could withstand this punch was something Song Jian had no confidence in. Boom. Nuo Stan's punch struck fiercely against the base of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, and a series of explosive sounds erupted. The first layer of the tower shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Song Jian's heart sank. His Sword Chi defense, which had withstood the evil Flame Phoenix feather, now was breached as if it were mere paper, and it took the first layer of the tower with it. Boom, boom, boom. It was not just the first layer. Like a meteor rushing upstream, Nuo Stan's figure continued to surge upward, breaking through every layer of the tower as he passed. The second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. The Sword Chi Stone Tower, originally more than 30 meters tall, had 10 or more meters demolished in just a few seconds, and Nuo Stan showed no signs of stopping. His fists, like mountain-piercing drills, smashed each layer of the Sword Chi Stone Tower to smithereens. Song Jian's face was as grim as could be. Nuo Stan's strength was overwhelming. During the fight, regardless of whatever technique Song Jian deployed, Nuo Stan was like a brute who merely muscled through it, dissolving all of Song Jian's moves. While the battle seemed fierce, Song Jian was aware that it was only because the gap in strength between him and Nuo Stan was too vast. The opponent didn't need any tricks at all, he could simply overpower any situation with brute strength. Boom. The eighth layer of the Sword Chi Stone Tower was also broken, but this time it appeared that Nuo Stan's punch had finally run out of steam, and he lacked the strength to destroy the last layer. Nuo Stan looked at the base of the ninth layer of the tower, with just a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity, my strength has not fully recovered. Otherwise, I'm free. With a cold snort, Nuo Stan's figure fell towards the ground. The last layer of the tower, now less than 3 meters tall, seemed to be Song Jian's last shred of dignity. As the tower emitted a shrill whistling sound, it hurled itself fiercely towards Nuo Stan. Nuo Stan, having exhausted his moves, could only rely on his sturdy body to endure the impact as he saw the Sword Chi Stone Tower, barely a meter away, hurtle toward him. Boom. The Sword Chi Stone Tower slammed hard into Nuo Stan's back, immediately producing a thunderous explosion. Nuo Stan's once erect figure bent over, his right hand instinctively reaching for the ground, but just as it was less than a foot away, he abruptly stopped. His palm trembled slightly, then clenched into a fist firmly, spurt. Blood sprayed out as Nuo Stan slowly straightened up, turned around, and the anger that swelled in his eyes as he faced Song Jian seemed ready to burn him to ashes. Chapter 1298 Dragon Soul Guard. Song Jian's strength had somewhat exceeded Nuo Stan's expectations. In his eyes, Song Jian was simply a common human who hadn't even reached Tier 3 combat power. Yet, to his surprise, this regular human being had battled with him for so long and even inflicted an injury on him. Though it wasn't serious, Nuo Stan felt it was the greatest insult to him. The door to the last floor of the Sword Chi Stone Tower opened, and a suction force surged toward Nuo Stan. With a low snort, he casually pointed a finger, and the Sword Chi Stone Tower, which only had its last level remaining, exploded into pieces. Child's play. Nuo Stan sneered. However, he suddenly felt an itch in his throat and couldn't help coughing twice, spraying blood-specked spittle. The hot breath quickly burned the blood clean in the air, but Nuo Stan's complexion grew even uglier. Song Jian looked at Nuo Stan and sighed inwardly. I'm simply no match for him. He had already released all of his most damaging attack skills, exploiting the opponent's underestimation to wound him. But if Song Jian were to use them again, he believed that Nuo Stan would easily break through his attacks. If Nuo Stan chose to dodge, he probably wouldn't even sustain a light injury. The gap in strength and realm between the two men was too great. When Nuo Stan wasn't taking the battle seriously, Song Jian could take some advantage. But now, from the look in Nuo Stan's eyes, Song Jian could tell that he had begun to take him as a real opponent. This battle has gone on for so long. What are the Dragon Soul Guards of the Dragon Bone Wasteland doing? Have they not noticed anything amiss? Thoughts raced through Song Jian's mind. Glancing at the increasingly intense aura of Nuo Stan, he had already started to consider escape routes. The battle-experienced Nuo Stan, seeing Song Jian's expression, immediately understood what was on the other's mind and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Thinking of running away now, isn't it a bit late? No sooner had he finished speaking than fierce purple flames burst into life around Nuo Stan's body, and an exquisite suit of armor appeared on him. At the same time, countless evil flame phoenix feathers materialized out of thin air, floating around Nuo Stan's body. With a gesture of his right hand, the majority of the feathers flew towards him, forming a 3-meter-long war bow in his hand. The bow appeared luxurious, as if a phoenix were spreading its wings soaring through the sky. Some remaining evil flame phoenix feathers formed 3 long arrows that floated beside Nuo Stan. The arrowheads alone were over a foot long, and they were covered with fine barbs, resembling the fangs of wild beasts, emitting a frightening gleam. "Since my awakening, you are the first enemy and the first real opponent I've encountered," Nuo Stan said to Song Jian, enunciating each word. "As an opponent who managed to injure me, I will treat you with enough respect to use 100% of my power to kill you." Song Jian felt a tremor in his heart and was even thinking of escaping to the shattered divine realm when suddenly, from afar, a dragon's roar sounded. 3 huge dragon soul guards, each over 20 meters tall, were swiftly flying their way. Upon seeing the dragon soul guards, a hint of joy appeared on Song Jian's face. Every one of these guards possessed the strength of the legendary realm. Even if they were not a match for Nuo Stan, they could certainly hold him off for some time. "Blasphemer!" the leading dragon soul guard roared. The previously clear sky suddenly churned with clouds, rapidly condensing into a thundercloud covering about 1 kilometer in range. Lightning flickered within the clouds like silver dragons, barely visible, while thunder boomed ominously, as if heralding a heavenly tribulation, radiating endless night. "Leading with a forbidden spell?" Song Jian exclaimed in surprise, but soon, he discovered that the Dragon Soul Guard sorcery also enveloped him, meaning, once the spell descended, he would share the same damage as Nuo Stan. Nuo Stan gave Song Jian, his smile now frozen on his face, a glance and snorted lightly. "In the eyes of the Dragon Soul Guard, what's the difference between you and me?" Only then did Song Jian realize, the Dragon Soul Guard was tasked with protecting the entire Dragon Bone Wasteland, and any creature other than the Dragon Clan was within its killing range. Most importantly, after death, the self-awareness of the Dragon Soul Guard would slowly fade over time, ultimately becoming nothing more than a combat automaton that only knew how to fight, eventually attacking anything other than the giant Dragon Clan without discrimination, unaware of even the commands of the Dragon Priests. To avoid being attacked by the Dragon Soul Guard, one needed to enter the Dragon Bone Wasteland in the same way as before, escorted by a giant dragon. But now, the black dragon was so drunk as to be unconscious, and even if Song Jian released it from the pet space, it likely wouldn't be recognized by the Dragon Soul Guard. The Dragon Soul Guard might even assume that Song Jian had harmed the black dragon, and in turn, attack even more fiercely. Damn it, how could this happen? Song Jian cursed under his breath. With a thought, he suddenly vanished from the spot. Nuo Stan, who had been looking forward to witnessing Song Jian's downfall, was momentarily stunned. He recalled that Song Jian had previously used this very move to escape a fatal attack. Nuo Stan had found it odd at the time. The man didn't seem to know deep space magic, so how had he dodged an attack from a fireball over 10 meters in diameter so swiftly? Sensing the space fluctuations around him, Nuo Stan's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. This isn't teleportation, nor is it entering another plane. This spatial vibration, why does it feel like he entered the star realm? It's impossible. How could a mere human have the privilege of entering the star realm? Could it be that he is a follower specially favored by a deity? Nuo Stan's eyes were filled with doubt and suspicion. If that were the case, killing him might provoke a deity. Although Nuo Stan was confident in his own abilities, he knew he was no match for a deity. Just any deity focusing their gaze on him would cause trouble enough, not to mention their followers, who alone could make trouble for him that he couldn't escape from. Humphrey, what of deities? Once I regain my strength and find the Eye of Phoenix Ancestor, then all the gods in the heavens will bow before my Phoenix Dance demonic flame. Nuo Stan stared at the spot where Song Jian had disappeared, snorting coldly. As for the Dragon Soul Guard's attack, Nuo Stan didn't take it seriously, not even bothering to look up. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed from the sky, lightning flashing as it struck relentlessly towards the ground. Nuo Stan stood erect, defiant, his gaze towards the 3 Dragon Soul Guards filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 1299, Soul Attack. A bunch of souls that have lost their self-awareness and only know slaughter are not worthy of making me dodge. Nuo Stan sneered, waving his right hand as countless dark purple feathers emerged once again. These feathers quickly converged into a vast expanse of demonic fire, rushing towards the 3 Dragon Soul Guards. If Song Jian were here now, he would have recognized it as the demonic fire ray that Nuo Stan had previously deployed. It was from this array that Song Jian had gleaned the key to arranging arrays using the spirit sword as material. Lightning and thunderous flames kept bombarding Nuo Stan, but above his head, a string of ±1 inch kept appearing, as if some invisible mysterious force was protecting him, rendering these impressive bolts of lightning and thunderous flames completely unable to touch him in the slightest, not even breaking his most basic defense. Seeing that their attacks couldn't breach Nuo Stan's defenses, the expressions on the faces of the 3 Dragon Soul Guards turned to shock. As the vast expanse of dark purple demonic fire attacked them, the 3 Dragon Soul Guards tried everything they could but couldn't withstand the onslaught of the fire, retreating helplessly backward. Looking at the 3 Dragon Soul Guards retreating again and again in the face of the demonic fire ray, Nuo Stan sneered. Nothing but the Dragon Clan's guard dogs, struggling to survive on the Dragon Chi in the Dragon Bone Wasteland, yet daring to bark at me. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nuo Stan looked at the 3 Dragon Soul Guards of Legendary Realm with a mocking look in his eyes. It should be noted that Nuo Stan himself was merely at the peak of the Legendary Realm. Although he had touched the threshold of demigod, he had only pushed the door open to glimpse the scenery within and had not truly stepped through. As such, Nuo Stan's strength was essentially within the same major realm as the 3 Dragon Soul Guards. However, the power displayed in combat made the 3 guards seem even weaker than Song Jian. Before this, when Song Jian had encountered a Dragon Soul Guard and witnessed its strength, he too was astonished at their power. But now, it seemed that Nuo Stan had clearly seen through some weakness of the Dragon Soul Guards. In his eyes, the threat the Legendary Realm Dragon Soul Guards posed to him was perhaps even less than that posed by Song Jian. Blasphemer, you are seeking your own death. A Dragon Soul Guard, enveloped in dark purple flames, suddenly revealed a clear look in its previously murky eyes. Ignoring the flames on its body, it charged recklessly towards Nuo Stan. In an instant, winds surged, and clouds gathered as the phantom of a giant dragon, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared behind the Dragon Soul Guard, who now wielded a battle halberd radiating blinding light. Die. Closing to within about 10 meters of Nuo Stan, the Dragon Soul Guard hurled the battle halberd in its hand. Whoosh! The battle halberd emitted a deep, wailing sound as it traced a dazzling arc through the air. The Dragon Soul Guard watched the battle halberd soar with a look of satisfaction, then its figure thunderously collapsed to the ground. The dark purple flames quickly spread over its entire body, and in no time at all, the Dragon Soul Guard was burned to nothingness. It must be understood that Dragon Soul Guards are merely remnants of the Dragon Clan's souls after death. Once they suffer too severe damage, they would dissipate and shatter, leaving not even a trace of their true spirit. Clearly, this Dragon Soul Guard knew it was doomed and thus concentrated all its soul power into the battle halberd it held. Whether or not it could kill its opponent, it had exerted its utmost effort and could die without regrets. Facing the slash flying towards him like a falling meteor, Nuo Stan's face finally showed a hint of seriousness. He felt the threat emanating from the battle halberd. His previous fight with Song Jian had caused him to suffer from carelessness. This time, he couldn't afford to be careless. Ignoring the other 2 Dragon Soul Guards trapped by the demonic fire ray, Nuo Stan let out a light shout, as countless fiery phoenix feathers emerged once more, converging in his hand into a trident. Nuo Stan gripped the trident with both hands and violently slashed at the approaching battle halberd. Whoosh! A sharp arc suddenly appeared in front of Nuo Stan, its trajectory perfectly coinciding with that of the oncoming battle halberd at a single point. Just as a confident smile began to emerge at the corner of Nuo Stan's mouth, the trident that should have hit the battle halberd felt no resistance at all. Nuo Stan's complexion changed dramatically, for the battle halberd thrown at him was like a mere phantom, passing through the trident and smashing toward his chest. How could it have form but no substance? Nuo Stan exclaimed in surprise, but by then, there was no time left for him to react, leaving him no choice but to endure the strike with his robust body. Boom! All Nuo Stan could hear was a roaring in his ears as he felt as if a giant beast had fiercely slammed into his chest, knocking him flying backward. In midair, Nuo Stan was astonished to find an exact copy of himself standing dumbly on the ground. Moments later, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, Nuo Stan saw a wound over a foot long on his chest that stretched all the way to his abdomen. Most startling was that the wound was not bleeding at all, resembling a split-open black hole. What is this? What's happening? Confusion flashed in Nuo Stan's eyes. Just then, a strong suction force pulled him toward the figure on the ground that looked just like him. Nuo Stan found himself powerless to resist as he was dragged toward the figure and violently collided with it. In an instant, Nuo Stan couldn't help but lunge forward 2 steps. After steadying himself, he realized that the previous sensation was like an illusion. There was no damage whatsoever to the armor on his chest. The battle halberd from before. A look of bewildered astonishment appeared in Nuo Stan's eyes as a severe pain emerged from his chest, not as if it were coming from his body but as if it were arising from deep within his soul. The Dragon Soul Guard's battle halberd, it damaged my soul. Nuo Stan cried out in shock, his face turning pale. It was known that soul damage was much harder to heal than physical injuries. Even though he thought he had been extremely cautious with the Dragon Soul Guard, he had not expected the opponent to still land a sneak attack on him. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly swept in from afar, and a fiery figure rapidly flew toward him. Fur-covered beast, daring to invade the giant dragon clan's forbidden territory, you truly seek death. In the distant sky, a vast expanse of fire clouds surged in. The giant dragon priestess, the flame giant dragon Yali Fu, looked at the 2 Dragon Soul Guards struggling in the dark purple flames, her eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent and endless rage. Chapter 1300, The Flame Giant Dragon Soul Guards, although far from being comparable to real giant dragons, are the group that has made the greatest sacrifices for the Dragon Clan. These Dragon Soul Guards were also strong members of the Dragon Clan when alive, and after death, they transformed into Dragon Soul Guards to continue guarding the forbidden lands of the Dragon Clan. It is known that after transforming into a Dragon Soul Guard, they can continue to exist for thousands of years, but once a battle occurs, they might face being killed and their souls destroyed. In such cases, where they are killed, even the true spirit mark of the Dragon Soul Guard cannot remain, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. It is the equivalent of disappearing from the world forever. 2 Dragon Soul Guards were already burnt by the demonic flames to their last breath, and their bodies started to show specks of sparkling light, the manifestation of the true spirit mark. This situation foreshadowed that the true spirit mark had suffered irreversible damage and was gradually collapsing. The giant dragon Yali Fu's face turned an ashen blue. With just one glance at the Dragon Soul Guards, she knew they were beyond saving. Without a word, she raised her hand and sent a dragon-shaped flame rushing towards Nuo Stan. As for the attack of the Dragon Soul Guards, Nuo Stan could afford to ignore it. Being in a soul state, even when the Dragon Soul Guards used dragon language magic, the actual power was less than 1/10 of that of a real giant dragon. It couldn't harm him at all. This was the reason why Nuo Stan dared to withstand the Dragon Soul Guard's use of dragon language magic without sustaining much damage. However, that soul attack from the battle halberd of the Dragon Soul Guard had given him a hard time. Although his body wasn't injured, the wounds to his soul were much harder to heal. Nuo Stan's current state was much worse than when he fought with Song Jian. Damn it, I must find a quiet place to recuperate. Otherwise, my soul will be in trouble. Nuo Stan's complexion was also ghastly, but faced with Yali Fu, he had to muster all his spirit. Otherwise, he might actually fall here. Yali Fu didn't see Song Jian and thought he had been killed by Nuo Stan. The giant dragon clan didn't really care about the life or death of humans. But Song Jian was the battle flame of the black dragon Kamata. If Song Jian died, it could affect Kamata, possibly causing her irreparable harm that would prevent her from ever advancing in strength again. It wasn't the first time something like this happened in the history of the Dragon Clan, which is why they were quite opposed to their kin forming combat partner contracts with humans. After all, in their eyes, humans' lifespans and strengths were no different from those of the reptiles on the ground. With this thought, Yali Fu's fury intensified. After launching a dragon-shaped flame at the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan, she even started to charge at him with her fists, obviously preparing for close combat. Nuo Stan swung his trident with all his might, dispersing the casually launched dragon-shaped flame from Yali Fu. Then, he faced Yali Fu's iron fists head-on. Boom, boom, boom. To Nuo Stan's surprise, Yali Fu's iron fist stared to clash directly with his Fire Phoenix halberd. He knew that his Fire Phoenix halberd wasn't forged from common materials, but of millennial fire essence stone, thousands of times harder than steel alloy. Yali Fu's strength far exceeded Nuo Stan's, and now that he had already sustained serious injuries and urgently needed to find a quiet place to heal, he had no desire to fight her. Thus, he was constantly suppressed by Yali Fu. I must get away quickly, this woman is crazy. Faced with Yali Fu's barrage of attacks, Nuo-stan had already thought of retreating. Just then, the figure of Songjian suddenly appeared in the distance. After hiding in the shattered divine realm for a while, Songjian estimated that the opponent's attack had ended and immediately came out of the divine country. Looking at the crystalline earth, ravaged and reflecting the sunlight, Songjian couldn't help but click his tongue. If I hadn't hidden in the shattered divine realm, even with the title enemy of Death God, I might have had to die once again. The enemy of Death God's range of resurrection was 1,000 meters, but Nuo-stan's previous attack had clearly exceeded that range. Moreover, feeling the scorching heat emanating from the ground, Songjian believed that, aside from the initial impact, the subsequent fire damage lasted for at least 5 minutes. Even if his passive power, the enemy of Death God, had been triggered, he would have been unable to escape the continued fire damage. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the distance. Songjian raised his head and saw a fiery red figure entangled with a dark purple figure. Die, intruder! Your body desecrating the Dragon Bone Wasteland is a blasphemy to the Dragon Clan. Yali-Fu dodged the opponent's battle halberd and aimed a punch at Nuo-stan's head with all her might. The dark purple figure, wielding a battle halberd, was actually smashed from midair to the ground by the punch of the fiery red figure, flattening a small hill completely. This is... Songjian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recognized Yali-Fu, the giant dragon, feeling a lift in his heart. Since Yali-Fu is here, that evil fire phoenix is likely to die here today, Songjian thought to himself. This place was originally the territory of the Dragon Clan, and several Dragon Soul Guards were specially assigned to protect the Dragon God Hall and the Dragon God Altar, also directly monitoring the entire Dragon Bone Wasteland. With the presence of these Dragon Soul Guards and innumerable Dragon Soul Guards in the Dragon Bone Wasteland, there was no entity that dared to confront them head-on. I am of the Southern Netherworld Fire Phoenix Clan. By killing me, you will invite the enmity between the Giant Dragon and Fire Phoenix clans. Lying in a large crater, Nuo-stan spat a mouthful of blood, glanced at his limp left shoulder, and roared at Yali-Fu in the sky. His left shoulder had been smashed by Yali-Fu's punch, the bones in his entire arm shattered beyond use, not able to support his weight, and even the Fire Phoenix halberd could only be held in one hand, greatly diminishing his combat strength. Feeling his impending fall, Nuo-stan hurriedly invoked the power behind him to try to stop Yali-Fu from continuing her attack. But there wasn't the slightest hint of hesitation on Yali-Fu's face. With a cold snort, she spread her hands outwards, and a gigantic fireball started to rapidly coalesce over 10 meters above her head. The fireball, no more than a meter in diameter but radiating light and heat, was over 10 times more intense than Nuo-stan's previous fireballs, resembling a raging sun. No. With a thick killing intent exuding from her, Nuo-stan's face displayed utter despair. Moments later, his body was engulfed by the sun-like fireball. Songjian shielded his eyes. When the fireball hit the large crater where Nuo-stan was, it didn't explode. Instead, it slowly dissolved, without a sound or any damage to the surrounding area, as if it wasn't a physical entity, but a mere illusion. But within Nuo-stan's crater, it was now filled with magma, resembling a pit of lava. The magma slowly overflowed, its dark red glow emerging. Songjian couldn't help but gasp. The attack had compressed all its energy within Nuo-stan's crater without a trace of leakage. Such control of power, not only was Songjian incapable of, but even a being like Nuo-stan couldn't have possessed. Not even a complete corpse left behind. Songjian observed the magma crater bubbling with gases and couldn't help but click his tongue. Chapter 1301, Acknowledgement. The flame giant dragon Yali-Fu hovered in the air, her red robe trailing behind her like wings, gently supporting her as she descended to the edge of the lava pit. Staring at the lava pit with an ashen face, Yali-Fu still looked furiously incensed. Observing the high-temperature magma that constantly churned on the surface, Yali-Fu extended her right hand and gently pointed into the lava pit. A dazzling red light burst forth from her fingertip. With a swoosh, a beam as thick as a finger shot into the magma. Roar! A bestial roar exploded from the lava pit as an evil fire phoenix, its body covered in magma, burst forth. Nuo-stan, in his current state, looked extremely disheveled. His originally splendid feathers were all gone, replaced by a layer of charred feathers that clung tightly to his skin, making him appear quite grotesque. In the chest of the phoenix, there was a fist-sized penetrating wound. Looking through the wound, one could see a heart that was only 2/3 intact, stubbornly beating. However, copious amounts of blood were gushing out, causing the vitality of the evil fire phoenix Nuo-stan to grow increasingly feeble. How did you discover I wasn't dead? The evil fire phoenix landed and transformed back into the human Nuo-stan, who knelt on one knee, supported himself with one hand on the ground, barely lifted his head, and stared at Yali-Fu as he asked. Child's play. Yali-Fu didn't seem the least bit inclined to explain to Nuo-stan. Her eyes, formerly crystal red, suddenly changed into dark gold with vertical pupils. Two beams of golden light shot from her eyes and fiercely struck Nuo Stan's body. With no strength to resist, Nuo Stan was sent flying as if hit by a train, crashing through a hill and landing heavily on the ground. The rest is up to you, kill him. Yali Fu turned to glance at Song Jian and said. Though the murderous intent emanating from Yali Fu wasn't directed at Song Jian, his look alone still made Song Jian feel as if he had fallen into a chilly abyss. Nodding towards Yali Fu, Song Jian tightened his grip on the sky-breaking sword and leapt towards Nuo Stan. Open heaven. With a single thought, sword chi surged like a tide into the sky-breaking sword. A wisp of chaotic sword chi was nurtured within the Danshan, traveling along Song Jian's meridians with the other sword chi, flowing into the sky-breaking sword. Wherever the chaotic sword chi passed, the meridian screamed with tearing pain. During its course, Song Jian noticed that this strand of chaotic sword chi seemed to even absorb other sword chi to strengthen itself. Though the change was minuscule due to the short time it had, Song Jian would not have noticed such a subtle shift had his strength not slightly improved. Nuo Stan watched as the phantom of a giant axe slowly appeared in the air, a look of utter despair crossing his face. If I hadn't just awoken, if the dragon soul guard hadn't injured my soul, if not for that giant dragon, how could you, an ant, possibly? Nuo Stan laughed maniacally. Before he could finish, the open heaven axe descended fiercely onto him. A damage number in the tens of millions floated up from Nuo Stan's head, taking away his last bit of vitality. Boom. A dark purple flame ignited on Nuo Stan's body, enveloping him entirely. In a short while, his body turned to ashes, and next to the pile of ash, a purple golden treasure chest appeared. Suddenly, a white light surged around Song Jian's body. Killing the Blaze Phoenix granted him a great deal of combat experience, and his level had risen by 1. However, compared to the level increase, Song Jian was still captivated by the treasure chest beside the ashes. Legendary treasure box. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but step forward and pick up the chest. Although the participation of the Dragon Soul Guard and the Flame Giant Dragon Yali Fu caused the quality of the treasure box dropped by Nuo Stan to decline, seeing the legendary glow of the treasure box, Song Jian still felt somewhat surprised. Knowing his own strength, the idea of killing Nuo Stan was an impossible feat. Although Nuo Stan was just in the initial stage of his attributes and had not reached the peak of his power, he was still not someone Song Jian could deal with at the moment. That is also why, with the Dragon Soul Guard and Yali Fu participating in the kill, Nuo Stan still dropped a legendary grade treasure box upon death. His strength was simply too far beyond that of an ordinary legendary realm boss. Lady Yali Fu, this is the skull of that necromancer. Song Jian handed a palm-sized white jade skull to Yali Fu. It was a quest item that appeared in Song Jian's inventory automatically after the death of the necromancer. Although it was not Song Jian who killed the necromancer himself, his death was indirectly due to Song Jian, so when the evil fire phoenix killed him, the system recognized that Song Jian had completed the task. All these riffraff who trespassed into the Dragon Bone Wasteland deserved to die. Yali Fu grabbed the necromancer's skull and squeezed it with force, crushing it into powder with her hand. Crushing the bones of the necromancer by hand seemed to improve Yali Fu's mood somewhat. She glanced at Song Jian and nodded slightly. Your performance this time has exceeded our expectations. From now on, you will become a member of the Dragon Clan and can proclaim yourself as part of the Dragon Clan to outsiders. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Clan would only acknowledge Song Jian as a battle companion and would not consider him a member of the Dragon Clan. However, this mission, by a happy accident, eliminated a significant hidden danger in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. The dragon priests did not expect that the necromancer would cause such trouble, summoning so many bone behemoths and concealing them so well right under their noses. If it was not for Song Jian, it's likely that the necromancer would not have exposed all these bone behemoths. Most importantly, the dragon priests never imagined that an evil fire phoenix was in hiding underground in the Dragon Bone Wasteland. A mature evil fire phoenix is comparable to a demigod, and its early exposure can be considered resolving a potential threat for the Dragon Clan. As a result, the dragon priests acknowledged Song Jian, granting him the privileges and benefits of the Dragon Clan. In the reputation column, because of capturing the Black Dragon as a battle pet, Song Jian's reputation with the Dragon Clan was exceedingly low, already at the absolute bottom of indifference. Just a bit lower, and it would turn into hatred. But now, after being acknowledged by the dragon priestess Yali Fu, Song Jian's reputation with the Dragon Clan instantly rose to respect, just over 20,000 points shy of reaching reverence. If Song Jian were determined enough to stay in the Dragon Bone Wasteland for a year and a half, completing tasks every day to raise his Dragon Clan reputation to worship, he would not only be able to purchase those precious treasures from the treasures of the Dragon Clan but also be able to hire giant dragons to fight for him. After all, the Dragon Clan greatly enjoys collecting treasures. The items that appear in the Dragon Clan's treasure are absolutely the top-grade equipment that players dream of obtaining. Come back with me. Yali-Fu returned to her giant dragon form, twisted her head towards Song Jian, and motioned for him to mount her back. Song Jian was suddenly filled with a sense of honored surprise. The Dragon Clan typically despises having anyone ride on their back. Yali-Fu's willingness to let Song Jian mount her back was evidently a form of recognition toward him. Once Song Jian was seated securely, the flame giant dragon spread its wings wide and soared into the sky, flying towards the location of the Dragon God Hall. Chapter 1302, Dragon God's Blessing. Within the Dragon God Hall, several giant dragon priests all looked at Song Jian, and it was quite evident that their attitude towards him had become much friendlier. Song Jian, I am giant dragon priest Kanwadia, Kamata is of my kin. I'm delighted that you've joined the Dragon Clan, said the giant dragon priest with two horns on his head, his face brimming with a smile. Kanwadia was also a black dragon, but he was over 3,000 years old, a true giant dragon possessing the strength of the legendary realm. Previously, it was Black Dragon Kamata who followed him into the Dragon God altar and received the Dragon God's blessing, activating the power of the dragon bloodline inheritance. Song Jian, I am giant dragon priest Ada. Are you interested in having a fight with me? Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to match your realm, said a beautiful man with purple hair and wearing silver armor with a smile. Ignore him, Song Jian. Ada is a battle maniac. Every fight he's in is like battling a mortal enemy. Even in friendly sparring, he'll drag his opponent down with him. A white-haired old man laughed heartily. Although his strength is only above average among the giant dragon priests, his combat power is definitely ranked first. Welcome, Song Jian. I am giant dragon priest Gel. Your bravery is comparable to the legendary heroes of ancient times. The old man with white hair opened his arms and embraced Song Jian, then said, by the way, what happened to Kamata? Is she injured? Why didn't I see her during the battle? The trial given to Song Jian by the giant dragon priests had included the combat power of the newly advanced Black Dragon Kamata, and they had expected that with her help, killing a newly inducted necromancer of the legendary realm should pose no problem. What the giant dragon priests did not know was that beneath the hills and plains of the Dragon Bone wasteland lurked an evil fire phoenix. Oh, Kamata, she got drunk. Yes, that's it, drunk, said Song Jian calmly to the giant dragon priests. In fact, Song Jian was somewhat flustered inside. Judging by Kamata's human transformed appearance, she was really just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Giving her alcohol and being found out by an elder of the same clan made Song Jian feel a bit embarrassed. However, as long as a member of the Dragon Clan could transform, they were considered adults, although they would undergo second and third transformations as they aged. Seeing the giant dragon priest's surprised expressions, Song Jian sighed inwardly and summoned the soundly sleeping Kamata from his pet space. The over 10-meter-long black dragon suddenly appeared in front of the giant dragon priests, her body exuding a strong smell of alcohol, sleeping and drooling, with a strange smile hanging on her face. On seeing the state of Black Dragon Kamata, the giant dragon priests looked at each other in disbelief. Considering the physical constitution of the Dragon Clan, how much alcohol had she consumed to become so drunk that she was completely unconscious? Alright then, let her rest for a while. After all, she has just successfully advanced, Gel said helplessly. Song Jian gave an awkward smile and returned Black Dragon Kamata back to the pet space to rest, looking somewhat embarrassed at the giant dragon priests. You don't need to feel embarrassed. In fact, for the Dragon Clan, who have such long lifespans, a few small hobbies are not a big deal. Cough cough. Gel gave Song Jian a glance and said with a smile. Song Jian, you are now a member of the Dragon Clan, but there's still one final step to complete. That is to go to the Dragon God altar and receive the Dragon God's blessing. Only those of the Dragon Clan who have the Dragon God's blessing are considered true members of the Dragon Clan. Dragon God's blessing? Isn't that something only those with the dragon bloodline can receive? Asked Song Jian, puzzled. You should know, Song Jian had merely garnered recognition from a few giant dragon priests. In actuality, he was still an unequivocal human player. How could the Dragon God possibly bestow a blessing upon him? Of course, there is a difference between you and a true giant dragon, but since you've earned the recognition of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon God will also regard you as a member and grant you a blessing. Gel said with a smile. At the very least, it could increase your lifespan by several decades, or even 100 years. Wouldn't that be great? Song Jian nodded. This was an unexpected joy. The most important thing was that he was a player, not an NPC in the game. If any disadvantageous events were to occur, he would receive a system prompt in advance, and based on that prompt, make the correct choices. Following the white-haired Gel into the depths of the cave, a colossal altar over 1,000 square meters in area and more than 30 meters high, appeared before Song Jian. What was astonishing was that all the materials used to construct this altar were made of pristine bones as white as jade. Are all these bones from dragons? Song Jian asked, his face full of amazement. These are the remains of the elite within the dragon clan. To be able to merge a part of one's body into the dragon god altar after death is the highest honor for the dragon clan. Gel's eyes gleamed peculiarly, staring intently at the dragon god altar with an excited expression. It seemed he was eagerly anticipating that a bone from his own body might appear in the altar after his death. Song Jian was somewhat speechless. He could never fully understand this kind of fanatical worship and belief, but it was a tradition of the dragon clan, not something he could casually comment on. Ascending the steps step by step, Song Jian climbed onto the dragon god altar, while the giant dragon mage Gel respectfully stood below the altar. This altar was such that members of the dragon clan had only 3 opportunities in their lifetimes to ascend, each time only when their strength had peaked and they needed to break through in their bloodline lineage. Gel had already ascended 3 times, and likely, he would never have another opportunity to climb this altar in his lifetime. His gaze followed Song Jian's back, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. As soon as Song Jian set foot on the dragon god altar, unsurprisingly, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you have discovered a special area, the dragon god altar. Only members of the dragon clan with a reputation of respected or higher are permitted entry, or else you will be ruthlessly hunted by the dragon clan. System, you have stepped onto the dragon god altar. Please offer an item at minimum of gold quality. The dragon god will grant you a corresponding blessing. The higher the quality of the offered item, the stronger the dragon god's blessing effect you will receive. Song Jian was stunned and looked up incredulously at the dragon god altar. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to come here and then receive the dragon god's blessing? Why do I need to offer an item? Could there have been some mistake? Am I being discriminated against here? The black dragon pet didn't offer anything when it came here, and Song Jian, as the owner, would know if Komato had any such treasures. Why did it become necessary for him to offer items when it was his turn? I, Song Jian, cannot accept this indignity. Song Jian's face turned sour as he opened his inventory and began rummaging for items he didn't need, and of course, they had to be of high quality. Chapter 1303, Evil Phoenix Eyes. Regarding the Dragon God Altar, Song Jian originally had some hesitation, but after being authenticated by the game system, he put his mind at ease. However, he was slightly dissatisfied that the Dragon God Altar required sacrificial offerings, but this dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. This wasn't part of the quest rewards. In the game, you have to give as much as you take. Even if Song Jian and his black dragon battle pet didn't need to make a sacrificial offering to receive the dragon god's blessing, the effectiveness of such a blessing could easily be imagined. It would probably be as useless as a chicken rib. But now, by sacrificing high-quality items to receive the dragon god's blessing, the higher the tier of the sacrificed item, the stronger the effect of the blessing. Song Jian certainly intended to seize such an opportunity firmly. Searching through all his belongings, the highest quality items were probably only the pieces of the Sword Immortal set, the Chaos Feather Wings, and the Sky-Breaking Sword, but these pieces of equipment were a representation of his strength, and he could not bear to sacrifice them. Phew, it's a rare opportunity. I must sacrifice at least one legendary quality piece of equipment. Song Jian thought to himself. At that moment, his eyes landed on a legendary treasure box he had just obtained. It was the valuable loot dropped by the evil Fire Phoenix. Although external forces had assisted in its defeat, it still dropped a treasure box of legendary quality. With NPCs involved in the kill, even if there are legendary quality items inside, they probably won't be very powerful. Maybe it'll drop 1 or 2 pieces of legendary quality materials, and if that's the case, then I'll use it to sacrifice at the Dragon God Altar. Song Jian thought to himself. Materials of legendary quality and legendary quality equipment might have certain differences, but to a player, and to a game structure like the Dragon God Altar, the difference between the two is negligible. Song Jian didn't hesitate to start opening the treasure box in his inventory slot. It was well known that opening a treasure box would emit a dazzling light, and if the giant dragon worshippers saw it, it would always be a troublesome matter. Opening it in the inventory slot would avoid such troubles. The only thing to keep in mind when opening a treasure box in an inventory slot is that you must have enough empty inventory spaces. If there isn't enough space, the treasure box cannot be opened. The moment Song Jian clicked the open button on the treasure box, it disappeared, and suddenly, more than a dozen items appeared in Song Jian's inventory. Song Jian quickly scanned the items. They were of various colors, with most being of silver or even blue quality, but among them, there was one item emitting a faint purple gold glow. Evil Phoenix Eye, legendary, special item, attributes, Upon use, it can replace one of the user's eyes with the item and gain the Phoenix Clan's special eye technique, while also possessing a strand of the purest Phoenix bloodline. Song Jian's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. A bloodline item. This was a legendary quality bloodline item. The Phoenix bloodline was considered among the most top-tier bloodlines known and unknown to players, and eye technique was something that only appeared in legends. For a player to master an eye technique, even the lowest white quality eye technique, required a great deal of luck and opportunity, not to mention the time and effort spent would be 10 or even 100 times more than other skills of the same quality. But the power of eye technique was worth the time and effort it consumed. It was often incredibly powerful, and aside from a few very rare and special eye techniques that require specific bloodlines and professions, most other eye techniques have no class requirements, acting as an extra skill beyond one's class. Such skills were coveted and desired by all players. This item, even Song Jian was somewhat tempted, and if he were willing to auction it off, it would probably stir players and NPC professionals in several major cities around, and the final price would absolutely be an unexpectedly astronomical figure. Damn it, what to do now? I thought I would just get some sort of mediocre legendary item, but now a top-grade bloodline item has appeared, and it can even control pupil techniques. A hesitant expression showed on Song Jian's face. Just at that moment, the Dragon God altar suddenly began to tremble slightly. Made up of countless giant dragon skeletons, the altar now seemed like a living creature. A potent aura started to spread within it, and the faint sound of dragon chants started echoing, making the dragon priests standing under the altar grow excited one by one. The Dragon God has actually responded to the sacrifice. The Dragon God's gaze has begun to observe this place. How is this possible? Priest Gel shook with excitement, his eyes full of disbelief, and his white hair began to move as though by an unseen wind. Although Gel always appeared frail and old, now a booming aura emitted from him, drawing the attention of the other priests of the Dragon Clan nearby. This was Gel's overwhelming excitement. For a moment, he could no longer conceal the aura on his body, thus revealing it. Gel was approaching 10,000 years of age. In those 10,000 years, sacrifices that had elicited a response from the Dragon God were few and far between, and each response came with an exceptionally powerful blessing. He is just a human after all. How could the Dragon God? Fire Dragon Yali Fu spoke in a surprised tone, her voice lowered. Although Song Jian had gained the approval of the Dragon Clan, he did not possess a trace of the Dragon bloodline. His approval came partly because of his substantial contribution to the Dragon Clan with his strong personal power and partly for being the combat partner of the Black Dragon Kama. That a human being like him had gained the attention of the Dragon God, suddenly shattered the worldviews of several dragon priests who had always guarded the Dragon God Hall and the Dragon Bone Wasteland. At this moment, the system notification in Song Jian's eyes changed once again. System, an item in your inventory has caused a change in the Dragon God altar. This item has drawn the Dragon God's attention, who fervently hopes you will sacrifice it to him. Song Jian's gaze fell upon his inventory, where all the items, except for the evil Phoenix Eye, had turned gray and were sealed, unable to be taken out or freely moved. Only the evil Phoenix Eye remained unchanged in its inventory slot. A bitter smile emerged on Song Jian's face. It looked like the evil Phoenix Eye had caught the Dragon God's interest, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave the Dragon God altar if he did not sacrifice it. With that thought, Song Jian took out the evil Phoenix Eye, radiating a purple golden glow, and gently placed the dazzling, palm-sized eyeball into the altar. In an instant, a purple golden light burst forth from the altar, like a column of light shooting into the sky, brightly illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Chapter 1304, Breaking Illusion. Divine Eye. A crisp phoenix call rose up, and a gigantic purple phoenix appeared above the Dragon God altar. The size of this phoenix was larger than the altar itself, appearing in the sky above it with an expression full of rage, its body enveloped in dark purple flames. Seeing the phantom of the phoenix on the Dragon God altar, several members of the Dragon Clan priest caste seemed somewhat nervous. At this moment, the phoenix apparition was staring directly at Song Jian, its eyes filled with hateful fury that, were it material, would be enough to burn Song Jian to ashes. Human, you! The voice of the evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan started to echo around the altar, but before he could finish, a golden chain appeared out of thin air above the altar, shooting straight towards him. A piercing scream rang out as the golden chain ran through the chest of evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan, dark purple blood flowing like flames from the wound, burning fiercely in midair. This flame-like blood seemed almost illusory, and even when it dripped onto the altar, it caused no change whatsoever. No, Dragon God, the Phoenix ancestors will not let you go, will not let go. In a voice of despair, evil fire phoenix Nuo Stan let out a ferocious roar, struggling to break free from the restraints of the golden chains. However, it was not long before the golden chains, as thick as a finger, seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, weaving incessantly through the body of evil fire phoenix Neo Stan. In a short amount of time, its body was heavily entwined by the chains, and then slowly, it was pulled into the void. No, please no, spare me, I beg you, Dragon God. The struggles of evil fire phoenix Neo Stan became even more frantic as it tried to escape the gold chain's confines. Its wing had been severely damaged from the ferocious struggling, severed by the chains, but the evil fire phoenix paid it no heed. Just as the severed wing began falling, the golden chain shot out again like a serpent, binding the wing securely as well. Seeing this, evil fire phoenix became even more despondent, exerting all its strength as the purple flames on its body surged, nearly melting the gold chains that bound it. Yet, no matter how the evil fire phoenix struggled, it was gradually dragged into the void. The other end of the chain seemed to be linked to another passageway, and when the silhouette of evil fire phoenix completely vanished into the void, the temple where the dragon god altar stood again became quiet, even the column of light that had pierced the heavens disappeared. Song Jian looked towards the altar. The eyeball that he had originally placed there had now vanished into thin air, presumably taken by the dragon god along with the last remnant of the evil fire phoenix's soul. Just then, several golden notifications suddenly appeared in Song Jian's system prompt bar. System, you have sacrificed the legendary item, Evil Phoenix Eye, and obtained the dragon god's appreciation. Your reputation among the dragon clan has risen to revered. System, you have sacrificed the legendary item, Evil Phoenix Eye, and obtained the dragon god's blessing. Please choose from the 3 options below the one that satisfies you the most. Option 1, Giant Dragon Physique, Attribute, gain the robust physique of the dragon clan, Vitality attribute increased by 100 points, and obtain defensive and resistance enhancements that come with the Vitality attribute increase, Vitality points recovery speed substantially increased, obtaining the passive talent skill, Super Regeneration, immune to any damage below 100 points, possessing the ability to rapidly recover from injuries in a very short time. The more severe the injury, the slower the recovery speed and the more recovery energy needed. Option 2, Dragon Runes, Attribute, containing the mysteries of all dragon language magic. These arcane runes can be integrated or inlaid, and full mastery of these runes can unlock the secondary profession, Dragon Language Mage. Option 3, Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, Attribute, enhance the skill Eye of Insight to max level, combine the Eye of Insight skill with the extraocular equipment Vertical Eye, infusing a trace of Dragon God's power. Upgrading Vertical Eye to Piercing Illusion Divine Eye, Ancestral Dragon. A look of surprise emerged on Song Jian's face, as the 3 options from the Dragon God's blessing were incredibly generous for him at the moment. The Giant Dragon Physique was a capability every close combat profession dreamed of, and an increase of 100 points in Constitution could turn Song Jian into the top vitality tank in the entire game. Although after his job change, Song Jian's character attributes had shifted from close combat to a mid to long-range physical attack profession with a focus on mental attributes, obtaining the Giant Dragon Physique ability greatly enhanced his survivability. In a game where you only have one life, the ability to survive is something you can never be too satisfied with, no matter how much you improve it. As for the second option, Dragon Language Mage, it was a legendary profession in the game world that only players with the dragon bloodline could have. Just this prerequisite alone blocked out 99% of players. Moreover, Dragon Language Magic was one of the most powerful spells in the game and also had the most forbidden spells. Most importantly, choosing it would not conflict with Song Jian's current profession but would complement it well. A brand new secondary profession and a complete set of Dragon Language Magic skills were abilities that all players coveted. As for the third option, the Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, it didn't seem particularly outstanding from its description, and even the attributes and abilities of the final Piercing Illusion Divine Eye, Ancestral Dragon, weren't specified. What's more, choosing the third option required the fusion of the Eye of Insight and an external piece of equipment, effectively using up a scouting skill and then upgrading the Vertical Eye's grade and ability. It could be considered a good choice in normal circumstances, but within the context of the Dragon God's blessing, it seemed somewhat unusual. Why would a blessing require cost? Song Jian briefly scanned the third option before his gaze returned to the first and second ones. While Song Jian was hesitating between the first and second options, a sudden insight flashed through his mind. In the game, the more you put in, the more you get back. Song Jian suddenly thought. The third option requires me to sacrifice a skill. If it's just to enhance the Vertical Eye's quality and ability, wouldn't that be somewhat disproportionate to the Dragon God's blessing? Or perhaps, the value of the third option, Piercing Illusion Divine Eye, Ancestral Dragon, is so great that merely offering an Evil Phoenix Eye is not enough, and consuming the Eye of Insight skill is also necessary to match its worth? With this thought, a smile slowly formed on Song Jian's lips. After reading the third option word by word again, he immediately made his choice. I choose the third option, Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. After making his choice, a dark gold light suddenly enveloped Song Jian, and the level of the Eye of Insight in his skill column visibly started rising at high speed. Level 3, 4, 5. When the Eye of Insight skill reached level 12, it still hadn't maxed out, but the speed of leveling began to noticeably slow down. What's going on? Song Jian's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the Eye of Insight skill to have such a high cap, seeming to have underestimated the skill before. At that moment, the 7 skill points he had saved up suddenly dropped by 1 for no apparent reason. In its place, the previously slowing leveling speed surged again. Chapter 1305, Satisfaction. Why do I also need to consume skill points? Song Jian froze in place. After a skill point disappeared, the experience points of the insight skill once again surged rapidly. This time the speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rose another level. 13, 14. As it approached level 15, the increasing speed once again slowed down, and Song Jian's face immediately fell. Just as expected, another skill point vanished, and the speed of increase picked up once again. One must know that although Song Jian didn't master many skills, due to proficiency, he had saved quite a few skill points. However, there would always come a time when the proficiency of these skills reached their maximum values, and as the levels became increasingly difficult to raise, the skill points correspondingly became more precious. Originally supposed to be a cost-free upgrade, now it was clear that Song Jian's sacrifice had grown larger. Soon, the hard-earned 7 skill points were completely consumed, and the insight skill correspondingly rose to level 21, reaching the maximum level. For a moment, Song Jian suddenly felt that within a radius of 100 meters, he could perceive everything at heart, as if with his eyes closed. Everything around him was also reflected in his mind, as though he had gained an additional pair of eyes, observing everything around him with a godlike perspective. In the midst of it all, Song Jian seemed to hear a soft sigh, but quickly, the feeling of perceiving everything vanished, and Song Jian opened his eyes. Sure enough, in the skill column, the Eye of Insight skill had disappeared, replaced by a fiery light that appeared in the center of his forehead. The space between his eyebrows grew hotter and hotter, as if an infinite amount of energy was pouring into it without end. Crack, crack. Song Jian could feel that the vertical eye between his eyebrows could no longer withstand such a terrifying amount of energy, and began to shatter bit by bit. Song Jian could even see the dense, fine cracks on the surface of the vertical eye, the entire eye looking as if it was made of thousands of fragments, forcibly cemented together by external forces. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly spread throughout the Dragon God altar, and several members of the Dragon clan knelt on their knees, bowing their noble heads and reciting draconic praise poems. This strong aura that permeated the altar lasted only a brief period before it all rushed towards the center of Song Jian's forehead. This time, what Song Jian felt wasn't heat but pain, an excruciating pain that spread throughout his body from his forehead, as if a red-hot iron rod had been ruthlessly stabbed into his head from his forehead. All of a sudden, acute pain made Song Jian scream involuntarily, wanting to cover his forehead with his hands, but in an instant, he lost control of his entire body, and like a puppet, he was lifted off the ground, slowly floating upwards. At this moment, Song Jian was floating in the air, his body arching backward, with only his head stretching forward as a splendid purple and gold pillar of light burst forth from his forehead. The pain quickly spread from the forehead to the entire body. This kind of pain was something Song Jian had never experienced before. He wanted to pass out, but as time went on, his consciousness became clearer and clearer. Song Jian could even feel the sensation of pain transmitted by every muscle and bone, which made him feel as if he had plunged into purgatory. Amidst the pain, Song Jian had lost his sense of time. Not knowing how long had passed, Song Jian felt his body sink, and he fell heavily towards the Dragon God altar. Fortunately, Song Jian had not flown up too high, reaching at most 2 or 3 meters off the ground. Although he was completely unconscious, he didn't fall too heavily. Lying on the Dragon God altar, Song Jian had no strength at all, his body ached all over, but this pain, compared to before, had eased a lot. It was as if he had worked hard all day and woke up early the next morning with his muscles feeling a bit strained. The few Dragon Clan priests who looked at Song Jian lying on the altar were also at a loss. They normally did not have the privilege to ascend the altar and could only wait below for Song Jian to awaken on his own. After a good while, Song Jian finally regained consciousness. He fumbled in his inventory for a bottle of stamina restoration potion, poured it into his mouth, and after resting on the altar for a bit longer, he rolled over and stood up. It was then that Song Jian noticed his body felt unusually light. A simple rollover had launched him 2 to 3 meters into the air, as if gravity's hold on him had suddenly lessened significantly. Surprised and pleased, Song Jian quickly checked his attributes, and sure enough, his physical qualities had improved a lot. Nearly every attribute had increased by 20 to 30 points, amounting to a boost of more than 100 attribute points in total, an unexpected windfall indeed. At the same time, the vertical eye on his forehead felt like a ball of energy, even though it looked unchanged from the outside. Song Jian could feel a continuous supply of energy flowing throughout every corner of his body. This energy seemed to be improving his physical attributes, slowly but steadily. The vertical eye on his forehead seemed to have fully integrated with his body, no longer an external piece of equipment. Yet, it was apparent that the eye was still brewing and had not completely evolved into the breaking illusion divine eye, with about 12 hours remaining for the evolution. Although he was rather impatient to experience the effects of the breaking illusion divine eye, Song Jian figured he could wait for 12 hours. As he walked down from the dragon god altar, Song Jian suddenly noticed that the priests of the dragon clan were treating him with a newfound reverence. Previously, their attitude was friendly, as they would treat any other clan member, but now, they were utterly respectful, standing beside him with their heads bowed and hands folded at their bellies without any unnecessary movement. "Gentlemen, what is this?" asked Song Jian, somewhat puzzled. "My lord, you have now received the approval of the dragon god. You could be called the spokesperson of the dragon god in this world, and being referred to as the godly child would not be an exaggeration. Revering and serving you is our obligation," explained the elderly dragon clan priest Gel respectfully. Song Jian was taken aback. Wow, they even use the word serve. It seems the dragon god's blessing I received is of the highest level, isn't it? What Song Jian didn't know was that the breaking illusion divine eye contained a hint of the dragon god's essence, which was immensely intimidating for the dragon clan. The priests, who served in the dragon god hall year-round, were extremely familiar with the essence of the dragon god. They did not understand why the dragon god had granted Song Jian a trace of its essence, but since it was the dragon god's decision, they were completely obedient to it. Now, in their eyes, Song Jian had become equivalent to the spokesperson of the dragon god in this world. This status was much more exalted than that of a regular godly child or holy maiden. From the priest's attitudes towards him, Song Jian could guess that, although he had paid a significant price for choosing the third option, it could also be said that he made a fortune. The first two options would have granted him a trace of the dragon bloodline at most, but the third option gave him a hint of the dragon god's essence. The difference between them was indeed like heaven and earth. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Song Jian's lips as he felt even more satisfied with his choice. Chapter 1306, Centaur. Leaving the Dragon Bone Wasteland, Song Jian flew toward the direction of the City of Hope. The speed of his sword flight art was faster than that of the Black Dragon, but the comfort couldn't compare to riding the Black Dragon. Although he didn't know the way back, Song Jian still remembered the general direction. He might fly off course, but now he could only wait for the Black Dragon Comet to wake up before correcting their path. Should take no more than half a day for her to come around, right? Song Jian glanced at the Black Dragon deep in slumber within the pet space and thought to himself. However, Song Jian clearly overestimated the Black Dragon's tolerance for alcohol. 10 hours later, the Black Dragon Cometa finally woke up from her deep sleep. Upon receiving a system notification, Song Jian hastily summoned her from the pet space. The girl with black hair sat on the ground, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Song Jian with some confusion, as if trying to remember who this human was. "Are you awake?" Song Jian waved his hand in front of her, which the groggy Black Dragon swatted away. Due to the effects of the jade liquid wine, the intimacy between the Black Dragon and Song Jian had increased to 80 points. After swatting away the hand that obstructed her view, the Black Dragon recognized Song Jian, rolled her eyes at him, stood up, and began to look around at their surroundings. At that moment, they stood in a vast prairie, where the lush green grass had grown waist high. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the Black Dragon Cometa. "How did you end up here?" Song Jian also remembered that they hadn't passed through a prairie on their way there. It seemed he had indeed taken the wrong path and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he said. "I finished my trial and was planning to return to the City of Hope, but I don't remember the way very well." "Did we veer off course by a lot?" Song Jian looked around and asked. "Not by much, just over 100 kilometers. This is the Sickener Prairie, ruled by a group of centaurs. Their ruler is King Sickener, who possesses the strength of a legendary realm," the Black Dragon stated expressionlessly. "A king-level boss." Song Jian's brow furrowed. With his current strength, he could exchange blows with a king-level boss for a few rounds, but claiming a sure victory was impossible. Although he had the potential to injure the opponent also had the power to kill Song Jian. "The main issue is my level is too low. If I could pass the third-order combat power assessment, I wouldn't fear a general king-level power." Song Jian thought to himself, "If I can reach the peak of third-order combat strength, level 120, I'll be able to put on the swordsman suit. By then, With my strength, I'll likely be able to defeat most king-level bosses. We should hurry and leave this place, to get back to the City of Hope, Song Jian suggested. I am afraid that's not possible anymore, we seem to be surrounded. Black Dragon looked around and a slight smile appeared on her face. At this time, dense figures of centaurs appeared less than 100 meters from them. These centaurs had the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of horses. They were all around level 100, looking very robust, clad in only simple leather armor, and their faces bore fierce expressions. They moved through the prairie in complete silence. If the Black Dragon hadn't noticed them, Song Jian probably wouldn't have detected them until they were within 50 meters. Black Dragon Komata, now possessing the strength of a sovereign-level boss and her level having soared to 99, meant that, regardless of their number, these centaurs were no match for her. Most importantly, the Black Dragon could fly, while these centaurs, despite their swiftness, lacked the ability to fly. Let's go. Let's not complicate things further. Seeing these level 100 ordinary monsters around him, Song Jian shook his head slightly and said, "These centaurs might be numerous, but they were just ordinary monsters." To Song Jian, such creatures, no matter how many, pose no threat to him. Song Jian was yearning to return as swiftly as possible to the City of Hope and had no intention to engage in combat. Alright then, let's fly in that direction. In at most 5 or 6 days, we should be able to enter the City of Hope's vicinity. The Black Dragon said, pointing to the left. The Black Dragon, having leveled up, had seen a significant enhancement in all attributes. The journey here took about 10 days, but now the return trip would take no more than a week. The centaurs surrounding them seemed to realize they had been spotted and thus stopped hiding, shouting loudly as they rapidly ran towards them. These centaurs were incredibly fast. In a matter of seconds, they had sprinted dozens of meters, and each was carrying several long spears. Upon reaching an appropriate distance, they each grabbed a spear and hurled it towards Song Jian and Komata. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of long spears came whistling through the air towards Song Jian and Komata, nearly obscuring a large area around. Any ordinary person faced with such an assault wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Song Jian summoned a sky-breaking sword and struck out a spear heading his way, emitting a clang sound as if metal clashed with metal, which made Song Jian hesitate in surprise. After all, those spears appeared to be wooden, and with the sharpness of the sky-breaking sword, he should have easily sliced through them. However, the sword seemed to strike alloy steel, leaving only a shallow mark on the spear. If it weren't for the sheer number of attacks, Song Jian would have wanted to pick up a spear and examine it closely. Roar. With an angry roar, Komata next to him suddenly changed form, reverting to the giant dragon shape. With a flap of its wings, a strong gush of air burst forth, sending the incoming spears flying away. Even the few that struck the Black Dragon's body were unable to penetrate its defense. The sturdy dragon scales deflected all the spears. Seizing the moment, Song Jian picked up a spear. Holding it in his hand, he felt a heavy sensation. Given Song Jian's strength attribute was nearing 300 points, he wouldn't usually feel this way even when holding something weighing over 100 pounds. At least 300 pounds, and yet, this material looks like wood. Song Jian said, somewhat astonished by the spear in his hand. After a moment's thought, he gathered 7 or 8 spears from around him and stashed them in his pack. By then, the Black Dragon had already unleashed its scorching dragon breath on the approaching centaurs. Song Jian frowned, mounted the Black Dragon's back, and with a loud shout, he said, "Forget about them, let's get out of here." Normal centaurs touched by the dragon breath, even if not killed instantly, would find the fiery flames clinging to their bodies like maggots in dead flesh, feeding on their meat and burning continuously until nothing but ashes remained. Soon, over a dozen centaurs were turned into moving torches, screaming and running about. In Komata the Black Dragon's dark gold eyes, a hint of bloodthirstiness flashed. It ignored Song Jian's roar and, flapping its wings, charged into the herd of centaurs. In an instant, like a tiger among sheep, the Black Dragon slaughtered wildly among the centaurs. Its wings, claws, fangs. Every part of the Black Dragon's body could become a weapon. Combined with the dragon breath it sprayed at will, the centaurs had no power to fight back and were quickly decimated, the majority killed or wounded. The remaining centaurs, terror-stricken, scattered in every direction. Chapter 1307, Shake People. The Black Dragon's level is roughly on par with these centaurs, but Black Dragon is a chief-level boss, just a step away from king level. The gap in strength can no longer be compensated for by numbers. In just a few minutes, the Black Dragon had killed 70 to 80 centaurs. Every part of its formidable body could be used as a weapon. Even without wielding dragon language magic, these centaurs stood no chance. Moreover, Song Jian felt that Black Dragon Komata seemed to particularly relish this kind of bloody close combat rather than using dragon language magic. After the fight started, it rarely even used dragon flame. Soon, the remaining centaurs scattered in retreat. Black Dragon Komata apparently found the battle wanting, as it unfolded its wings and took to the air, seemingly wanting to chase after them. A moment later, Komata seemed to remember something and flew back. This prairie belongs to this group of centaurs, we should leave quickly. Having killed so many of them, I fear retaliation. Black Dragon Komata said to Songjian with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Komata had gotten carried away with the killing and had temporarily chosen to forget the strength of this centaur tribe. After all, to control such a vast prairie, the tribe must be astonishing in both numbers and the quality of their warriors. Songjian mounted the black dragon, which turned around and flew toward the direction of the City of Hope. After flying for half an hour, Songjian suddenly sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching them. An enemy is getting close, Songjian immediately warned, but the black dragon's expressionless facade suggested it had already known that a powerful entity was approaching. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the black dragon unexpectedly turned and flew towards the direction of the incoming adversary. It seemed eager for another confrontation. The opponent might be of legendary realm strength. Songjian's brow furrowed as he couldn't help but say. At this moment, Songjian just wanted to hurry back to the City of Hope and did not wish for any complications. A champion from the legendary realm each had their trump cards. If he encountered one that Songjian could resist, he might stand a chance in battle. But should he run into a peak power like the evil Fire Phoenix, Songjian wouldn't even be able to escape. Black Dragon Komata didn't seem to heed his words, as its flying speed increased even further. Songjian was somewhat speechless. Komata, having advanced to chief level, seemed to have become somewhat arrogant, not taking a monster one realm higher seriously and daring to face it head-on. Soon, a centaur radiating golden light appeared before Songjian's eyes. This particular centaur was exceptionally tall and robust, at least 1 meter taller than an average centaur. Perhaps it practiced some special cultivation technique as the centaur's body shimmered in golden brilliance, looking as if it were forged from gold. On the left side of the centaur hung a war armor at least 2 to 3 meters long, and on the right, 3 war spears roughly 2 meters in length and as thick as an arm. Level 98, King level boss. Is this the centaur chief, King Sukiner? Songjian squinted, carefully observing. Without the fully evolved breaking illusion divine eye, Songjian could only rely on the simple identification system and experience provided by the game system to deduce the characteristics of the enemy. This is the whelp of King Sukiner, his third son. The information recorded says that all 8 of Sukiner's sons are of chief level. I didn't expect this fellow to have already reached king level. Black Dragon Komata seemed somewhat surprised, looking at the radiant golden centaur before it. All the legacy memories of Black Dragon Komata originated from its bloodline. Having initiated bloodline evolution and receiving the Dragon God's blessing, the Dragon Clan's information from nearly 1,000 years was made available to her, all inherited through the bloodline. If Black Dragon Komata progressed further and advanced to legendary level, the Dragon Clan's information from tens of thousands of years would also become accessible to her, available for consultation at any time. The information circulated among the various Dragonkin of the Dragon Clan varied, with some focusing on elemental magic, others on time and spatial magic, and some on close combat. However, historical materials shared among all Dragonkin were almost identical, showing no significant differences. So it's just a guy who has just stepped into the legendary realm? Songjian's eyes lit up. If the opponent had just entered the legendary realm, then perhaps they could still fight. Just at that moment, the centaur opposite him suddenly took off a war spear and hurled it fiercely at the black dragon. The whistling sound of slicing through the air and the sharp shriek made Songjian's eardrums uncomfortable. Seeing the speed of the war spear, his complexion changed. So fast, it's already broken the sound barrier. Songjian was thinking when Black Dragon Komata suddenly made a sharp turn, spinning 180 degrees in the air, and the war spear almost grazed Komata's belly as it flew by. Instinctively, Songjian tensed his legs to keep himself from falling off the black dragon. However, this move seemed to have irked Black Dragon Komata, who turned its head back to bellow at him. Get down quickly, don't you have wings to fly with? How can you fight on my back? Songjian was no dragon knight, capable of riding on a giant dragon's back and fighting. Fighting atop the black dragon's back would not have allowed him to utilize their combined strength and might have even been a burden. Songjian relaxed his legs and his figure fell from the back of the black dragon. A flying sword traced an arc in the air and flew beneath his feet, supporting him back down to the ground. Although fighting the centaur in the air offered some advantages, Songjian felt that on the ground, he could better coordinate with the black dragon in combat. After the first strike missed, the golden centaur was not discouraged, and took off another war spear, aiming it fiercely at the black dragon, this time throwing it even faster. Songjian saw that each of the 3 war spears had purple runes etched on their surfaces. After being thrown, These runes began to emit light, seemingly increasing the war spear's speed and damage. Woo! The black dragon grazed over the head of the golden centaur, spewing a jet of dragon breath flame toward it. Varumkada! The golden centaur suddenly let out an angry roar. The war spear, which had initially flown past the black dragon's tapered tail, eerily drew an arc in the air, made a U-turn, and fiercely stabbed into the back of the black dragon. Thud! Caught off guard, Black Dragon Kamata failed to notice the incoming spear, and was viciously struck in the back by the war spear. Over 2 meters of the spear plunged more than 2 feet deep, blood splattered, and the hot blood was copiously spilt onto the grassland. Boom! Because the golden centaur was controlling the war spear, it lost the time to dodge the dragon breath fire, and had to endure the hit forcefully. It was struck full on by the dragon flame and was flung 7 or 8 meters away. The grassland where it stood began burning furiously after being touched by the dragon breath fire, quickly spreading over a dozen meters. The golden centaur got back on its feet, a charred mark could be clearly seen on its chest. Seeing the grassland set ablaze by dragon breath fire, a flush of anger rose in the centaur's eyes. For those who lived on the grasslands, a grassland fire was the last thing they wanted to see. The golden centaur looked up at the black dragon, the principal offender, and immediately let out a furious roar. It took a bullhorn from around its waist and blew into it with all its might. Suddenly, a deep and desolate sound started to echo across the entire grassland. Song Jian's heart surged with an unpleasant premonition. The battle hasn't even really started, and it's already calling for reinforcements? Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 1308, So weak a king-level boss like you, facing a second-tier combat power and a fellow sovereign-level boss, still calls for help? Have you no shame? Song Jian's face instantly turned terrifyingly grim. Black Dragon Kamata had said that this prairie was ruled by the centaur tribe, their population exceeding 100,000. There were innumerable centaurs of lord-level and sovereign-level strength, and what's most important was that this golden centaur was merely the third son of King Sukiner. Who knew whether its 2 older brothers had also broken through to king level? If they had, then together with King Sukiner, that would make 4 king-level bosses. Even if Song Jian was overly confident, he couldn't possibly believe he could withstand the attacks of 4 legendary realm bosses at the same time. Thousand Swords Art, Opening Heaven. With a low shout from Song Jian, he brandished the sky-breaking sword fiercely forward, and countless spirit swords appeared out of thin air. They flew towards the golden centaur like swimming fish. The Chaos Sword Cannon was simply too profound. Song Jian felt that one would need to reach the legendary realm to start comprehending and cultivating it. However, due to a fortunate coincidence, Song Jian had grasped the essence of the Opening Heaven style from the Chaos Sword Cannon. Although it was just a superficial understanding, its power was incomparable to any ordinary sword technique. Moreover, his Thousand Swords art was of a high level. Combining the two, using the spirit swords to construct the Opening Heaven style was much easier for Song Jian than directly executing the move. This move was immensely powerful, and it could be considered Song Jian's trump card. Compared to the sword formation, which required time to evolve, this move was faster, and with some luck, it might even severely wound the opponent in one strike. It seemed that the golden centaur also felt the threat of this move. It stopped throwing its spear and took off the war hammer from its back, gripping it tightly with both hands as it let out a roar and charged at Song Jian. Do you think you're at the pinnacle of the legendary realm too? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, a look of disdain on his face. The power of the Opening Heaven style was immense. Initially, the evil Fire Phoenix, with its peak legendary realm strength, dared to clash hard against this move and suffered only minor injuries as a result. The golden centaur before him, who had clearly just entered the legendary realm, was obviously biting off more than it could chew by taking the Opening Heaven style head-on. The spirit sword swiftly condensed into a battle axe in midair, slashing fiercely at the approaching golden centaur. At the same time, the warhammer in the centaur's hands radiated blinding golden light. A powerful aura erupted in an instant, causing a violent rumble within a radius of dozens of meters. The ground within that area had layers of dirt scraped off, and the one slush prairie was instantly laid bare, leaving a bald black surface. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, staring into the howling wind ahead. The golden centaur's warhammer had, at some point, flown high into the air and slammed into the ground with force, while the golden centaur itself had vanished from its original location, blown to who knows where. Just then, a series of dragon language incantations suddenly sounded above his head. Looking up, he saw etched in the dark gold vertical pupils of Black Dragon Kamata. A string of dragon language magic erupted from her mouth, and the fire elemental energies within hundreds of meters around her began to stir restlessly. Soon, a dark red fire cloud, engulfing hundreds of meters, formed over the prairie. The previous spear throw had clearly angered Kamata, and she began to cast dragon language magic she seldom used. Moreover, it looked like a spell of immense range, enveloping hundreds of meters. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, gigantic fireballs over 3 meters in diameter slowly formed within the fire cloud, gradually separating from it. The moment they completely left the fire cloud, their speed suddenly increased sharply, plummeting towards the ground and exploding upon impact. Like meteors with long tails of flames, they burst open on the prairie, igniting fierce wildfires within a radius of hundreds of meters. This time, the flames weren't as easy to extinguish as before. Such a vast fire could easily lead to a widespread conflagration. Just one hit and he's taken out, but he's in the legendary realm, shouldn't be this weak, right? Song Jian frowned as he watched the warhammer fly out more than a dozen meters away while the Golden Centaur was nowhere to be seen. After all, the Golden Centaur was a legendary realm powerhouse. The evil fire phoenix could even fight head-on with opening heaven style and only suffer minor flesh wounds on its fist. The Golden Centaur couldn't possibly be weak enough to be killed in one blow, could he? Just as Song Jian felt puzzled, the black dragon in the sky let out a fierce roar and dove towards the grassland. From its slightly opened ferocious mouth, a spinning fireball rapidly brewed. It's there. Song Jian was stunned for a moment before immediately rushing toward where the black dragon was diving. The black dragon had a much wider field of view in the sky and naturally could see the Golden Centaur faster than him. Sure enough, at this moment, half of the Golden Centaur's body was scorched black, with a wound over a foot long on its chest, from which blood spurted continuously. Half of its body was stained red with blood. Its arms drooped unnaturally, either broken or dislocated. It had lost the ability to continue fighting. However, its 4 legs appeared to be intact. Seeing the black dragon and Song Jian diving towards it, the Golden Centaur turned tail and ran without a word. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The opponent's injuries were heavier than he had anticipated, and it had at least withstood one strike of dragon language magic, or else it wouldn't have lost its combat ability so quickly. Think you can run? Song Jian roared, with chaotic heavenly wings emerging behind him. His figure flashed like lightning as he charged at the centaur. In the sky, with an angry roar from the black dragon, a spinning fireball locked onto the fleeing Golden Centaur. It traced an arc through the air and brutally smashed into one side of its body. Watching the Golden Centaur struggle fiercely but unable to rise, Song Jian, who had already raised his sky-breaking sword high, couldn't help but lower it again. How can it be so weak? Song Jian stared at the Golden Centaur, perplexed. It was, after all, from the legendary realm, a king-level boss. How could it be that in fight, this boss proved to be even weaker than some top-tier bosses? Under the combined force of him and the black dragon, it couldn't even last through 2 or 3 exchanges. Woo! The strong wind howled as a shadow enveloped both Song Jian and the Golden Centaur. Looking up, he saw the black dragon Kama hovering above with its wings fluttering, slowly descending. Seeing the Golden Centaur, Kama lifted its foreleg in anger and stomped down fiercely. Plop! Without even a scream, the centaur was crushed into a pile of mush by the black dragon Kama, with only one horse leg remaining, slipping through the fingers. Chapter 1309, Divine Eye. Song Jian glanced at the black dragon and felt that, since her promotion, her temperament seemed to have become even more irritable. Don't move, I'm going to pull out a battle spear from your back. Song Jian patted the black dragon's sturdy body and whispered. After stomping a centaur to death, the black dragon's anger also seemed to fade a lot. She looked at Song Jian and obediently bowed her body, lying prone on the grass. Standing on the black dragon's back, Song Jian gripped the battle spear with both hands and yanked it out fiercely. The black dragon's body trembled slightly as she bore the pain and issued a deep, low whine. He took an advanced healing potion from his inventory and poured it over the black dragon's wound. With her healing power, such superficial skin injuries would heal in a day or 2 at most, but with the help of the healing potion, the recovery time could be reduced to mere minutes. Feeling a cool sensation on the wound on her back, the black dragon became even more docile. Song Jian jumped down from the black dragon's back and began to examine the loot dropped by the Golden Centaur. After picking up all the spoils, Song Jian's face turned ugly. Despite being a king-level boss, it hadn't dropped a single epic equipment piece, only a golden-quality battle spear. This battle spear was a throwing weapon that fitted in the offhand. It dealt decent damage and didn't need to be retrieved after being thrown. After 20 seconds, it would automatically return to the offhand equipment slot. However, if it was picked up immediately after being thrown, the cooldown would be instantly refreshed. After carefully inspecting the battle spear's attributes, Song Jian promptly switched out the skeleton crossbow. The battle spear was not within the range of weapons used by sword masters. If Song Jian attacked with it, the damage would be reduced by 80%, barely enough to break the defense of a monster of the same level. However, the attributes added by the battle spear were excellent, almost 5 or 6 times that of the skeleton crossbow. Most importantly, Although it couldn't deal damage to enemies, any enemy hit by the battle spear would be slowed for 5 seconds, plus this slow had priority over similar effects and normal dispelling skills would have no effect against it. Trash. Song Jian looked at the corpse of the golden centaur and shook his head. Although it gave a battle spear with good attributes, a king-level boss dropping only a golden quality item, no matter who it was, would probably curse it as trash. Song Jian mounted the black dragon. With a flap of her wings, they lift off and flew toward the direction of the City of Hope. Not long after their departure, rumbling noises came from the prairie, sounding like thousands of horses galloping. Looking into the distance, over 5,000 fully armed centaurs charged from afar. The leader wore a golden crown on his head, donned close-fitting soft armor, held a shield in his left hand, and clutched a one-handed hammer in his right, his face bearing a slightly aged appearance. This centaur was King Sukiner, the ruler of this prairie, and behind him were 5,000 guards with at least the strength of elite bosses. King Sukiner slowly approached the corpse of the golden centaur, and seeing the wounds on the golden centaur, his expression turned sour. After a long time, an ancient and desolate battle song rose from King Sukiner's mouth. The Sukiner Prairie nurtures the tribe's fearless warriors. Facing the enemy, they march forward bravely, without a hint of fear. As King Sukiner's husky, deep voice rose, the guards behind him began to sing along, and the song spread across the entire Sukiner Prairie. Several guards came forward, gently lifting the golden centaur's corpse, and the transparent flames that were burning the body of the centaur vanished in an instant as if they had never been there at all. Take Gao's body back for a proper burial. King Sukiner's face, as sharp as a knife's edge, revealed a resolute expression as he spoke to his royal guards. Split off 1,000 men and join me in pursuit of the enemy, even if we must chase them to the ends of the earth, I will have their heads to mourn my son. The royal guards, upon hearing King Sukiner's words, stirred slightly, and a burly half-centaur hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, speaking softly. My king, you are the leader of our tribe. Leave the pursuit to us. I will surely bring you the head of the enemy who killed the third prince. He killed my son. King Sukiner stared emotionlessly at the half-centaur, and after a long silence, the other retreated backward, no longer attempting to dissuade him. Before long, King Sukiner was leading 1,000 royal guards, chasing in the direction that Black Dragon had fled, while the remaining people escorted the body of the golden half-centaur back to the tribe. Song Jian, riding atop Black Dragon's back, was unaware that behind them, a team of half-centaurs was in pursuit. After flying for a while longer, Song Jian suddenly felt a searing pain at the center of his forehead and instinctively placed his hand there, letting out a pained groan. Black Dragon turned to glance at Song Jian, a trace of confusion in its eyes. Seeing the painful expression on Song Jian's face, Black Dragon hesitated for a moment before slowly descending. By then, they had left the bounds of Sukiner Prairie and arrived at a desolate gobi, where the ground was strewn with large rocks and clusters of brown weeds. A gust of wind blew, and a ghostly howl echoed through the gobi, sounds made as the wind passed over the weathered rocks. Once on the ground, Black Dragon transformed into a little girl with black hair, looking at Song Jian who was kneeling on the gobi, trembling and clutching his forehead, her eyebrows furrowing. Song Jian, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Black Dragon Kamata asked, standing beside Song Jian. The breaking illusion divine eye has been nurtured successfully. Now, huff it's. Song Jian was dripping with sweat, gasping for air with a look of great discomfort. My forehead, it feels like something is burrowing out from there. Song Jian felt as though a worm was gnawing at his flesh and trying to drill its way out. Moments later, a shaft of 7-colored divine light burst forth from between the fingers Song Jian had placed over his eyes, illuminating the vicinity for tens of meters around. An aura of the dragon god emanated from Song Jian's forehead, and Black Dragon Kamata's face showed surprise as she backed away, her mouth agape and her body trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Song Jian suddenly let out a low roar, feeling as though a crisp cracking sound had echoed within his mind. Crack. After a slight noise, Song Jian felt as though he had been reborn, as if he had shed a thick outer shell. The entire world seemed to come alive anew, and his senses grew keener. The surrounding scenery became more vibrant and beautiful. Even though it was getting dark, Song Jian could see objects hundreds of meters away clearly. Everything around him conveyed a multitude of rich, colorful pieces of information, even the breeze carried information from miles away. The breaking illusion divine eye has been successfully nurtured. A cool sensation spread from the center of his forehead. Song Jian slowly stood up, moving his hands away, revealing an eye with a dark gold vertical pupil at his forehead, rotating slightly as it absorbed everything around him, exuding endless authority. Black Dragon Kamata, after just one glance at this vertical eye, found herself involuntarily kneeling on one knee, her head bowed low, chanting words of praise to the dragon god. Chapter 1310, Golden Heart. Is this the breaking illusion divine eye? Song Jian's eyes were half closed as he felt the power continuously emanating from his forehead and permeating his body, murmuring to himself. He had originally thought that the breaking illusion divine eye was just an enhanced version of the vertical eye at the brow, at most a legendary quality external equipment. Now, it seemed far more than just external equipment. At this moment, the breaking illusion divine eye seemed like a new organ that had grown inside Song Jian's body, and not a simple one at that. This divine eye seemed like a source of energy that constantly radiated power. These energies flowed through the meridians in Song Jian's body to every part, incessantly improving his physical quality. Most importantly, within the breaking illusion divine eye lay a trace of the dragon god's divine might. As long as Song Jian could absorb and digest this divinity, then all his attacks in the future would imbue this divine might. Even the most ordinary strike would possess the power to cleave the heavens and split the earth. For creatures below the divine level, there was simply no resistance against such divine might. The black dragon Komodo was also sensing the faint aura of the dragon god spilling from Song Jian's brow, growing more reverent by the moment. If at this time Song Jian were to open his pet information and check, he would discover that the black dragon Komodo's intimacy with him had soared from the previous 80 points directly to the full value of 100. Song Jian's eyes were half closed as he began to slowly adapt to the breaking illusion divine eye. He was just an ordinary player with only second-tier combat power. If he had been an NPC in this game, it would have been impossible for him to possess such an organ-bearing divine might. Even if he did, the organ would gradually take over his consciousness, turning the tables and replacing the brain's functions, eventually transforming him into a puppet dominated by the breaking illusion divine eye. Because Song Jian was a player and had the protection of the game system, and since the breaking illusion divine eye was a reward he obtained and recognized by the system, there were no side effects. However, adapting to this organ was no simple task. Song Jian remained in place for nearly an hour, and the divine eye's rainbow radiance slowly faded away. Even the divine eye itself gradually retracted back into Song Jian's skull, leaving a dark gold-colored vertical scar on his forehead. As the divine eye retracted and its mighty aura dissipated, the black dragon Komodo lifted her head, looking at Song Jian with surprise. She could hardly believe that a human had become the spokesperson for the dragon god, a representative of divinity walking the earth. Deities could not directly appear in this game world, they could only manifest through descent, casting divine spells, and their presence was represented through demigods, saints, and the like. The so-called representatives of divinity, the prophets, held a sacred status, and each one, without exception, possessed divine might, enabling them to wield divine abilities. How did you gain the favor of the dragon god to become his spokesperson? Black Dragon Komodo couldn't help but ask. It was known that while the Dragon Clan acknowledged Song Jian's qualifications and treatment as one of their own, he was still just a human. Choosing a human to be the spokesperson for the dragon god was an event unprecedented in thousands of years. Maybe it's because I'm your battle companion, and the dragon god holds you in high esteem. Song Jian patted the black dragon Komodo's shoulder, smiling. Humphrey, in my latest advancement, I received the highest blessing from the dragon god, acquiring a golden heart. Black Dragon Komodo spoke proudly. This golden heart is the foundation of sainthood. In the future, I will grow into a golden sacred dragon, a glory that only the descendants of the dragon god can possess. The golden dragon is a legend among the dragon clan. Only dragons who are descendants of the dragon god's bloodline have the potential to become a golden dragon. Therefore, the golden dragon is also known as the golden sacred dragon, the royal family among the dragon clan. However, as there had been no sighting of a golden sacred dragon for thousands of years, the legend gradually faded away. Only the dragon clan still believed in the truth of this legend. Black Dragon Komodo was just a regular black dragon. Her future accomplishments were at most reaching the pinnacle of the legendary realm. Breaking through the legendary realm was nearly impossible. But now, the Black Dragon Komodo had the potential to break through into the legendary realm. Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise as the dark gold vertical eye between his brows slightly opened, and suddenly, a continuously pulsating golden heart appeared in his eyes, right at Komodo's heart. This golden heart beat steadily, and with every bit of fresh blood that entered, there was a slight change as it left, the blood vessels connected to the heart also being progressively infused by it, gaining a glimmer of golden sheen on their surfaces. This heart is slowly changing Komodo's physique. Perhaps, someday, her body will turn golden because of this heart. Song Jian thought to himself. However, the speed of this transformation was exceedingly slow, nowhere near as rapid as the divine eye on his forehead was in altering his own body. Let's go, we're heading back to the City of Hope. Song Jian patted Komodo's shoulder and softly said. At this moment, Komodo showed no resistance to Song Jian's command and obediently transformed into her giant dragon form, lying down on the ground. Just as Song Jian was about to mount the black dragon to return to the City of Hope, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him, sensing something amiss. We've already flown more than 300 kilometers, and they're still pursuing? Song Jian murmured in surprise. It seems I have underestimated the status of this centaur prince. Song Jian had not expected that the centaurs, as a race, would be so intent on settling scores. It was just the killing of one of King Sukener's sons, yet they followed him relentlessly as if they were burrs stuck to his bones. If I keep running, will they chase me all the way to the City of Hope? A smirk surfaced on Song Jian's lips. After all, the City of Hope was 5 or 6,000 kilometers away. Considering the long distance, Song Jian doubted that the centaurs could really keep up with the speed of the Black Dragon. Since you wish to die, then I shall oblige you. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword, his eyes filled with a thick intent to kill. However, he was unaware that the one leading the pursuit this time was King Sukener himself. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have had such a strong murderous intent. Both King Sukener and his third son were king-level bosses, but his third son had only just entered the king level, while King Sukener had been at that stage for a long time already. Seemingly sensing Song Jian's presence, a roar suddenly erupted from afar, like a thunderclap that instantly caused the wind and clouds to shift. The sky, which had been clear moments ago, now turned with gathering storm clouds, overshadowing the sun and darkening the surroundings considerably. Song Jian's face paled as he finally realized that King Sukener was personally in pursuit. King Sukener made no attempt to conceal his presence, his aura surging toward Song Jian like a tidal wave, cutting down all plants in its way. Peak of Legendary Realm. Song Jian's expression turned serious as he focused on the rapidly approaching King Sukener and whispered. Chapter 1311, The Abyssal Human Clan. Being able to boost the strength of hundreds of thousands within a clan and ruling the prairie for hundreds of years, indeed, one must not underestimate him. The strength of King Sukener seemed to be on par with the evil Fire Phoenix just by sensing his aura. Having a boss that could go head-to-head with heaven. With this in mind, Song Jian snorted coldly, called over the Black Dragon, and immediately fled into the distance. At the pinnacle of the legendary realm, Song Jian was not yet able to contend, but once he reached the peak of second-tier combat power, or stepped into the legendary realm, he might stand a chance against such beings in a one-on-one fight. Seeing Song Jian mount the Black Dragon to escape, King Sukener's face showed a tragic and angry emotion. Anyone capable of killing Gal should not be weak, one shouldn't just turn and run when facing a challenger. If King Sukener knew Song Jian only had second-tier combat power, he probably wouldn't have revealed his full strength without any reservations. Do you have any honor of a brave warrior left? King Sukener roared loudly, having pursued relentlessly for half a day. Both King Sukener and his 1,000 guards were severely drained. If they continued like this, they could run maybe 100 more kilometers before members of the guard would collapse from exhaustion. With so many of you against so few, do you have any honor of a brave warrior? Riding on the Black Dragon's back, Song Jian heard King Sukener's roar and shouted back disdainfully. Come down, and I'll fight you one-on-one, a fair battle. King Sukener was waving his shield and war hammer, yelling at the Black Dragon and Song Jian, who had already flown up into the sky. Song Jian looked back and saw the enraged King Sukener, a look of disdain on his face. He didn't say a word, just controlled the Black Dragon to continue flying away. King Sukener let out a roar of anger, ready to continue the chase, when a captain of the royal guard hesitantly stepped forward and whispered. My king, the warriors are all utterly exhausted. Should we not rest for a while before we pursue them again? At this moment, King Sukener was seething with anger. He glanced back and saw that although the 1,000-man royal guard stood neatly arranged, every face of the centaur guards was filled with fatigue. One must know, they had been on a long pursuit for at least 3 or 4 hours, running for 300 or 400 kilometers. Even the most resilient would tire. With so many following him, that guy will definitely not come down to fight me, thought King Sukener inwardly. Have everyone rest nearby until I return. King Sukener shouted, and after saying this, he alone chased after the Black Dragon and Song Jian. My king. The captain of the royal guard's face showed a troubled expression. After giving a few instructions, he also started his gallop, closely following behind King Sukener. Most of the royal guard were at elite level strength, but the captain of the royal guard was at the lord level, far surpassing the capabilities of the standard royal guard. Seeing the king unwilling to give up, the captain naturally followed closely behind. Otherwise, if anything happened to the king, all 1,000 guards including himself would be executed. Seeing only 2 centaurs continuing the chase, Song Jian let out a slight smile. Even a king-level boss, if drained too much, couldn't exert his full power. Song Jian was still in the process of adapting to the breaking illusion Divine Eye. The Divine Eye at his brow seemed like a high-quality source of energy, continuously radiating power. If he couldn't adapt to it, he was unable to fight at all. Keep chasing, keep chasing. After a while longer, you probably won't even have the strength to lift your weapon. Song Jian muttered to himself, the divine eye on his brow occasionally emitting a strand of dark gold light. King Sukuna and the captain following him actually kept up the chase for a day and a night. Their speed was nowhere near the black dragons, but they had special tracking methods. Song Jian, for some reason, didn't let the black dragon fly too high, so the two could barely keep up with the black dragon's pace. As King Sukuna tore at a piece of jerky, he looked at a small black dot in the distant sky, his heart starting to waver, wondering whether or not to continue the pursuit. "King, have some water." The commander by his side passed him a water bottle, and King Sukuna took it and gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Hughes, let's go back." King Sukuna sighed, staring in the direction of the now invisible black dot, and spoke with a downtrodden expression. "King, we have recorded the scent of that human. As soon as he appears on the prairie, our warriors will surely avenge the third prince," the commander consoled. "Let's go back." King Sukuna, wielding his war hammer, slammed it down onto a rock over 3 meters tall beside him, instantly pulverizing it. Song Jian was unaware that King Sukuna had already given up the chase. He and Black Dragon spotted a large lake in the air. Song Jian patted Black Dragon and pointed towards the lake. Black Dragon adjusted its course and descended towards the lake. "Those two centaurs must have given up, right?" Song Jian chuckled. With the breaking illusion divine eye, his perception had greatly increased. King Sukuna was like a mini-sun, even from afar, Song Jian could sense his presence. However, it had been quite some time, and Song Jian could no longer feel the energy fluctuations emitted by King Sukuna. After being pursued for 2 days and a night, finally King Sukuna had given up, which also allowed Song Jian to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Being chased by a powerful legend at the peak of the legendary realm, Song Jian also faced considerable pressure. "Humphrey, wait until I break through to the legendary realm. Then I'll come back to Sukuna Prairie and meet you, O King." Song Jian thought to himself. Being at a lower level meant that even with powerful skills, one could not unleash their full potential. Once Song Jian reached the legendary realm, he should be able to cultivate the Chaos Sword Cannon. By then, a centaur at the peak of the legendary realm might not really be worth a second glance in Song Jian's eyes. After Black Dragon landed, it transformed into a human form. The two started to gather water and cook by the lake, ready to rest properly. On the run, both Black Dragon and Song Jian hadn't had a proper hot meal. They were hungry and, like King Sukuna, had been eating simple cooked food on the go without resting for 2 days and nights. While they were cooking, the sound of combat came from afar, and after a beastly roar, a snow leopard over 5 meters tall suddenly sprang out of the jungle. This snow leopard had a single horn on its head, and its fur was as white as snow. However, it was now stained with blood. It also had a deep, bone-visible wound on its right hind leg and waist, which affected its movement. An 80-level, Lord-level boss? Song Jian looked up briefly, opened a sliver of his breaking illusion divine eye at his brow center, and immediately discerned the snow leopard's attributes with clarity. The breaking illusion divine eye inherited all the effects of the eye of insight, but without the latter's side effects, it wouldn't alert the observed creature, and it provided even more comprehensive attribute information than the eye of insight. Realizing it was just an over 80-level Lord-level boss, Song Jian immediately lost interest in it. Judging by its appearance, it seemed like prey that was being pursued by someone. Whoever had chased an 80-level Lord-level boss to this extent clearly had no ordinary strength. Soon, 3 humans emanating black oars emerged from the jungle, each holding a weapon. Seeing the snow leopard, excitement crossed their faces. Abyssal Human Clan. Seeing the 3 who rushed out, Song Jian's brows furrowed, and he slowly stood up. Chapter 1312 Battle Array. The humans before me were not players, but members of the human race who have survived in Abyssal Hell for thousands of years, essentially the human NPCs of Abyssal Hell. They had become part of the Abyssal Clan, akin to the Abyssal Demons. These humans had undergone clear Abyssal mutations, with the most notable trait being the black Abyssal aura emanating from their bodies. However, not just any human could possess such an aura, it was exclusive to those with formidable strength, whose bodies could then produce the Abyssal aura. Players who transformed into members of the Abyssal Clan, once their strength grew sufficient, would also emit an Abyssal aura like these individuals. As their power increased, this Abyssal aura would become thicker and not only improve their physical qualities but also enhance the might of their skills. In the eyes of NPCs within the game world, this Abyssal aura was something to be loathed and feared, yet many players found it incredibly cool, especially during battle, as it seemed to add special effects. Why are there members of the Abyssal Human Clan here? Song Jian frowned, aware that following the start of the Abyssal Invasion storyline, a multitude of Abyssal castles had appeared in the game world, all evolved from previous Abyssal instances, which largely appeared near cities bustling with players. Song Jian's current location was a remote lake in the wilderness, seldom visited by humans and home only to dense vegetation and wild beasts like snow leopards. a few members of the Abyssal Human clan chased a snow leopard out of the jungle, having already wounded it. They were deliberately pursuing it from behind, reluctant to engage in direct combat, preferring to let the leopard die from exhaustion to avoid injury during the fight. Seeing the snow leopard stagger toward the lakeside, the 3 members of the Abyssal Human clan immediately showed excitement in their eyes. It seemed the leopard was nearly drained of strength, and it was time to collect their spoils. As the 3 prepared to rush at the snow leopard, one of them suddenly caught sight of Songjian and the transformed human-shaped black dragon, Kamata, halting their movement abruptly. Humans. The leading middle-aged member of the Abyssal Human clan roared with a guarded expression, pointing his weapon at Songjian. The other 2, startled, quickly turned their gazes toward him. For native species entering the game world, it was essentially an invasion. Abyssal players who had experiences in the game world were indifferent to this fact, but for those like the Abyssal Human clan who were born and never set foot outside Abyssal Hell, entering the game world, no matter how barren and harsh the environment, like the Gobi Desert, felt like paradise, not to mention the more prosperous places. After all, no matter how desolate the game world was, it was still 1,000 times, even 10,000 times better than the environment of Abyssal Hell. Retreat. The leader of the Abyssal Human clan commanded in a low voice, starting to back away slowly. Suta, it's just a young man and a little girl. Just kill them, why retreat? The snow leopard is nearly done for, are we going to just give up our prey for nothing? Another Abyssal human spoke up discontentedly. Yes, Uncle Suta, we've killed humans here before. Take out the guy, and take the girl back to the village. After she's played out, she could fetch a good price. All 3 were speaking in the Abyssal language, incomprehensible to others, but Songjian understood them perfectly, his face darkening instantly. Suta, the most powerful among the 3, could faintly sense Songjian's strength and knew that a man in his 20s who dared to bring a little girl to this place couldn't possibly be ordinary people. Since you've come, don't bother leaving. Songjian addressed the 3 in the Abyssal language, causing their faces to turn pale. At that moment, Songjian charged toward the 3. Suta yelled. Form up. The 3 quickly positioned themselves in a triangle formation, while a faintly black halo appeared beneath their feet, connecting their oars as one. A battle formation? Interesting. Songjian said with a slight smile tugging at his lips. He unleashed the mysterious moonlight sword, stabbing fiercely toward the leader of the Abyssal humans. As for battle arrays, Songjian was not unfamiliar with them. Owotaniu from the City of Hope excelled in this area, but compared to this trio's battle array, Owotaniu specialized in military formations that required a larger number of people. Those military formations were also a kind of battle array, but they needed at least 100 people to be effective. After forming a battle array, the strength of these 3 Abyssal Human clan members increased by at least 15%. In sum, it was as if half another person's strength had been added. However, for Songjian, this didn't pose any real concern. The sky-breaking sword easily tore through Suta's defense and pierced into his chest, while at the same time, the other 2 humans thrust their long spears at Songjian. Songjian's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a translucent image in the eyes of the 3 of them. Leveraging the obstruction-free passing effect of Soul Wander for 3 seconds, Songjian evaded the trio's attacks and once again swung the sky-breaking sword viciously towards the neck of the Abyssal Human clan member on the left. The innate skill Holy Sword often had a high trigger chance for critical strikes on the neck, which was an experience Songjian had summarized in combat. These 3 Abyssal Human clan members were all around level 85, with the highest level individual, a middle-aged man named Suta, at level 88. The lowest level target, whom Songjian was currently attacking in hopes of a single strike decapitation, was only level 83. For Songjian, who was already at level 89, it would be entirely possible to inflict level suppression damage. PFFT. The sky-breaking sword seemed to encounter no resistance as it sliced through the neck of the Abyssal Human clan member, while at the same time, a dazzling golden light sparkled along the blade of the sword. The corners of Songjian's mouth lifted slightly. Sure enough, the Holy Sword defect had been triggered with a single strike. Otherwise, even if the opponent's level was lower than his own, an instant kill would be impossible. Ancient Zhao. An angry voice rose from behind. Songjian felt a gust of wind at the back of his neck, indicating that the enemy also intended to kill him in one hit. However, with 6 more seconds of Soul Wander remaining, attacks that couldn't damage his soul state would be completely immune. But just as Songjian was prepared to tank the attack and finish off another enemy, he suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and a needle-like pain stabbed at his nape. A chill went down Songjian's spine, and he abandoned his attack, quickly retreating. A dark purple light traced an arc through the air and fiercely chopped down on Songjian's left shoulder. Instantly, an excruciating pain pierced through his left shoulder. Surprise registered on Songjian's face. How could this be? After moving to a safe distance, Song Jian immediately cancelled the Soul Wander state. While Soul Wander could make him immune to any damage except soul damage, if an opponent's attack could hurt the soul, the damage Song Jian suffered would double. Song Jian's gaze fixed on the opponent's spear blade, on which was attached a foot-long dark purple crystal that had been polished. If one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for charred wood. "What kind of weapon is this?" Song Jian asked in the abyssal language, narrowing his eyes at the weapon in the opponent's hands while the dark gold vertical line on his brow suddenly opened a fraction and stared at the opponent's weapon. Chapter 1313, The Town. The weapon in the hands of this abyssal human clan member was clearly homemade, looking quite rudimentary, but its power was a good 3 times greater than that of ordinary golden quality weapons. Especially the spear blade he held, made entirely of a kind of dark purple crystal, sharpened to an extreme edge, capable of damaging souls. This quality made it even more formidable than the average epic weapon. "What kind of weapon is this?" Song Jian stared at the leading abyssal human and asked. The middle-aged man who led them, a look of grief and anger on his face, blood gushing continuously from his chest, raised his spear and shouted at Song Jian. "Favored by the gods, golden royalty will not let you go." That said, the middle-aged man swung his spear once more, rushing towards Song Jian. Having already killed one person and their battle formation broken, the already injured man's strength had diminished greatly. Song Jian didn't even need to use his skills, relying solely on his sky-breaking sword, he fought against the man. After a few exchanges, he fiercely cleaved forward, knocking his opponent to the ground, then stepped forward and stabbed through the man's throat. Cough, cough, cough. The abyssal human coughed up blood, struggling as the light in his eyes faded, and moments later, his head lolled to the side, he collapsed limply. Several items rolled out from beneath his corpse, one of which was the spear he'd been using. A soul-chasing spear? Merely a level 80 golden tier weapon, yet it possesses the ability to harm souls. Song Jian picked up the spear and carefully examined its attributes. After a while, Song Jian suddenly discovered that there was nothing special about the spear handle, just a very tough kind of wood, while the blade was, surprisingly, carved from purple crystal. Purple crystal? It's actually purple crystal, and high quality at that. Song Jian's face revealed a look of surprise. The blade's dark purple color was far beyond that of regular purple crystal, which was much lighter in color, which is why Song Jian hadn't recognized it initially. The better the quality of purple crystal, the higher its level, and the deeper its color. With such a profound hue as this spear's blade, it was definitely the highest purity purple crystal Song Jian had ever seen. To use purple crystal to make weapons is simply extravagant wastefulness. Song Jian held the spear in his hand, looking it over repeatedly for a long while before stowing it in his inventory slot. Once turned into a weapon, the purple crystal's energy could not be extracted to enhance levels, it had to be broken down into materials by a specialized forging master. Life profession forging masters, upon reaching the master level, could learn decomposition techniques, which allowed them to recycle materials by breaking down damaged equipment. Although Song Jian had learned some forging techniques, his forging level was still low, and he had not yet learned the art of decomposition. Such extravagance to use purple crystal for weapons, these abyssal humans must have discovered a purple crystal mine. Song Jian mused inwardly, raising his head to look at the fleeing abyssal human in the distance. While Song Jian fought with the middle-aged man earlier, the other abyssal human had already turned tail and run. Song Jian hadn't considered this person important, however, now that he had a clue leading to a purple crystal mine, the value of this abyssal human in his eyes had increased. "Kamata, let's go, follow that person ahead." Song Jian waved his hand behind and called out in a low voice. The black dragon Kamata had been standing in front of the campfire all along, her eyes fixed on the meat roasting on the fire, not even turning her head to glance at the previous battle. It seemed that this piece of roast meat attracted her attention far more than Song Jian's fight. Upon hearing Song Jian's shout, Kamata took the roasted meat down, carefully took a bite, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He casually extinguished the campfire and, while tearing off chunks of the roasted meat, rapidly followed behind Song Jian. The member of the abyssal human clan kept looking back as he ran. He was the weakest among the three. After Song Jian had beheaded one of them, he already contemplated fleeing. When Song Jian and the middle-aged man began to battle, his fear reached a new peak. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to be defeated, he immediately turned and fled. Crossing through the jungle, he looked back and didn't see Song Jian. His taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. However, what he didn't know was that Song Jian had been maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters within his mental strength's perception range. He couldn't shake off Song Jian's tracking at all. Had it not been for Song Jian wanting to find clues to the purple crystal mine, he wouldn't have survived until now. Gubata stumbled through the forest, continuing to run forward. After crossing over a hill, He saw a town under construction and a throng of abyssal human clanspeople around it, finally showing a relieved smile on his face. Seeing Gubatu, several abyssal humans carrying logs shouted in confusion. Gubatu, what happened? Why didn't Ancient Zhou and Sutar turn with you? Enemy attack, we have enemies. Gubatu shouted loudly. There are 2 god-blessed ones at Snow Crystal Lake, they killed Ancient Zhou and Suta. I came back to deliver the message. Upon hearing this, the abyssal humans carrying the logs were immediately shocked. One of them ran over to support Gubatu, while the other 2 quickly ran towards the town that was being built. In no time, a series of urgent bell sounds rang out from the center of the town. The abyssal humans around stopped their work and began to gather towards the town. Song Jian stood on a distant hill, looking out at the town being constructed before him. The town wasn't big, at most it could accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people, but those inside the town didn't seem as weak as Song Jian had imagined. There are strong ones in the town. Song Jian frowned slightly, his mental strength reaching towards the town. At this moment, the abyssal humans in the town appeared in Song Jian's mind like tiny flames. However, there were 3 individuals whose auras emitted from the town were like 3 small suns. 3 legendary realm powerhouses. Song Jian muttered to himself. Just then, Song Jian suddenly grunted, blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils, and it felt as if his brain had been pricked with a needle. A psychic power expert has detected my probing. Song Jian wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, rubbed his brow hard, and muttered to himself. 3 legendary realm powerhouses made Song Jian hesitant. If it were just one, Song Jian, relying on the breaking illusion Divine Eye, maybe had a chance to catch the opponent by surprise and kill him, but 3 legendary realm powerhouses were not something he could handle at the moment. But if he didn't conquer this unfinished town, how would he find out where the purple crystal mine was? Quite the headache. I should first spy secretly and see if I can find the precise location of the purple crystal mine. Song Jian thought to himself. He gave a glance to Black Dragon beside him and put her into the pet space, while he activated the concealment necklace's ability, slowly disappearing from his spot. Chapter 1314, Mad Wolf Squad. A terrifying presence swept over Song Jian's head and flew toward the lake he had seen earlier. It seemed the people of this town had received the message from Gubatu, and one of the legendary realm powerhouses was heading to Snow Crystal Lake to investigate. Song Jian was extremely cautious, concealing his entire aura. Although the concealment necklace was an epic piece of equipment, its level was too low and was no longer keeping up with the enhancements in Song Jian's strength. Furthermore, the skill attached to the equipment, Abyss Concealment Skill, was at best equivalent to a high-level stealth skill. Without careful attention, it could easily lose its effect in front of a legendary realm powerhouse. However, the legendary realm member of the abyssal human clan that skimmed low overhead was preoccupied with the matter of the divinely favored appearing at Snow Crystal Lake and did not scout the surroundings. Otherwise, with the capabilities of a legendary realm powerhouse, no matter how well Song Jian concealed his aura, there would have been a considerable risk of being detected. Seeing the legendary realm powerhouse quickly departing towards Snow Crystal Lake, Song Jian let out a sigh of relief and made his way towards the town while in stealth mode. Approaching the town, Song Jian noticed that quite a few abyssal humans were already armed and looked vigilant, patrolling around the yet-to-be-completed town. These members of the abyssal human clan were of high levels, mostly between 80 to 90, and some who appeared to be sub-leaders were over level 100. The abyssal aura on their bodies was so dense it seemed almost tangible. In battle, such powerhouses could even use their abyssal aura as a weapon. At this point, the aura was no longer just for enhancing one's abilities. Song Jian looked around. The town appeared to be recently constructed, with many parts of the wall yet to be finished. If he wanted to, entering the town would be extremely easy, he simply needed to slip through the incomplete sections. There are still 2 legendary realm powerhouses inside the town, I can't get too close, or they might detect me. Song Jian thought to himself. Not to mention the 2 legendary realm powerhouses, even those level 100 abyssal humans who had reached the early stages of second-tier combat power might have a chance of seeing through Song Jian's stealth. Therefore, he was reluctant to risk entering the town. After patiently waiting for a moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the town. By the order of the Golden Royalty, Mad Wolf Squad will reinforce the Purple Crystal Mine. If any enemies invade, ignite the beacon smoke immediately, and the Golden Royalty will dispatch venerables to assist. Understood. A level 120 abyssal human shouted loudly, and the 100 abyssal humans following him started running towards the outskirts of the town. A surprised expression appeared on Song Jian's face. He had originally come here to locate the Purple Crystal Mine. Unexpectedly, by startling the abyssal humans, they had now taken the initiative to send reinforcements to the Purple Crystal Mine, effectively leading the way for him. Glancing at the castle in the center of the town, Song Jian turned and followed behind the Mad Wolf Squad, heading towards the location of the Purple Crystal Mine. The castle at the center of town originated from the Abyssal instance and had evolved into an Abyssal castle. It served as a conduit between Abyssal Hell and the game world. However, it seemed that this particular Abyssal castle was unique, housing very few Abyssal creatures. Instead, it was occupied by the Abyssal human clan. It must be noted that among the numerous races within Abyssal Hell, the human race ranked quite low and was not a match for any of the 8 great demon races. If one of the 8 great demon races had appeared here, Songjian would not have been surprised. However, it was peculiar for the Abyssal human clan to occupy at Eamon Castle. What was even more important was that Songjian did not find a single Abyssal player within the town, which was also very odd. These thoughts flashed through Songjian's mind, but he did not delve deeper. His main purpose for being here was the Purple Crystal Mine. The fact that the Abyssal humans had become so extravagant as to craft weapons with high-quality purple crystals indicated the richness of the mine they occupied. If I could actually plunder a purple crystal mine, then I would really strike it rich. Songjian thought, excited to the point of trembling slightly. After reaching the 80s in level, every single level up required a colossal amount of combat experience. Where it had once taken a month of grinding mobs to advance a level, it now required at least half a year. Relying solely on grinding mobs for leveling up, Songjian's level would gradually be caught up by others, hence the absolute necessity of using purple crystals to level up. Moreover, in the game, leveling up is not limited to just one method like purple crystals. The most common approach is to discover quests that reward leveling up, and another is to obtain some rare treasures with similar effects. Many high-level players in the game have had various opportunities to increase their levels. Songjian's level is now only about 10 or so levels higher than the fastest batch of players, and those behind him are catching up quickly, which gives Songjian a sense of urgency. This time, I must be at least 20 levels ahead of you. Songjian looked at the level honor rankings and a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. The Mad Wolf squad was made up of 114 members, including a captain at level 120 with peak second-tier combat power, 3 vice-captains over level 110 with mid-second-tier combat power, and 10 squad leaders with initial second-tier combat power. The rest of the team members were mostly above level 90, and their overall strength was considered top-notch in town, which was why they were sent to reinforce the Purple Crystal Mine. It is worth mentioning that the primary reason for building the town here was to mine this Purple Crystal Mine. After cresting a hill, Songjian spotted a mine entrance 5 or 6 meters tall at the base of the mountain ahead, with creatures resembling goblins moving in and out. Each goblin carried a purple crystal ore, either large or small, and handed them over to the guards of the Abyssal Human Clan stationed at the entrance. Sensing someone approaching, the Abyssal Human Clan guards at the mine entrance began to loudly scold the mining goblins, herding them all back into the mine, then arranged themselves in formation with weapons in hand, warily watching the distance. Only when they saw the Mad Wolf squad did the guards let down their guard. They moved forward to chat with the Mad Wolf squad, and upon learning that the squad was there to reinforce them, the guards were clearly surprised and quickly inquired about the reason. "What, a God's Chosen has been spotted nearby, and they killed 2 of our clansmen." The anger was evident on the face of the one-horned Abyssal Human Clan member guarding the mine. He was the leader of the Mad Python squad, responsible for guarding the mine entrance, named Kanta, whose strength was also at the peak of the second tier of combat power. Angered by the news brought by the Mad Wolf squad, Kanta furiously swung his long sword, cleaving a giant stone at the entrance of the mine in 2. "Those Gods Chosen are no good, all greedy beasts. It was the wisest decision ever made by our king to expel them." Kanta spoke with intense loathing. "Kanta, just guard the mine properly. The Venerable Gale has already gone to investigate that God's Chosen, and he will surely kill him sooner or later." Gubatu escaped with his life from him, and according to Gubatu, that God's Chosen is only second tier in combat power, just very fast. There's not much to it. Maybe soon we'll hear the news of the Venerable slaughtering him. The captain of the Mad Wolf squad, Abraham, clapped Canton on the shoulder as he spoke. "Humphrey, I really hope he comes to the Purple Crystal Mine. You know, those Gods Chosen are like mole creatures with abyssal hellhound noses. They might smell the purple crystals and come here." Kanta sneered disdainfully, his eyes growing sharper. Chapter 1315, Excavation for the God-Blessed. Some NPC factions were quite welcoming. As God-blessed individuals leveled up very quickly, they could advance just by killing, which made them seem like exceptional talents with outstanding potential to the NPCs in the game. However, the purely profit-driven behavior of many God-blessed also caused distaste among various NPC factions. Kanta's tribe had once admitted some God-blessed who had converted to the Abyssal clan, but these God-blessed were eventually all expelled by the tribe's golden royalty, leading to a general sense of disdain for God-blessed within the entire tribe. Song Jian stood at a distance and looked towards the entrance of the cave, where the area around the mine was now surrounded by warriors from the Abyssal Human clan, numbering 2 to 300. Among these warriors of the Abyssal Human clan, there were 2 Tier 3 combat power sovereign class powerhouses and more than 10 overlord class bosses with Tier 3 combat power. Even the ordinary warriors were mostly elite bosses around level 90. If he were to use the Thousand Swords art, it would take at least 2 or 3 times to eliminate all of them. Don't even mention 2 or 3 times, even if I used it once, the commotion would be enough to attract the attention of the 3 legendary realm powerhouses in the town. Song Jian's brow furrowed slightly. The noise from the Thousand Swords art was too great, and since the Purple Crystal Mine was not far from the Abyss Castle, once a fight started, the 3 legendary realm powerhouses could potentially arrive here within a dozen seconds. At that time, Song Jian would have no choice but to flee and his intentions would be exposed, making it even harder to enter the Purple Crystal Mine. I must find a way to get into the mine and bypass these guardians of the Abyssal Human clan, Song Jian thought silently to himself. Song Jian slowly retreated and started to explore the surroundings on his own. The Purple Crystal Mine was located within a range of undulating mountains, surrounded by rock walls. Song Jian moved to one side of the mine, which was about 700 or 800 meters from the entrance and part of the same mountain peak. Digging here should also lead into the mine, but he didn't know the thickness of the rock wall between here and the mine. If it was too thick, it would be counterproductive, and any loud actions could alert the goblin miners inside. With this in mind, Song Jian summoned Gulu, the stone elemental war pet who had been sound asleep in the pet space. Gulu's level had already advanced to level 120, but unfortunately, its rank had remained at Overlord and hadn't broken through. If Gulu could break through to the Sovereign class, then it might have the chance to reach the Legendary Realm. Sadly, if it couldn't advance to the Legendary Realm, its level would forever remain at 120. Gulu, dig a hole for me here, all the way through, and keep the noise down. Song Jian ordered. Gulu shook its head, and now over 10 meters tall, it was a giant in front of Song Jian. Having heard Song Jian's command, Gulu placed its hands against the rock wall, and in no time, a large amount of rock flowed down like water from where its hands touched. Whoosh! Countless pieces of broken rock flowed out, rolling to the sides, and in just a moment, a hole 5 or 6 meters wide appeared before Song Jian. Gulu was extremely efficient at digging and made barely any noise. It only needed to place its hands on the rock wall and then slowly move forward. The hardened rock in front of it would naturally break down into fist-sized fragments, rolling away from its sides. In just 10 minutes, Gulu had dug a nearly 100-meter deep tunnel, a feat impossible for even professional miners to achieve in such a short span of time. Song Jian followed leisurely behind Gulu. He was now realizing how comfortable it was to have a war pet skilled at digging. Even though Gulu was now a 120-level Overlord class boss, it didn't have any particularly remarkable offensive or defensive capabilities. Its defense was stronger than that of a regular battle pet, but it fell a little short when compared to top-tier combat pets like the Black Dragon, and its attack was even weaker than that of the average monster at the same level. However, Gulu could also cast some earth-based magic, having mastered a few area of effect and single-target spells, which compensated for its lack of offensive power. But everything is relative, and in comparison with the Black Dragon, Gulu's earth magic naturally couldn't hold a candle to dragon language magic. This was why Song Jian had not let Gulu join the battle until now. But now, seeing the hard rock wall crumble into rubble almost instantaneously beneath Gulu's hands and a cave appearing before him in a matter of moments, Song Jian felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Not just for digging tunnels, if we're attacking a city later and the enemy's walls lack array or magical defenses, just a touch from Gulu and they'll collapse. That scene would definitely be beautiful. Song Jian murmured softly as he walked. As Gulu continued to dig forward, the light around them gradually darkened, but to Song Jian, it was as clear as day. Because of his vertical eye, he had already possessed dark vision, and now that his vertical eye had evolved into the breaking illusion Divine Eye, darkness was no longer an obstacle to Song Jian's progress. He could see everything around him with absolute clarity. Crack! A shattering noise sounded ahead, and a beam of light came streaming in. Song Jian's heart leaped. Had they broken through? With just a thought, the rock creature Gulu vanished, returning to the pet space, and Song Jian quickly stepped forward. The rock wall in front of him had cracked open, creating a fissure over a meter tall, from which intense purple light shone through. Purple crystals, it's all purple crystals. I never expected there to be so many purple crystals in this mine. Song Jian squeezed through the crack sideways and looked around at the fist-sized purple crystals embedded in the surrounding rock walls, his face filled with elation. Song Jian looked around, it was completely silent. It seemed that the goblin miners had all gathered at the entrance to the mine and had not spread out inside it. Carefully blocking the crack behind him, Song Jian started to pick around him in large quantities. The purity of these purple crystal ores doesn't seem very high. Song Jian observed the purple crystals in the rock wall, which emitted a faint purple glow, and murmured to himself. The spread of purple crystal ore here indeed wasn't of high purity, and even the weak purple light they emitted was very faint. But the quantity of purple crystal ore was enormous, almost completely covering the surrounding rock walls, with some as large as basketballs and others the size of fists. Song Jian couldn't help but reach out to grab a purple crystal ore and began to dig energetically. How can the walls here be so hard? Song Jian frowned slightly. With his current strength, ordinary rock walls were no different from soil to him. Even writing on the rock walls with his fingers was an easy task. However, when he tried to dig out the purple crystal ore by hand, he encountered resistance. The rock walls near the purple crystal ore were particularly hard, even tougher than common alloyed steel. Thinking this, Song Jian directly summoned a sky-breaking sword and thrust it into the junction between a piece of purple crystal ore and the rock wall. Chapter 1316 Discovery Crack. A light sound, and the originally hard rock, like tofu, was pierced by the sky-breaking sword. Song Jian exerted a tug, and with a pop, a fist-sized raw purple crystal ore was extracted. Such an easy find of a purple crystal ore, if those from the Abyssal Human clan saw this, their jaws would probably drop in shock. You should know, those goblin miners could only dig up 2 or 3 raw purple crystal ores at most in a day. If it were as effortless for all as it was for Song Jian, this purple crystal mine would probably have been mined clean by the Abyssal Human clan long ago. Thank goodness, the sky-breaking sword didn't disappoint me. A smile emerged at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. The raw purple crystal ore in his hand emitted a faint purple halo, and as Song Jian held it, a warm feeling seeped out from the ore. With eyes closed slightly, Song Jian quickly extracted the energy from the raw purple crystal ore, and his battle experience began to rise. 1%. 2%. 3%. This single piece of purple crystal ore directly boosted Song Jian's battle experience by 3.6%, surprising him. I originally thought that these raw ores containing lesser energy wouldn't provide much battle experience, but unexpectedly. Song Jian's smile grew even brighter. Looking around, there were at least 200 to 300 purple crystal ores in this mining pit. Although of lower quality, they were enough to raise his level by 3 or 4 tiers. There must be higher quality raw purple crystal ores inside. This time, I'm going to strike it rich. Song Jian laughed heartily. Mine entrance Abraham, the captain of Mad Wolf Squad, peered into the mine, the deep pit emanating a faint purple glow. All the goblin miners were squatting at the entrance of the mine, their eyes blankly staring about. These goblin miners were not of a high level, only around the 40s, dressed in tattered clothing, wielding simple mining picks in their hands. What was surprising was that the tips of their mining picks were also made of raw purple crystal ore. However, the rock walls of purple crystal ore were extremely hard and, without a decent mining pick, these goblin miners with just over 40 levels of strength would not have been able to mine any purple crystal ores. Kanta, do you think that divine favored one will come to the purple crystal mine? Abraham stared into the depths of the purple crystal mine, muttering to himself. Those divine favored ones are incredibly greedy. If they knew of a purple crystal mine here, they would pounce like the hounds from the abyss. If he himself is not strong enough, he will gather more divine favored ones. Kanta, do you think the golden royalty can really hold them off, like during the last upheaval? Abraham seemed to recall something, shuddering involuntarily, and dared not continue. Abraham, don't scare yourself. Didn't you just say there is only one divine favored one? The guardian has already gone there. Divine favored ones may rise in power quickly, but they are unlikely to match a guardian. Maybe you'll soon receive news to return to the castle. Kanta said ponderously. Abraham sighed silently in his heart and shook his head slightly. He thought to himself. Divine favored ones are like a swarm of locusts. They have special pathways to communicate with each other. As soon as one of them discovers this place, it won't be long before more and more divine favored ones appear here, each stronger than the last. After waiting a few more hours, there was still no disturbance near the mine entrance and no message for Mad Wolf Squad to return to the castle, casting a shadow over the hearts of the two captains. It seemed that the guardian had not found the divine favored one. Kanta turned his head to look at the entrance of the mine, his mood becoming somewhat tense. He knew that as they stood guard here, they were assigned a mining task every month. To waste half a day doing nothing, today's task would probably go unfulfilled. Start working, let the goblin miners go in and mine. Kanta couldn't help but bellow. Make sure these vermin pay attention, report anything unusual immediately. The goblin miners began to noisily head towards the depths of the mine, while a few of the abyssal humans guarding the entrance caught sight of the purple glow emanating from within, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in their eyes. The abyssal human clan could also utilize purple crystal ore for cultivation, albeit not absorbing it as quickly as the god-favored, yet, a fist-sized nugget of purple crystal ore, even of lesser quality, could save them over 10 days of cultivation time. Even the few abyssal humans guarding the entrance to the mine found that simply absorbing some of the energy that leaked from within could speed up their cultivation by 2 or 3 times. Thus, such guard duty was seen as an enviable job by the abyssal human clan. Abraham glanced at his subordinates, noticing a few of them becoming restless. He sighed in his heart. Kulu, Zuo-han, stay alert, the rest of you begin cultivating. Members of the Mad Wolf Squad showed a trace of delight on their faces. With their tribe consisting of thousands, opportunities like guarding the mine were rare. They considered themselves lucky this time. Just as everyone had begun to cultivate, a sudden cry echoed from inside the mine. Those who had just entered the meditative state were shocked, with a few so disturbed that they suffered a backlash and coughed up blood. What's going on? Abraham abruptly stood up and looked towards the entrance of the mine. It wasn't long before a goblin miner came running out of the entrance, gesticulating and ranting to Kanta with a look of panic on his face. Kanta listened for a while, his expression turning ugly. Someone sneaked into the mine and stole quite a few purple crystal ores. Kanta said. What? How is that possible? Where did he come from? Abraham was startled, wearing a look of disbelief. Go, let's take a look inside. Kanta said through gritted teeth. If the town's revered ones learned of the theft at the mine, Kanta, as the guardian in charge, would bear the greatest responsibility, and their entire squad would surely be punished. Kanta and several members with third-tier combat power hurried towards the mine. Abraham hesitated for a moment, then followed along with his 2 deputy captains. Although they had just arrived, they were also guardians. If the mine had indeed been stolen from, the Mad Wolf Squad would face repercussions as well. Damn it, we've been here for less than 3 hours. Abraham fumed inwardly. Without reaping any benefit, they faced getting caught in the fallout and punished, which felt like the worst of luck. In a short while, being led by the goblin miners, Kanta and Abraham arrived at a mining pit. Staring at the uneven hollows on the rock face, Kanta's expression was so dark, it seemed like he could drip water. Someone sneaked in, all these ores were excavated just now. Kanta stared at a hollow, grinding his teeth as he spoke. The lingering aura of purple crystal ore in the hollow suggested recent mining. Had it been mined long ago, there would be no residue of purple crystal ore. Moreover, this part of the mine was unexplored, where no goblin miners would have entered to dig. Get all the squad members in here, even if we have to turn this mine upside down, we must find this mole. Kanta's eyes turned red as he shouted loudly. Chapter 1317, Vine King Honorable. At this moment, Songjian, having absorbed all the purple crystal ore from that pit, was now exploring deeper into the tunnel of the mine. So many purple crystal raw ores, because of their lower grade, containing less energy, only allowed Songjian to rise 3 levels. Now his level had increased to 92. In less than 3 hours, he had risen from level 89 to 92. The combat experience gained in those 3 levels would be enough to take a level 60 player directly into the 70s. Could it be that there's not a single piece of purple crystal raw ore in the tunnel, and they're all concentrated in the pits? Wondered Songjian as he explored. The mine was peppered with pits, which were connected by tunnels excavated by goblin miners, while the purple crystal raw ores were located within those pits. The closer to the entrance of the mine the pit was, the lower the grade of the purple crystal raw ores, and most had already been largely excavated. The deeper you went, the smaller the pits and the higher the quality of the purple crystals contained within, although they were also much harder to mine. Songjian passed through 5 or 6 pits in succession, but the majority of the purple crystal raw ores in the pits had already been mined out, some only leaving behind a few pieces of extremely low quality ore that Songjian didn't even consider worthwhile. After an unknown period of time, Songjian suddenly heard a cacophony of noises behind him as several disheveled goblin miners walked slowly towards him, wielding mining hoes in their hands. Songjian immediately used his stealth skill, and his figure slowly vanished from sight. The stealth skill worked quite well against the goblin miners, who were only level 40-something. Even as they brushed past him, they didn't notice Songjian's presence. Ding ding dang dang. Soon, the goblin miners entered the pit and began to mine. Their mining hoes struck the hard rock walls incessantly, with each impact sparking flames and leaving only a shallow white mark on the rock. Mining like this, a goblin miner could only extract 1 or 2 purple crystal raw ores a day. At particularly hard areas, they might not even extract a single ore all day, a pace that simply could not compare with Songjian's. I will explore further into the depths to see if there are any higher quality purple crystal raw ores. Songjian thought to himself. The quality of the purple crystal raw ores in these pits wasn't much improved from what he had absorbed before, and the hardness of the rock walls had increased significantly. After moving forward for another 10 meters or so, Song Jian suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps and quickly pressed himself into a recess in the tunnel to investigate carefully. Accompanying the footsteps were the voices of the abyssal human clan, discussing. It seemed they had already discovered that someone had infiltrated the mine and were searching around. Who exactly has sneaked in, and from where? There are so many people at the entrance of the mine, yet no one has noticed any traces of infiltration. The guy mines too fast, an entire pit, over 200 purple crystal raw ores gone in just a few hours. If we could mine at that pace, this mine would have been exhausted long ago. What do you think? How does he do it? Who knows, it might just be that God's favored. The God's favored are like mole beasts, exceptionally good at escaping. Didn't the Honorable Vine King search but find nothing? Maybe the one who sneaked into the purple crystal mine is that God's favored. Right, the God's favored always have some strange and unusual abilities. Having such a high mining efficiency isn't surprising at all. I wonder if he'll dare to venture into the high-quality area, where the Vine King Honorable is on guard. If he does, we wouldn't need to suffer through this anymore. The mine shaft is so cramped and suffocating. Humphrey, this place is just full of low-grade miscellaneous ores. The high-quality area is the real core, but with the Vine King Honorable protecting it, we can't get close. Training there can be more than 10 times faster than at the entrance of the mine. The few abyssal humans inside the tunnel were casually inspecting the various mining pits while quietly discussing amongst themselves. After listening for a moment, Song Jian learned that he was currently in the outskirts of the mine. The truly high-quality purple crystal ore was still deeper within. After waiting a while, the patrolling abyssal humans moved away. Song Jian emerged from his hiding place and, after pondering for a moment, continued deeper into the depths of the mine. The mine's area was quite expansive. Many of the mine tunnels were actually not purposefully constructed by humans but rather resembled natural fissures in the ground that had been slightly excavated further. The deeper he went, the fewer the signs of man-made excavation, with some places so narrow that only one person could squeeze through by bending over. As he went deeper, the number of goblin miners decreased, and the quality of the purple crystal ore became higher. Before long, Song Jian suddenly saw a cluster of crystalline structures ahead in the tunnel, resembling plant roots. These root-like crystals were clear and shining like crystal. They were entwined around a piece of purple crystal ore in the rock wall, and at the very tip of the roots, they had penetrated the purple crystal ore. A faint energy fluctuation came through, as the energy from the purple crystal seemed to be continuously flowing out through these roots. Could these roots belong to the Vine King Honorable mentioned by the abyssal humans? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, inspecting carefully. Inside his heart, the breaking illusion divine eye slowly opened a slit and peered towards the roots. Soon enough, the attributes of these roots appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Indeed, these roots all belonged to a boss named Abyssal Magic Vine, and each individual root possessed its own vitality points. Cutting off these roots would grant him combat experience and spoils of battle, just like defeating a minor creature. However, attacking these roots would draw the attention of the Abyssal Magic Vine, and by then, it would likely mean he had to fight this king-level boss known as the Abyssal Magic Vine on its home turf. In this place, which was the main territory of the Abyssal Magic Vine, one could imagine that there were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of such roots. Even if all of them were severed, it would not inflict a fatal injury on the Abyssal Magic Vine, but instead, he might get trapped by these roots and die. As the breaking illusion divine eye was observing the roots, the one entwined around the purple crystal ore suddenly trembled slightly, as if sensing something. Song Jian quickly closed his breaking illusion divine eye. He had only recently acquired the breaking illusion divine eye and couldn't fully control it yet. Each time he used it, it would leak the contained dragon god's divine might, drawing the notice of the scrutinized. But as long as Song Jian gradually adapted and gained full control of it, such after effects would be resolved, and his surveillance would not attract anyone's attention. Song Jian glanced at the purple crystal ore wrapped by roots and continued forward. The quality of this ore was extremely high, roughly equal to the spoils of battle he had obtained earlier. A single piece could enhance about 8% of his combat experience. There must be even higher quality purple crystal ore inside, but those high-quality purple crystal ores are all near the main body of the Devil Vine. Avoiding it and mining will not be an easy task. Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 1318, Purple Crystal Raw ore. Song Jian had never expected that at the depths of the mine, there would actually be a legendary realm boss guarding the ores. It was well known that a boss in a mine wasn't simply protecting the ores, it would also devour the mineral resources, just like this Abyssal Magic Vine. Its roots were entangled with the raw purple crystal ores, devouring their energy every moment. If this purple crystal mine were Song Jian's, he would never allow such an existence within it. Perhaps this mine was initially discovered by the Abyssal Magic Vine. As for those of the Abyssal Human clan, they must have found this mine later and only dared to excavate some of the common ores around the edge of the mine that the magic vine cared little for. Song Jian mused to himself. Continuing to explore deeper could lead to an encounter with the Abyssal Magic Vine. Considering that the Abyssal Human clan had 3 legendary realm powerhouses, and they preferred to only mine the common ores at the edge instead of driving away this Abyssal Magic Vine, one could imagine how formidable the strength of this vine was. With Song Jian's current power, he likely stood no chance against the Abyssal Magic Vine. Moreover, any battle within the mine would surely alert the Abyssal Human clan. By the time the 3 legendary realm powerhouses arrived, Song Jian feared he wouldn't even be able to run away. If all else fails, I can only excavate some of the ordinary quality raw purple crystal ores. Song Jian thought to himself. While he deemed them of ordinary quality, they were still considerably better than the miscellaneous ores at the outer edges of the mine. However, Song Jian could not mine the raw purple crystal ores from the most central area. Carefully avoiding the roots of the Abyssal Magic Vine, these roots, having absorbed a vast quantity of energy from the raw purple crystal ores, were showing signs of energy crystallization, rendering them especially sensitive. Even a slight disturbance could possibly alert the Abyssal Magic Vine. Song Jian squeezed through a narrow fissure to suddenly find before him a surprisingly spacious mining pit, about 100 square meters in size. This pit was filled with high-quality raw purple crystal ores whose color had deepened to a rich dark purple, identical to the hue of the weapons Song Jian had previously seen in the hands of the Abyssal Human clan. His eyes showed a surprised delight. So many high-quality raw purple crystal ores. If all were absorbed by him, his level might shoot up to level 100. Level 100 was on the threshold of third-tier combat power, where players would experience a significant increase in strength once they passed the third-tier combat power assessment. Unable to stop himself, Song Jian walked forward, but at that moment, his foot seemed to have stepped on something, making a crack sound as it broke. Looking down, he saw a few small skeleton remains, akin to those of children. Goblin miners, these are all goblin miner skeletons. Song Jian silently remarked, I didn't expect that the goblin miners had already discovered this place. Upon these few goblin miner skeletons, Song Jian observed remnants of the Abyssal Magic Vine's roots. It appeared that these goblin miners had been killed after being discovered by the Abyssal Magic Vine. With this realization, Song Jian's heart sank. He carefully surveyed the surrounding raw purple crystal ores. Indeed, on the surface of each purple crystal ore, a slender vine root penetrated each, endlessly siphoning the energy within. A look of disappointment emerged on Song Jian's face. This area has already been discovered by the Abyssal Magic Vine. The raw purple crystal ores have become its private property, no longer mineable. What a pity. Song Jian wanted to leave but felt reluctant. Exploring further would likely result in the same situation as this pit, where the raw purple crystal ores had all been claimed by the Abyssal Magic Vine. The most essence-rich raw purple crystal ores in the entire mine are probably all occupied by the Abyssal Magic Vine. With the resources from an entire mine, how far could it evolve? Is it planning to use this mine to break through the legendary realm? Song Jian thought to himself. One must realize that it's incredibly difficult for normal creatures to break through to the legendary realm. They need to absorb a massive amount of energy. Moreover, legendaries that have taken over a huge energy source are very potent, just like the Flame King in the Scorching Gorge. It has taken over the entire magma lake beneath the Scorching Gorge, continually drawing energy from the magma lake. If the Flame King doesn't meet its demise midway, it will eventually break through the legendary realm and reach another level of existence. Similarly, the Abyssal Magic Vine now occupies a purple crystal mine, and its strength is much greater than that of an average legendary being. This is also why, despite having 3 legendaries, the Abyssal Human clan cannot do anything against it. Looking at the hundreds of dark purple crystal ores inside the mine, Song Jian found himself unable to move. He wanted to leave but couldn't bear to do so. The main body of the Abyssal Magic Vine should still be some distance away. If I could dig up all these purple crystal ores in just a few seconds, maybe there would still be time to escape. Song Jian thought to himself. His mind raced, imagining all sorts of possible scenarios. Let's do this. Clenching his teeth, Song Jian thought. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide in the Shattered Divine Realm. To hide in the Shattered Divine Realm was only a temporary measure to avoid attacks. Song Jian couldn't possibly stay there forever, and he would have to come out sooner or later. But when he came out, he would be back to where he started, and if the Abyssal Magic Vine noticed him, it might guard the place relentlessly. However, with so many high-quality purple crystal ores at stake, it was worth taking some risks. With that thought, Song Jian summoned the stone elemental Gulu. Standing at 10 meters tall, Gulu seemed too massive for the mine, unable to even stand up straight and having to squat low to the ground. Looking at Gulu with a face full of grievance, Song Jian patted its body, about to offer some words of comfort, when suddenly, he noticed a surge of excitement in Gulu's eyes. Gulu roared in joy upon seeing the purple crystal ores embedded in the surrounding rock walls. Damn, these purple crystals must also be highly attractive to stone elementals, after all, they are both minerals. Songjian suddenly thought. Before Songjian could give the command, Gulu reached out and grabbed one of the purple crystals. The hard rock wall posed no obstacle for Gulu, who easily plucked a purple crystal from it. However, behind the purple crystal, there was a root as thick as a finger, already semi-translucent like jade, tightly coiled around the ore. Don't move, put it down. Songjian hurriedly ordered. Gulu, still holding the purple crystal, looked puzzledly at Songjian, not understanding why he would give such an order. But due to their high level of affinity, Gulu stopped, and the root latched onto the ore seemed on the verge of snapping. Should it snap, the abyssal magic vine would likely immediately know that someone had intruded deep into the mine. At that point, Songjian would have no choice but to flee, empty-handed. Gulu, dissolve the surrounding rock wall first, and let's take all these purple crystals at once. Songjian commanded. Chapter 1319 Holy Spirit Warrior Gulu's intelligence was not high, and it could only understand some simple commands, but it did understand the order to transform the surrounding rock walls. After tossing the purple crystal in its hand to one side, Gulu placed both hands on the rock walls around it. Watching the raw purple crystal dangling softly, Songjian's heart suddenly rose to his throat. These roots, which had turned into jade-like tendrils, had almost lost the flexibility of living organisms and could easily snap. If they broke, Songjian would have no choice but to seek refuge in the divine country or swiftly escape from the place. These jade-like tendrils had lost their capacity as offensive weapons and could only serve as alarm devices. Whoosh! The hard rock walls around them began to transform into falling rubble, and the purple crystals embedded in the walls, lacking support, hung down like fruits, connected by the tendrils of the abyssal devil vine. Fortunately, although these tendrils were halfway petrified, they were more resilient than Songjian had imagined. Some of the raw crystals dropped from above, swaying but not falling, while those closer to the ground had already fallen, and the ground was strewn with fist-sized raw purple crystals as far as the eye could see. It was known that these raw purple crystals, though not as high quality as those from the core area, were still of very high quality, otherwise, they would not be found deep within the mine. Now, the problem Songjian faced was how to collect all these raw purple crystals into his bag or into the divine country within a second or two. Only by gathering these raw purple crystals within a very short time could he safely escape from here without alarming the abyssal devil vine. With my current strength, within 3 seconds, I can pick up at most a few dozen raw purple crystals. I can't even collect 1/5 of the raw purple crystals in this mine pit. If it's just like this, it's too wasteful. Songjian thought to himself. The stone creature, Gulu, beside him was starting to get impatient, continually making a low Gulu sound, seemingly urging Songjian and asking if it could devour these raw purple crystals. A wry smile appeared on Songjian's face as he asked Gulu. Can you collect all these raw purple crystals within a few seconds? The shorter the time, the better? A puzzled look appeared in Gulu's eyes, as if it didn't understand, but it still tentatively reached out towards the raw purple crystal. Songjian quickly stopped it and gestured towards the raw purple crystals in the mine, saying, all of them, everything, take away, quickly take them away. Understanding seemed to dawn in Gulu's eyes as it placed its 2 hands on the floor of the mine pit. It didn't take long for Songjian to see the raw purple crystals on the ground start to quiver slightly. Surprise flashed in Songjian's eyes, but it quickly turned to disappointment. Songjian realized that Gulu could only control about 1/3 of the raw purple crystals on the ground, and that didn't include the ones dangling in midair. Is there still no way to take away all these raw purple crystals? Songjian thought disappointedly. You should know this is just a purple crystal or from one pit within the mine, and the mine is unfathomably deep with countless similar pits. If Songjian could take control of this mine, he might even step directly into the legendary realm, but now he can't even take away all the purple crystal or from one pit. Just at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Songjian's mind, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Inside the shattered divine realm, Songjian's form hovered in midair, overlooking the entire divine country below. At this time, vast fields were growing dense snake vine grass, while dozens of abyssal puppet beasts were laboring in the fields. On the other side, in dense forests, innumerable fist-sized points of light slowly swirled around large trees thick enough to wrap arms around. Strands of green vitality occasionally seeped out from these towering trees into the tree spirits, and in a short while, wisps of translucent energy drifted from the bodies of the tree spirits and permeated back into the trees. The tree spirits and ancient trees existed in a symbiotic state, promoting each other's growth. However, Getting the tree spirits to help him collect purple crystal ore was probably impossible. After all, tree spirits lacked limbs, and their strength was too weak to even nudge the purple crystal ore. Though abyssal puppet beasts could lend a hand, there were too few of them to make a significant difference. They could only help collect a portion, and Song Jian also had to allocate part of his mental focus to control them, which was not worth the loss. Before long, Song Jian's gaze fell upon the newly established sacred spirit temple. At that moment, faint battle cries could be heard coming from inside the temple.